The neighborhood, for me, was exciting, full of character and different flavors. Central Park and Riverside Park were nearby, and I immediately fell in love with both of them. Then, also, there were plenty of museums nearby. I spent hour upon hour in the Museum of Natural History and the Metropolitan Museum of Art. They were free then, and full of fascinating things. There were all kinds of stores for me to explore and examine, even though most of the time I didn't have any money. I was delighted with it all. And it was my first clear glimpse of the hierarchy of American society. 80th Street, like many of the nearby streets, was changing. Most of the changing, however, had taken place before I got there. Most of the Germans had moved out and blacks and Puerto Ricans were moving in. Evelyn told me that when she moved there it was so safe she had slept, in the summer, with the back door open and just the screen door latched. On 80th Street there might be 3, 4, 5 or more people huddled into a one-room apartment. Sometimes the apartments were rented furnished with nothing but an old saga bed, a chest of drawers, and a beat-up refrigerator and stove. You could usually tell them from the outside by the paper-thin plastic curtains shimmying in the wind. Most of the people on 80th Street were poor, although here and there were a few renovated apartments that catered to a clientele that was a little richer, usually night people. 79th Street was directly behind us, but there was a world of difference between the two. It was an upper-middle-class street. Doctors and lawyers and a lot of performers lived there. Every day after school, I would hear an opera singer practicing. Maybe that's why I developed a profound dislike for opera. The people on 79th Street wouldn't dream of socializing with the people on 80th Street. They recognized our existence with a mixture of amusement, fear, and dislike. 81st Street between Central Park West and Columbus Avenue was even richer. The lobbies were elegant and the doormen were splendidly attired. They were, for the most part, all white and not even slightly aware of the people who lived only a block away. Farther over, toward the river, near West End Avenue or Riverside Drive, there was a middle-class neighborhood. The buildings were usually old, grandiose, and well-kept. The people who lived there were mostly white, of course, with a few blacks and mixed couples thrown in. The Upper West Side, as the neighborhood was called, was supposed to be a liberal stronghold. I have never really understood exactly what a liberal is, though, since I have heard liberals express every conceivable opinion on every conceivable subject. As far as I can tell, you have the extreme right, who are fascist, racist capitalist dogs like Ronald Reagan, who come right out and let you know where they're coming from. And on the opposite end, you have the left, who are supposed to be committed to justice, equality, and human rights. And somewhere between those 2 points is the liberal. As far as I'm concerned, liberal is the most meaningless word in the dictionary. History has shown me that as long as some white middle-class people can live high on the hog, take vacations to Europe, send their children to private schools, and reap the benefits of their white skin privileges, then they are liberals. But when times get hard and money gets tight, they pull off that liberal mask and you think you're talking to Adolf Hitler. They feel sorry for the so-called underprivileged just as long as they can maintain their own privileges. Sometimes I walked over to the east side, on the other side of Central Park. If Riverside Drive was like another city, then the east side was like another world. English nannies pushed fancy baby carriages, they called them trams, through the eastern side of Central Park. The only black people you saw were servants or, like me, those just passing through. Fifth Avenue, Park Avenue, chauffeur-driven cars, diamonds, and furs. The Upper East Side was for the show-nuff rich. When I'd walk through those streets, some looked at me as if I was an object from a museum or something. Once or twice, a doorman actually stopped me and asked where I was going. But I kept walking and looking. Sometimes, I'd have some fun and walk into one of the stores. I couldn't believe there were people who paid that kind of money for things. As soon as I'd step in, the salespeople were right on me. Sometimes I said I was just looking. Other times I would ask for outrageous things, like pickled feet. Usually, they would say, What? 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 And I would burst out laughing. One time, I went into a grocery store and was asked who my mistress was. I was always crazy about art and made it a point to visit any art gallery I discovered. Sometimes they acted snooty or disgusted. At first, I felt uneasy and out of place. But after a while, whenever they acted disgusted, I made a point of asking the price of each piece. They would turn so red and swell up so much that it was comical. I remember hating some of those people, but at the same time I wanted to be rich like them. Back then, I thought being rich was the solution to everything. 4 blocks from where we lived, there was still another world, 84th Street between Amsterdam and Columbus. Before it was torn down, it was voted the worst block in the city. When I was a kid, I never would have imagined that people could live so bad. Living in some of those apartments was like living in a coffin. I swear, there was one building that, when you walked past it in the summer, it stunk so bad it made you want to drop to your knees. Usually, I'd just sit on some stoop and watch the street. There was always something going on. Men standing around with do-rags on their heads, covering greasy process hairdos, making deals, laughing and talking and looking at the women passing by. Drunks and fights and drunken fights. The street was always alive and swarming with people. Survival and life were hanging out in the open like laundry for everyone to see. Arguments, dirty deals, misery, and malice ran out into the streets like pus from open sores. There was something horrible and foreboding about the street, yet exciting at the same time. Lil Bit, who went to my school, lived on 84th Street. Her nickname was Lil Bit, but I called her Fruit Fly because she was crazy about fruit. I liked to hang out with her because she was a good walker, we could walk for hours without getting tired. One day she asked me to come with her to get something from her house. When we got there I couldn't believe it. I thought I had seen some messed up cribs before, but hers took the cake. She lived in a tiny little pea green closet of a room, covered with wall-to-wall roaches. I just kept staring at Lil Bit. She walked around in that horror house like it was normal. She didn't even try to kill the roaches. She just brushed them aside if they got in her way. When I left, I itched and scratched for hours. When I met Lil Bit's mother and started getting to know her and some of her neighbors, I got my first lesson in hopelessness. Lil Bit's mother used to work in factories and laundries as a presser. But she burned her hand real bad and was on some kind of disability. She lived from day to day and from check to check. She was always sick, and sometimes her cough was so bad I thought she was going to die any minute. She acted like she was too tired or too weak to do much of anything. They had a hot plate, but most of the time they didn't even cook. They just ate sandwiches, usually lunch meat on white bread. Lil Bit's mother never went anywhere except to the clinic or to the welfare office or to the bar on Amsterdam. Sometimes she would get drunk and start crying about some man she used to go with. She didn't know anything about what was going on in the world and she didn't seem to care. 84th Street was her world and other worlds didn't really exist. When I was with Lil Bit and her mother I felt all kinds of things. Sometimes disgust and anger because they accepted anything and lived any old kind of way. Other times I felt sorry for them, and, still other times, I relaxed and enjoyed them because they were so easy and down to earth. But whenever I hung out with them it was down on the stoop. I would never go up into that house. Evelyn kept my excursions at a bare minimum, though. She was strict and didn't play around. Every day, after school, I had to be in the house by 4 o'clock, and she would call home just to see that I had arrived safely. Evelyn didn't want me in the street too much because she said the neighborhood was bad and she didn't want me to get in any trouble. And she also wanted me to stay at home and do my homework. After homework, I read. I have never been too fond of television and, besides, Evelyn had an excellent library. Those books were like food to me. Fiction and poetry were my favorites, although I liked history and psychology, too. I also liked to read about other countries and about all the different religions in the world. The only books I never touched were Evelyn's law books. They were dry and boring and Greek to me. Evelyn was a store of knowledge and she knew about a whole range of subjects. We were always discussing or debating something. Hanging out with Evelyn, I started to think that I was cool and sophisticated and grown up and that I knew it all. You couldn't tell me nothing. I was just too cool. Evelyn and I went to museums and art galleries and the theater. On Broadway, off Broadway, she was turning me on to so many things. I started to view movies as an art form instead of just entertainment. I was learning what and how to order at restaurants. And my vocabulary and control of the English language were expanding greatly. But life with Evelyn definitely had its ups and downs. Sometimes we got along famously and other times it was terrible. Evelyn was super honest and she just could not tolerate my lying. I would try to tell the truth and try to be honest, but sometimes, especially if I was in a tight situation, I would lie. I had been in the habit of lying and it was easy for me to fall back into the old pattern. But it was futile to lie to Evelyn because she was a lawyer and would cross-examine me until I would inevitably trip myself up. Little by little, I got out of the habit, but it was a long and constant battle between us. Our financial situation also had its ups and downs. One week we were rich and the next week we were poor. Evelyn was determined to be a trial lawyer and to be in private practice. Most of her clients were black and poor and most of the time they didn't have money to pay her. But Evelyn would defend them anyway. She was always up in arms about some injustice or other. I used to call her the last angry woman. But whenever somebody did pay her, we were rich. We would go out and celebrate. For a week or so we ate steaks and lamb chops, went to restaurants, took taxis. The next week we would be right back to riding subways and eating hamburgers. Evelyn was generous and extravagant, and she had absolutely no head for business. I usually did the shopping for us since I was more tight-fisted and practical. Once in a while, I'd be tempted to give myself a 5-finger discount, but Evelyn was so honest that it rubbed off on me. I was becoming so goody-goody I couldn't stand myself. I really underwent a great change. Evelyn had great plans for my future. I was going to junior high school 44, but Evelyn wasn't satisfied with the education I was receiving. JHS 44 wasn't a bad school, but we were learning at a much slower pace than at my school in Queens. I don't remember too much about the school except for the music classes. Most of the class was black or Puerto Rican and we all loved music. But we hated music class with a passion. The teacher talked to us as though we were inferior savages, incapable of appreciating the finer things in life. She lectured about symphonies and concertos and sonatas and the like in a snooty voice. A boy would mimic the gestures and expressions of the teacher and the rest of us would giggle and snicker as she played music. The teacher became more and more exasperated, saying, "Listen. Can't you listen? Don't you have ears? Can't you appreciate anything? I'm trying to get you to appreciate music and you all act as though you're deaf. I want you to stop talking. I want you to stop talking and listen. Do you hear me?" We got louder and louder and the teacher became more and more disgusted. She would scream at us and call us names like hooligans and ignoramuses. And we returned her insults. We hated her because she thought the music she liked was so superior. She didn't recognize that we had our own music and that we loved music. For her, there was no other music except Bach and Beethoven and Mozart. To her, we were uncultured and uncouth. For her, Latin music, jazz, rhythm and blues were trashy and we were trash. She was a racist who would have denied it to the bitter end. A lot of people don't know how many ways racism can manifest itself and in how many ways people fight against it. When I think of how racist, how Eurocentric our so-called education in America is, it staggers my mind. And when I think back to some of those kids who were labeled troublemakers and problem students, I realize that many of them were unsung heroes who fought to maintain some sense of dignity and self-worth. Evelyn strongly suggested that I enter Cathedral High School in the 9th grade. I was not at all happy about the idea since I hated wearing a uniform and Catholic schools had a reputation for being so strict. But Evelyn kept on strongly suggesting and got the message. I didn't mind the Catholic religious part of it, though, since I was going to Mass regularly and I was kind of holy that year. I took the test for cathedral and passed, and it was firm that I was going to enter cathedral the next September. I even started to feel happy about it. It was a change, and I have always been a person who likes a change of scenery. I usually spent my weekends with one of my girlfriends or with my mother as much as possible. Tony was cool to hang out with and she knew where all the parties were. But we never had deep conversations, so we never got really close. Bonnie and I met through Tony and began what was to be a best friend relationship with an argument about Abraham Lincoln. We argued for hours until Bonnie's aunt told us to shut up and go to bed, since neither of us knew what we were talking about. Bonnie lived in the same building my mother lived in, and after that night we became close friends and talked about every subject on earth. Bonnie knew more than I did about what was happening in the world, and we spent hours talking about Medgar Evers, sit-ins, freedom riders, etc. We began to write poetry about love and black people, and sometimes we wrote morbid poetry about hate and death. As soon as we finished a poem, we'd call each other and read it. After a while, we read poetry together. Dorothy Parker and Edna St. Vincent Millay were our idols. We read everything they wrote and even memorized their poems. After that, we read all different kinds of poets. We were deep and were forever in the library or a bookstore trying to find another poet who was deep, too. The more we read, the more we wrote. And it came in handy in the street. If we didn't like somebody, or if we had some dispute with someone, we wrote a poem about them. We made up all kinds of dozens poems and laughed our heads off. We were young and old, happy and sad at the same time. Usually, every summer, I went down south to visit my grandparents. When they had the business on the beach, I loved it. But they had lost 2 different buildings on the beach, both destroyed by hurricanes. After the last one was leveled, they operated a restaurant on Red Cross Street. I liked working in the restaurant sometimes, but it wasn't as much fun as working on the beach. One of the last summers that I spent down south, the NAACP rented a building a few doors from my grandparents' restaurant, which was a great source of interest to me. I was forever walking by, standing in the doorway, or sliding discreetly into the building to see what was going on. I could hear them talk about integrating the South by sitting in, praying in, singing in, and about nonviolence. I was glad because I surely wanted segregation to end. I had grown up exposed to the degrading, dehumanizing side of segregation. I remember that when we traveled from north to south and vice versa, we really felt the sting of segregation more acutely than at other times. We'd drive hours without being able to stop anywhere. Sometimes we would pull into a filthy old gas station, buy gas, and then be told that we were not permitted to use their filthy old bathroom because we were black. I can remember clearly squatting in the bushes with mosquitoes biting my bare buttocks, and my grandmother handing me toilet paper, because we could not find a place with a colored bathroom. Sometimes we were hungry, but there was no place to eat. Other times we were sleepy and there was no hotel or motel that would admit us. If I sit and add up all the colored toilets and drinking fountains in my life and all of the back of the buses or the Jim Crow railway cars or the places I couldn't go, it adds up to one great ball of anger. And so, when I saw these NAACP people, I was ready to do whatever it was that they were going to do. But they were very confusing. One day I was hanging around in the office and 2 men were talking about nonviolence and self-control. Then he walked around the room asking everybody questions. What would you do if they pushed you? Nothing. I'd just keep on doing what I came to do. What would you do if they kicked you? I'd pray to the Lord to forgive them for their sins. What would you do if they spit on you? I'd just go on singing. Well, that was just too much for me. I could take someone pushing me, hitting me, kicking me, but to sit there and let some crooked dog spit on me, well, just the idea of it made me want to fight. To me, if someone spit on you, it was worse than hitting you, especially if they spit in your face. I tried to tell myself that I would just sit there and take it, but every muscle in my body, every instinct I had, rebelled against it. The man continued around the room asking everybody the same questions. When he came to me, I answered the same, too, except for the spitting question. I don't know, I told him. What do you mean, you don't know? I just don't know. Well, little sister, we can see that you're just not ready. If you want your freedom, there's no sacrifice that's too big to make. Everybody looked at me as if I was some kind of stupid idiot. I felt bad, but I still couldn't get used to the idea of letting somebody spit on me. The man said I wasn't ready, and I had to agree with him. When I think back to those days, I feel such admiration and respect for the spirit of struggle and sacrifice that my people exhibited. They went up against white mobs, water hoses, vicious dogs, the Ku Klux Klan, trigger-happy nightstick-wielding police, armed only with their belief in justice and their desire for freedom. I remember how I felt in those days. I wanted to be an American just like any other American. I wanted a piece of America's apple pie. I believed we could get our freedom just by appealing to the consciences of white people. I believed that the North was really interested in integration and civil rights and equal rights. I used to go around saying our country, our president, our government. When the national anthem was played or the Pledge of Allegiance spoken, I stood at attention and felt proud. I don't know what in the hell I was feeling proud about, but I felt the juice of patriotism running through my blood. I believed that if the South could only be like the North, then everything would be all right. I believed that we black people were really making progress and that the government, the president, the Supreme Court, and the Congress were behind us, so we couldn't go wrong. I believed that integration was really the solution to our problems. I believed that if white people could go to school with us, live next to us, work next to us, they would see that we were really good people and would stop being prejudiced against us. I believed that America was really a good country, like my teachers said in school, the greatest country on the face of the earth. I grew up believing that stuff. Really believing it. And, now, 20-odd years later, it seems like a bad joke. Nobody in the world, nobody in history, has ever gotten their freedom by appealing to the moral sense of the people who were oppressing them. Once you study and really get a good understanding of the way the system in the United States works, then you see, without a doubt, that the civil rights movement never had a chance of succeeding. White people, whether they are from the North or from the South, whether it was in 1960 or 1980, benefit from the oppression of black people. Those who believe that the President or the Vice President and the Congress and the Supreme Court run this country are sadly mistaken. The almighty dollar is king, those who have the most money control the country and, through campaign contributions, buy and sell presidents, congressmen, and judges, the ones who pass the laws and enforce the laws that benefit their benefactors. The rich have always used racism to maintain power. To hate someone, to discriminate against them, and to attack them because of their racial characteristics is one of the most primitive, reactionary, ignorant ways of thinking that exists. A war between the races would help nobody and free nobody and should be avoided at all costs. But a one-sided race war with black people as the targets and white people shooting the guns is worse. We will be criminally negligent, however, if we do not deal with racism and racist violence, and if we do not prepare to defend ourselves against it. Stranger. Everything you love is from a different world. Hungry. You turn your nose up at my peas and rice. Chapter 9. I was taken to Roosevelt Hospital in Metuchen, New Jersey, and shackled to the bed by my foot. Dr. Garrett had established that I was 1 month pregnant. When he visited me, he demanded that the shackles be removed at once, based on the elementary principle that proper treatment, both mental and physical, of a woman threatening miscarriage would not seem to include being chained to a bedpost. My mental stability was also threatened by the round-the-clock guards who sat outside my hospital room with shotguns trained at my head. After 10 days, I was discharged from the hospital over the objections of my doctor, brought to the Middlesex County Jail for Men, and kept in solitary confinement from February 1974 until May 1974. At first, they wouldn't even give me milk. Since pork was served as a staple meat almost daily, I began to slowly starve. In county jails it goes like this: 1 sheet, 1 horse blanket, a metal cup, your cell is rated if you have luxuries, like salt. They did everything they could to thwart the care Dr. Garrett was trying to give me. They hired their own doctor and insisted that whenever my doctor saw me, their man had to be present. This meant a severe limitation on the number of visits Dr. Garrett could arrange because their doctor happened often not to make it out to the prison on the days examinations had been agreed to and scheduled. My lawyers had initiated a lawsuit against the state of New Jersey in federal court charging medical maltreatment and dietary abuse. Before the date the hearing was scheduled, I was extradited to the state of New York, which made the federal court action moot. When I arrived at Rikers Island again, I was anemic and malnourished, according to my entrance physical. New Jersey had been giving me iron pills, but I was anemic up to the last blood test before giving birth. The pregnancy, or special, diet at Rikers, in addition to the regular food, was powdered milk, juice, and a hard-boiled egg daily. This was my diet until I gave birth, and things seemed to go normally. Meanwhile, the lawyers obtained another court order from the New York court permitting Dr. Garrett to continue treating me. When he first came to Rikers, I was in the infirmary. They told him the court order was no good and that he couldn't see me. I was left in a room for 3 days with a woman who turned out later to have active tuberculosis. It was May and they had turned the heat off. It got cold again and women who were having seizures, methadone withdrawal, and one sister who they said had pneumonia all piled blankets on their beds. The sister got worse and worse. Finally, they brought her to Elmhurst Hospital where they discovered she did have tuberculosis. I found this out later, when she was returned to Rikers, kept in isolation, and the doctors wore masks and gloves when they visited her. I also had manilia, a vaginal discharge, which worsened because the Montefiore Hospital doctors assigned to Rikers could not agree about how it should be treated. They refused to treat the condition at all until my culture was returned from Elmhurst Hospital. By the time they managed to get the culture back, the whole inside of my thigh was chapped raw from the discharge, and I could barely walk. Montefiore Hospital and the Health and Hospital Corporation went to court to prevent Dr. Garrett from delivering my baby. Their position was that since I was a prisoner it was not necessary for me to have the doctor of my choice. They also said he was disruptive because, when he did manage to see me, he often wrote in my chart, which they found very disturbing. The court upheld them. I was only a prisoner. I went into labor the morning of September 10, 1974, at 4 a.m. on 2 Main at Rikers, where I had been kept in the psycho ward. I got out of bed, took a shower, braided my hair, and packed. My labor was mild, a pinch every half hour, which rapidly became a pinch every 15 minutes. At 11 a.m. I was sure I was on my way, but I had no doctor to confirm it, and I refused to go to the infirmary. Around noon I asked to call Dr. Garrett and they somehow got hold of him. He was at Elmhurst Hospital trying to persuade them to let him deliver my baby. At about 3 p.m., he arrived at Rikers and I went up to the infirmary to meet him. He told me that I was effaced and definitely in labor. I would not allow the other doctors there to examine me. I was taken to Elmhurst Hospital in a motorcade. It looked to me like a million police cars buzzing around the vehicle in which I, a woman in labor, was riding. And they all followed. Into Elmhurst Hospital and up to the delivery room. They surrounded the hospital. There was a demonstration outside of Elmhurst Hospital in support of my right to choose the doctor who would deliver my baby, and Evelyn and Dr. Garrett held a press conference at the hospital to explain the situation. There were actually 2 policewomen inside the labor room and several outside. I was having contractions every 5 minutes. Finally, I let one of their doctors, a resident, examine me to see how the labor was progressing, which turned out to be a terrible mistake. When he finished, I was bleeding. After that, there was no way I would let any of them touch me again. I ordered them to bring me a stethoscope, to see if the baby's heart was beating normally, and a few other instruments I would need because, I said, I am delivering the baby myself. It was a standoff for a couple of hours. Then a nurse told me to walk around to ease the pain and encourage labor. I got up, then pretended to fall out, knowing how afraid they were of lawsuits, and the doctors rushed over to pick me off the floor. I knew they were worried. I stated again, I am delivering the baby myself. I checked the baby's heart with the stethoscope. It was beating normally. That, or the press conference, or the demonstration outside of the building seemed to do it. They told me that if I signed a release statement absolving them of all responsibility, they would let Dr. Garrett deliver my baby. I signed, making certain that they had no control over Dr. Garrett or over anything having to do with my labor. And that was that. He took over. He examined me, listened to the baby's heart, and, at some point, broke my water. He explained carefully everything that would happen and answered all my questions. He gave me a local anesthetic in the cervix. I didn't want Demerol or a saddle block, but the paracervical block seemed okay. At this point I was very tired. After that I was still in labor but felt little pain. I went to sleep for a while. I woke up about 3:30 a.m. and I could feel the baby lowering and thought I could feel the baby's head. I called the nurse. She said, without looking, that I wasn't ready yet. When I insisted, she looked and went running for Dr. Garrett. They wheeled me into delivery, he gave me a local anesthetic, and did the episiotomy. I pushed 3 times and she was here. At 4 a.m., Kakia Amala Olugbala Shakur was born. I said, check that baby out, just to ensure her subsequent safety. The birth itself was peaceful and beautiful out of sight. It's very important for a woman to go through the birth experience with people she trusts. Later that day, September 11th, they still hadn't brought me the baby. Dr. Garrett had gone home to sleep and, when he returned, at 6 p.m. that day, I still hadn't seen the baby. He reminded them that I was supposed to breastfeed her. They told him he hadn't written a prescription for breastfeeding. Finally, they brought me the baby and I breastfed her every 4 hours, another incredibly beautiful experience. The nurses from the nursery were very friendly and kind and kept me informed about the baby's condition. But the staff in D11, the psycho ward where I was kept in a tiny, guarded room, were something else again. They allowed me only 1 shower a day. No toothbrush or toothpaste, only mouthwash. They don't furnish it, a friend can't bring it, and the prison won't allow it. I had to beg them for a bra while I was nursing. The prison refused to let me bring one. Many strange doctors tried to examine me to hasten my discharge and get rid of me. I came close to physically brawling with a couple of them because I refused their examinations. Finally, they discharged me anyway, without the consent of my doctor. The Commissioner of Corrections, Benjamin Malcolm, had signed a paper taking all responsibility for my discharge. They put me in an ambulance, chained me to a stretcher, and brought me back to the Women's House of Detention at Rikers Island. They took me straight to the infirmary and said, "You will have to stay here and be examined." I was really depressed, having been separated so abruptly from my baby. I said, "I don't want to be here. I won't be examined here. Send me to PSA punitive segregation area, solitary confinement, anywhere. I don't care. I just have to be somewhere by myself. Just leave me alone." That's not quite what they did. When I refused examination, I walked out of the infirmary and they called the goon squad, several large female officers. They all jumped on me and started beating me. They had me on the floor. Eventually my arms and legs were chained. They dragged me by the chains to PSA and stopped only when a nurse asked them to please stop. So they put me on a mattress and dragged the mattress. They took me to the observation room and left me, hands and feet cuffed. I had no sanitary napkins, no means to wash myself. The cuffs cut into my skin, the scars are still visible, and my wrists were bleeding. Later I found out that I had received an infraction for slapping an officer in the face while they were beating me. I still refused their medical examination. They finally brought me napkins. I was left on a mattress, on the floor, no bed and no shower. I was there for 2 weeks. I continued to refuse all their medical attention, insisting that Dr. Garrett examine me. I refused to eat, so eventually my breasts, which were full of milk, stopped hurting. They offered doctors of all kinds and drugs, mainly tranquilizers. They sent the psychiatrist, who had the nerve to ask me if I was depressed. The disciplinary board met in front of my cell and gave me an additional sentence of 14 days in PSA. All other inmates were cleared out of PSA. During this time I was still refusing most food. I was so weak I fainted a couple of times. At that time it was also Ramadan, when it is forbidden to eat until sundown for the whole 2 weeks. I just ate once a day, when the food was edible, and for the first few days I ate nothing at all. After 2 weeks, they said, if you agree to be vaginally searched, you can go to your floor. I did and went to my floor. The next day the captain came down to my cell and informed me that they had decided to lock me up again for refusing a complete physical from the medical staff assigned to Rikers from Montefiore Hospital. What had happened was that when I was returned to my floor they told me that Dr. Garrett had been permitted to examine me and that he was at Rikers Island, that my lawyer had gone to court and the court had ruled that I could be examined by Dr. Garrett. So I waited. A white doctor came in and said in order for me to see my doctor, I must see him and be examined by him first. I refused. Then they brought in a black doctor, who greeted me with, "Hey, soul sister." He was really sneaky. I refused him, too. So Dr. Garrett was forced to leave and I was put back in PSA. They threatened me with administrative segregation, so I sat on the floor and refused to move when my sentence in PSA was up. They gave me an infraction and a verbal reprimand and said the vaginal search would be sufficient. Then the next day they locked me up again. This time, I was locked in my cell for a month. I continued to refuse most food. They let me out to shower whenever they felt like it. I began a hunger strike at one point, and after a few days in the tiny cell I was sick. I wondered how long I would have to hold out. Evelyn had filed a writ of habeas corpus before the Brooklyn Federal Court against Commissioner Malcolm and S.E. Murph, superintendent of the Women's House of Detention on Rikers, to force them to release me from punitive segregation. I was to appear in court for the hearing, but I didn't know the date. Then a deputy told me, "Your court date's been postponed. And your lawyer sends her advice, see a doctor." It was a lie. But I believed it. I was examined by the prison doctors under what I thought was Evelyn's advice. So I was no longer locked. Just in jail. And separated from my child. Leftovers, what is left? After the bars and the gates. And the degradation. What is left? After the lock-ins and the lockouts. And the lockups. What is left? I mean, after the chains that get entangled. In the grey of one's matter. After the bars that get stuck. In the hearts of men and women. What is left? After the tears and disappointments. After the lonely isolation. After the cut wrist and the heavy noose. What is left? I mean, like, after the commissary kisses. And the get your shit off blues. After the hustler has been hustled. What is left? After the murder burgers and the goon squads. And the tear gas. After the bulls and the bullpens. And the bullshit. What is left? Like, after you know that God can't be trusted. After you know that the shrink is a pusher. That the word is a whip. And the badge is a bullet. What is left? After you know that the dead are still walking. After you realize that silence is talking. That outside and inside are just an illusion. What is left? I mean, like, where is the sun? Where are her arms and where are her kisses? There are lip prints on my pillow. I am searching. What is left? I mean, like, nothing is standstill. And nothing is abstract. The wing of a butterfly can't take flight. The foot on my neck is part of a body. The song that I sing is part of an echo. What is left? I mean, like, love is specific. Is my mind a machine gun? Is my heart a hacksaw? Can I make freedom real? Yet. What is left? I am at the top and bottom of a lower archie. I am an earth lover. From way back. I am in love with losers and laughter. I am in love with freedom and children. Love is my sword. And truth is my compass. What is left? Chapter 10. The next several years of high school passed uneventfully. Because I was spending weekends with my mother, we became closer. During my 17th year, however, I decided to quit school, get a job, and live on my own. My entrance into the working world was a rude awakening. I didn't even know what most of the want ads meant. Auditor, copywriter, accounts receivable, key punch operator were all foreign words to me. Every day I hit the pavement with my best office-looking clothes on and a pair of high-heel torture shoes. Every day I came home more frustrated than the day before. I didn't know how to do anything, had no experience, and was black to boot. Finally, I paid some employment agency 1 or 2 weeks' salary for the privilege of getting me one of those dingy, boring, $95 a week jobs. I was one of those slaves where you pay a fifth of your salary for taxes, some more for Social Security, another $5 a month for union dues, and the rest was not even enough to die on. It seemed that the whole world was made up of things I couldn't afford. After I paid the rent on my furnished room, spent car fare, and bought food, I had just enough money to buy an air sandwich. The only saving grace was that I didn't have too much time to hang out. I was going to night school, so I would leave my boring job and go to boring night school to diagram sentences, memorize garbage, and prepare for a high school diploma that meant nothing in the job market. My life was being spent pushing around meaningless papers that had nothing to do with living. I wasn't doing anything positive. I wasn't making anything, creating anything, or contributing to anything. After a while, I wanted to tell them to take their papers and their job and shove it. But at first I wasn't like that. After weeks of looking for a job, I was grateful just to have one. I didn't think about low pay, indecent working conditions, no medical benefits, only 1 week vacation. I was just happy to be working. I identified with the job and talked about our company and told people what we manufactured. I wasn't making 2 cents over lunch money and talked like I owned the place. I remember once I was working at some joint where they made trailers. I had a job pushing papers. I told one of my aunt's friends that she should buy one of those trailers if she ever wanted one. She looked at me like I was crazy. Why? She asked. Are they going to give me a discount? I felt so stupid. It hit me. They wouldn't even give me a discount and I was working there. The longer I worked at those places, the shorter my patience got. Half the time I didn't even want to hear that rinky-dink stuff they talked about at the office. I got sick of listening to gossip about the bosses and this and that and who was messing with who. After a while, I stayed pretty much to myself, and when I wasn't busy I would stick a book between some pages and read. That was back in the mid-60s and papers were filled with stories about riots. At the time, I really didn't know what to think about the riots. The only thing I can remember thinking was that I wanted to see the rioters win. In the office there was a group of secretaries who worked for the president or the vice presidents. They looked down on those of us who worked in the general office and treated us like we were nothing. One day, I was in the bathroom and one secretary came in. She was spraying hairspray on a puffed-up French roll that was so hard it looked like it had been baked on. She began talking about this and that. I was surprised because she never talked to me. Then she started about the riots, what a shame it was that those people were so stupid and dumb for rioting because they were just tearing up their own neighborhoods and burning down their own houses. I didn't say anything. She prodded. I said, "Isn't it a shame? Isn't it?" I didn't know what to say. It was true that black people were burning down black neighborhoods, but I didn't know how to deal with the question. She kept insisting. Finally, I said, "Yes," and walked out. I was disgusted with myself. I hadn't wanted to agree with her, but I didn't know what else to say. I spent half the night thinking until I felt I had the answer. A few days later, the subject came up again. This time the whole bunch of front office secretaries, who were friendly with the office manager, came into the general office. Before they had a chance to get any words out after riot, I was on their case. "What do you mean, they're burning down their houses? They don't own those houses. They don't own those stores. I'm glad they burned down those stores because those stores were robbing them in the first place." They stood with their mouths open. After that, the office manager went out of her way to hassle me. Miscellaneous whites began to ask my opinion about the riots, and I made sure they weren't disappointed. I knew it wouldn't be long before they fired me. The only reason I didn't quit was that I had nowhere to go and nothing else lined up. When I was finally fired, I was relieved. Because my girlfriend Bonnie and I read a lot of fiction and poetry, we thought we were intellectuals. Neither of us had finished high school, but we used to go to this place on Broadway called the West End, dressed in what we believed to be our scholastic finery. It was one of those real college-type places, with pastrami sandwiches and pitchers of dark beer. We sat around trying to look deep until someone sat down and talked to us. After a while, we made friends with some African students who were studying at Columbia. I loved to listen to the Africans. They were intense, serious, and had so much dignity. I was introduced to African customs, and they spent hours explaining the various aspects of their cultures. Bonnie asked about their marriage ceremonies because she was dying to get married. I asked about the food because I loved it: curried chicken, ground nut stew, chicken in peanut sauce, and cornbread that you cook over the stove. You would break off a little piece, roll it into a ball, dip your thumb in the middle and make a spoon that you would fill with gravy and eat. It really made me think about how bad they've done us. We know everything about spaghetti and egg rolls and crepes Suzette, but we don't know the first thing about our own food. When I was a little kid, if you had asked me what Africans ate, I would have answered, people. One day, Vietnam came up. It was around 1964 and the movement against the war had not yet blown up in full force. Someone asked me what I thought. I didn't have the faintest idea. Back then, the only thing I read in the papers was the headlines, crime stories, comics, or the horoscope. I said, "It's all right, I guess." All of a sudden there was complete silence. "Would you mind explaining, sister, what you mean by it's all right, I guess?" The brother's voice was mocking. I said something like, the war we're fighting over there, for democracy. It was clear, from the expressions around me, that I had said the wrong thing. The brother I had come with looked like he wanted to crawl under the floor. "Who's fighting for democracy?" somebody asked. "We are. The United States." And then, as an afterthought, I added, they're over there fighting communism. Fighting for democracy. The brother held his head in his hands as if he had a headache. I knew I had said something wrong, but I couldn't figure out what. Thinking I had failed to state my case strongly enough, I continued repeating everything I had heard on television, babbling. Which only made matters worse. When I finished, the brother asked me if I knew anything about the history of Vietnam. I didn't. He told me. He explained French colonialization, exploitation, brutalization, the starvation and illiteracy, the long fight waged and won in the North and the U.S. involvement in propping up a phony government after the French got their butts kicked. The brother was talking about names, places, and events just like he was from Vietnam or something. I sat there with my mouth hanging open. He knew all this stuff and he wasn't even studying history. I couldn't believe that this African, who didn't even live in the US or in Asia, could know more than me, who had friends and neighbors who were fighting over there. Then he defined the US government's role, that it was fighting for money, to defend the interests of US corporations and to establish military bases. I didn't know whether to believe him or not. I had never heard of such a thing. What about democracy? I asked him. Don't you believe in democracy? Yes, he said, but the government the US was supporting was not a democracy but a bloodthirsty dictatorship. He started running all kinds of names and dates on me and there was no way I could respond. There he was, talking about the US government just like somebody would talk about a criminal. I just couldn't relate to it. But my mind was blown. Despite that, I continued saying the first thing that came into my head, that the US was fighting communists because they wanted to take over everything. When someone asked me what communism was, I opened my mouth to answer, then realized I didn't have the faintest idea. My image of a communist came from a cartoon. It was a spy with a black trench coat and a black hat pulled down over his face, slinking around corners. In school, we were taught that communists worked in salt mines, that they weren't free, that everybody wore the same clothes, and that no one owned anything. The Africans rolled with laughter. I felt like a bona fide clown. One of them explained that communism was a political economic system, but I wasn't listening. I was just digging on myself. I had been hooping and hollering about something that I didn't even understand. I knew I didn't know what the hell communism was, and yet I'd been dead set against it. Just like when you're a little kid and they get you to believe in the bogeyman. You don't know what the hell the bogeyman is, but you hate him and you're scared of him. I never forgot that day. We're taught at such an early age to be against the communists, yet most of us don't have the faintest idea what communism is. Only a fool lets somebody else tell him who his enemy is. I started remembering all the stupid stuff people told me when I was little. Don't trust West Indians because they'll stab you in the back. Don't trust Africans because they think they are better than we are. Don't hang out with Puerto Ricans because they all stick together and will gang up on you. I had learned, through experience, that they were all lies told by stupid people, but I never thought I could be so easily tricked into being against something I didn't understand. It's got to be one of the most basic principles of living, always decide who your enemies are for yourself, and never let your enemies choose your enemies for you. After that, I began to read about what was happening in Vietnam. What the Africans had said was true. There were also articles about the US Army in Vietnam, their involvement in torture and forcing Vietnamese women to sell their bodies just to survive. I was so confused. It just didn't make any sense to me. Our government couldn't do anything that bad, I told Bonnie. There had to be some other information. I couldn't even understand what we were doing there in the first place. Some kind of treaty, they said, but it didn't make any sense. I got so disgusted at one point that I said I wasn't going to read the news anymore. Ignorance is bliss, Bonnie said. The hell it is, I answered. I damn sure didn't want to be as ignorant as I had been. When you don't know what's going on in the world, you're at a definite disadvantage. I decided I'd keep trying to follow what was happening, but I still couldn't believe the US was doing all the foul things I was reading in the newspapers. What do you mean, you don't believe it? Bonnie asked. Just take a look at what they're doing to you. The difference between the Africans and the other friends I hung out with that summer was startling. I remember one day at the beach. Everybody is hee happy. It's party time. A multicolored umbrella stands defiantly against the breeze. Blankets and silly-looking beach towels color the beach, along with soda cans and bottles of Bacardi and Johnny Walker Black. Healthy-looking black men, wearing turned-down sailor hats and college sweatshirts with cut-off sleeves, lug ice chests and other stuff back and forth. An improvised outdoor sound system has been hooked up and Martha and the Vandellas are wailing in the background. I am insisting on reading James Baldwin even though the wind keeps flapping the pages. Anguished voices scream and moan from the pages. Compressed ghettos threaten to explode. Poverty and fire and brimstone boil over into a deadly stew, but the beautiful people refuse to let me read in peace. My girlfriend has insisted on fixing me up with Mr. Wonderful, who turns out to be an egomaniac decked out in monogrammed swimming trunks, a matching terry cloth robe, and a monogrammed towel to boot. Mr. Wonderful consents to grace me with his presence. His looks and manner tell me that I should be grateful because he is definitely what's happening. His ride is a red MG convertible, his crib is in Esplanade Gardens, and his gig is an assistant manager for some bank downtown. He is cool from his reel-to-reel tape deck to his color TV, right down to his shaggy bachelor rug, which he leeringly tells me about. He drinks Remy Martin cognac and Harvey's Bristol cream, uses a cologne I can't pronounce, and I wait, expectantly, for him to tell me his brand of toothpaste. He goes on and on about his trinkets and status symbols. Look at this monogrammed motherfucker, I think to myself. He is smug and insinuating. A black version of Bachelor Knows Best, or some such thing. I want to go back to James Baldwin, but I am surrounded by a group of people that talk too loud, looking and thinking somewhat like Mr. Wonderful. They are talking about Carmen Gias, Porsches, Corvettes, and other cars that are deemed in. The conversation drifts on to co-ops and high-rise apartment complexes. A young man, who has mentioned more than once that he is an accountant, tells us the benefits of buying property on the island. An insurance salesman says that he sells insurance out on the island and pulls some business cards out of a little silver-colored case which he just happens to have handy in his beach bag. A red-headed schoolteacher who has eyes for the accountant says that she has always wanted a house on the island with a big kitchen. After talk about the island has exhausted itself, the conversation turns to places to go. French and Mexican restaurants are definitely in, with a restaurant that sells 50 different kinds of crepes winning hands down. One of the men, who is a poverty pimp, says that he has moved his offices to the Red Rooster Bar and Restaurant. Somebody laughingly asks if he isn't afraid to go into Harlem with all them niggas. Everybody has some favorite restaurant on top of some building downtown. They don't talk about the food, just the scenery. Mr. Wonderful says he has a Playboy key and often eats at the Playboy Club. I smile uneasily, feeling out of place. All this talk is giving me a headache. Some fraternity brothers invite me to dance. One tells me that I look like a Delta girl. How does a Delta girl look? I ask. Just like you in a swimsuit. Mr. Wonderful glares at them. I am picking up snatches of conversation from all around me. Talks of grants, poverty programs, and democratic politics. Talk of the NFL, and the football season. Talk of Bergdorf Goodman, Bloomingdale's, and Saks Fifth Avenue. About speedboats and cruisers which nobody owns but everybody wants to. Whiskey flows like water, and the speedboats turn into yachts. Everybody is just crazy about the islands, Jamaica, Bermuda, Nassau. Everybody is so chic. I'm so tired of hearing about it that I want to send them somewhere by way of foot mine. It's a disgrace. Social workers talking about their clients like dogs, teachers who don't like to teach. A probation officer complaining about how dangerous his job is. A bunch of money worshippers putting on a front for each other. Somebody asks me if I have my thing together. Which thing, I want to know. I take a walk up to the house to get away from it all. Some women are in the bathroom smoking reefer and blowing their hair dry. I go fishing in my bag for some aspirin. Where'd you buy your suit? One asks me. I don't want to say Klein's, but I say it anyway. They have some nice things, sometimes, she says without conviction, dismissing me as a bargain basement case. They go back to talking about people and hair going back. They are putting on makeup to look like black Barbie dolls on the beach. I go back outside feeling like I'm from another planet. I feel lonely and serious. Something has been happening to me, a change that has been a long time coming. I want to be real. Am I the only bad doing, hand to mouth, barely making it black woman there? The struggle I've been going through and the struggle I've been seeing is too hard to lie about, and I don't even want to try. I want to help free the ghetto, not run away from it, leaving my people behind. I don't want to style and profile in front of nobody. I want somebody I can relate to and talk about serious shit with. This party is a lost cause. I get my beach towel and my book and ease on down the beach a little piece. Looking out at the ocean, I wonder how many of our people lie buried there, slaves of another era. I'm not quite sure what freedom is, but I know damn well what it ain't. How have we gotten so silly, I wonder? I get back off into James Baldwin. I don't give a damn if Sag Harbor sags into oblivion. Me and James Baldwin are communicating. His fiction is more real than this reality. My patience was zero. I didn't want to wait for something to happen. I was into living and living for now. I was hungry, starving for life, but at the same time I was growing more and more cynical every day. I wanted to go everywhere, do everything, and be everything, all at the same time. I wanted to experience everything, know how everything felt. I had many zigzag conflicting ideas rolling around in my head at the same time. One day I was happy just to be alive and young and moving. The next day I felt like the world was coming to an end. Everything in my life was jagged, sharp, unfinished edges. Nothing happened calmly. Nothing was like I had thought it would be when I was little. My friends were dying from OD and going into the army. My girlfriends had babies and were looking and sounding old. Nice old men sitting in the park weren't nice old men at all but were busy masturbating under their newspapers. I got so I didn't believe in anything. It seemed that everybody was in some kind of bag, the dope bag, the whiskey brown paper bag, the Jesus bag, the love bag, the sex bag, the make it bag, and none of those bags were doing anybody any good. I was looking for my own bag, but the pickings were slim. I kept on looking nevertheless, running and moving and hanging out until I was running myself ragged. One day I'd be downtown hanging out with my hippie, blippy, black hippie, friends. The next night I'd be uptown hanging out with the hustlers. But nothing seemed like it was for real, you know? The same dudes who would be talking slick and sniffing coke out of $50 bills one day would be scrounging and begging for a loan the next. Even the most successful hustlers seemed to be nothing but flunkies and potential fall guys for the mafia. My friends from downtown weren't much better. At best, most of them were professional escape artists, into escaping the problems of the black community or those of the white community. Some of them tried to escape through drugs, tripping over worlds that didn't exist on some kind of interspace odyssey. But in their case, the drugs were usually not entirely self-destructive, although I know at least one who zoomed dead out of this world and didn't come back. Through my hippie/blippy friends, I got turned on to a lot of things, though. I got into poets like Allen Ginsberg, Sylvia Plath, Ferling Hetty, all kinds of novelists, music, food, etc. I didn't relate to everything I checked out, but my horizons got a whole lot broader. My growing impatience with petty bourgeois upward-bound Negroes came to a head when I went to work with a black employment agency. Evelyn had gotten me a job there as a typist. The agency was located in Rockefeller Center in the same building with Johnson Publications, the publishers of Ebony and Jet magazines. I was happy as hell to get the job since I was tired of working for white people. The people in the office were nice and the atmosphere was completely lacking in tension. The boss was decent enough, and I had a pretty good relationship with him and his secretary, under whom I worked. At first I was excited, glad to be around so many black people who seemed to be doing so good. Everybody was into making it, moving up the ladder. Black men and women with long lists of degrees, and briefcases, were in and out of the place. They were sharp, dressed to a T, and talking about junior executive training programs, poverty programs, etc. Some of them talked about those companies as if they were going to be the president of the board of directors in 5 years. Once in a while I went to lunch with a young man who worked at Johnson Publications. But we always got into arguments. Especially about Ebony magazine. Half the time, in the fashion section they would have these elaborate evening gowns that cost thousands of dollars. When I asked him what black people could afford to buy them and whether they were gonna wear them to the corner bar, he got insulted. He was one of those black people who think that you are free if you can go in a store and buy expensive things. I told him that the only black woman who could afford those dresses was Johnson's wife, and he got even more insulted. He told me that everything was changing, everything was so much better. I said that if things were so much better, how come every time a black person got a good job or was a manager or something, it was news and was printed in Ebony? Our relationship ended abruptly when he accused me of always trying to bring black people down and make it seem like we don't have nothing. I ended the matter by cursing him out, and that was that. These black people went around acting as if there was no such thing as prejudice and that all you had to do was study and you could be president of the world. At the agency, we were working hard for an equal opportunity conference. The idea was to have black college graduates from all over the country participate in interviews with representatives from the major corporations in America. Almost all of the big corporations were involved, and the graduates paid a substantial fee plus transportation and hotel fees to participate in the conference. It worked like this: students made out resumes and the corporate personnel officers decided which applicants they wanted to see. It was a big, plush affair in a major New York hotel, with the penthouse suite and quite a few lower floors rented out to the conference. I just knew that hundreds of these young, qualified black people were going to get jobs. I was proud to have helped bring the conference about. It lasted a few days, and by the time it was over, I was ready to go somewhere and have a good cry. Some of those black graduates had spent hundreds of dollars to come to the conference and didn't have one interview. The only graduates the corporations even wanted to see were math, science, engineering, and business majors. Some corporations only wanted to interview graduates in very specialized categories, like petroleum engineering or geological engineering. Since most had majored in subjects like English, history, sociology, etc., they were out of the running from the jump. I was shocked and upset. After the conference, I went out with one of the black executives I had met in the agency. "I don't understand it," I kept telling him. "Why would those companies pay all that money to participate in the conference if they aren't really interested in hiring anybody? It doesn't make any sense." "It makes a lot of sense, if you think about it." "Hey? I don't understand." "Listen," he went on, "the government says that in order for those companies to keep their contracts, they have to at least make an effort to look for qualified black personnel. The law doesn't say they have to hire anybody. The law says they've only got to look." I was furious. They had used poor dumb me just like they use a drug dealer to conspire against his own people. I was part of the plot and I didn't even know it. There were some blacks who got jobs, but mainly the thing was a sham, to make things look good on paper. My friend and I got stupidly drunk, singing oldies by the Sherrills on Lexington Avenue, he telling me about what bastards the bosses were and about the trials and treacheries of the Democratic Party machine and telling me how I was gonna get another job as a go-go dancer in the ladies' room. About a week later, I made up a resume, described myself as a college graduate, and was hired as a marketing assistant. I didn't believe in anything, and I wasn't gonna follow anyone's rules but my own. I got fired from that job a couple of weeks later, got another college job, and got fired from that too. I didn't care. I was going to deal with them just like they dealt with us. One time I got a job as a bookkeeper. I didn't know the first thing about it, but after I got the job I bought a couple of Bookkeeping Made Easy books, and when I didn't understand something I told them that we used a different system at the last place I worked. The job involved a lot of cash and I had to be bonded. When you get bonded, they do a background check on you. The job wasn't too bad, and the boss was cool. It was an excellent way to learn bookkeeping and the insurance business. I knew they would fire me as soon as the report came in, but I didn't care. One day, my boss threw a detective's report on my desk. It had my name on it. I swallowed hard, knowing it was my last day. The more I read it, the more surprised I became. The report verified everything I had said. Subject attended such and such high school, subject graduated from such and such college, subject worked at such and such places. They even reported that I lived on a quiet tree-lined street and that they had talked to my neighbors and learned that I was a nice person. I cracked up all the way home. Everything is a lie in America, and the thing that keeps it going is that so many people believe the lie. But my patience was getting shorter and my temper was terrible. I was quick to tell people what I thought of them, and even I was surprised by my bluntness. Bonnie kept telling me, "Slow down, you're speeding, somebody's gonna give you a ticket." She was almost as restless and crazy as I was. We would check out things happening and make a joke of them. The world seemed to be so big and fixed and we couldn't think of anything to change it. Bonnie encouraged me to stop lying about going to college and go for real. If you're smart enough to fool them, then you're smart enough to play their game. I knew that what she said made sense, but I had hated my last days in high school and had no desire to study anything else. The only other person who stayed on my case and prodded me to go back to school was my friend from Kenya. We had grown to be serious friends. And we dug each other much more as friends than as lovers. He was studying economics out on Long Island, and we didn't get a chance to see each other much. Sometimes on the weekend we would hang out together. He was one of the few people I knew who was serious about almost everything he did in life and whose conversation was not just about his small world but about the whole world. One weekend we had arranged to hang out. I think we were supposed to go and hear somebody play at Count Basie's club. My apartment looked like some kind of hurricane had hit it, and I was trying to ease out the door without letting him in. Somehow he managed to get a glimpse inside. "No, we aren't going anywhere," he said. "How can you live like this? If your house looks like this, I can just imagine what your head looks like." I was embarrassed, but I had to admit he was right. I had everything thrown every which way, clothes flung all over the place. It was a wreck. He suggested that instead of going out he would help me clean up and get organized. "You'll be all right if you just get yourself organized. You can do almost anything you want as long as you organize yourself to do it." I decided he was right. It was time to get my life in some kind of order. It was time to take control. Life was like a bus, you could either be a passenger and go along for the ride, or you could be the driver. I didn't have the foggiest idea where I wanted to go, but I knew that I wanted to drive. I decided the first thing I would do was go back to school. I returned home to live with my mother in her new apartment in Flushing, Queens. Culture. I must confess that waltzes do not move me. I have no sympathy for symphonies. I guess I hummed the blues too early. And spent too many midnights out wailing to the rain. Chapter 11. On July 19, 1973, while I was still at the Middlesex County Workhouse, I was brought to the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of New York in Brooklyn, which has jurisdiction over all federal crimes committed in the counties of Brooklyn and Queens. I was taken there by federal writ to be arraigned on an indictment in which Andrew Jackson and I were accused of having robbed a bank in the county of Queens on August 23, 1971. While there were a lot of indictments against me all over New York State I didn't even know about that summer, this is one I surely could not have missed, because the bank surveillance photo taken of the woman holding up the bank with a gun was put on wanted posters that were pasted up in every subway station, posted in every bank and post office, and blown up in full-page newspaper advertisements. They hit the streets on August 24, 1971, and remained even after my arrest on May 2, 1973. Under the photo was the name Joanne Deborah Chisimard. Above the photo were the words "Wanted for bank robbery, $10,000 reward." After the feds took a mug shot of me and fingerprinted me, I was arraigned, pled not guilty, and was returned to the workhouse on the same day. I heard nothing further about this indictment until January 1, 1975, when the feds brought me back to the Eastern District Court. Only this time it was to have me photographed. The prosecutor has made a motion to have me photographed in the same angle, wearing the same kind of glasses, wig, and dress as the woman who had been photographed by the bank cameras during the robbery. The judge, a notorious, racist pig, is sure to grant the motion. I have decided to refuse. As far as I am concerned, the reasons are obvious. You put anybody in a monkey suit and they're gonna end up looking like a monkey. Besides, someone had told me about some trick the FBI uses. They take a photo of you in the same angle as the bank photo and superimpose a transparency of the bank photo over it. If you are unfortunate enough to have two eyes, a nose, and lips, in more or less the same place, you end up looking like the bank robber, no matter what you really look like. When I was arraigned, I had permitted them to take all the photographs of me they wanted, and that, as far as I was concerned, was enough. We enter the courtroom. The judge is on the bench. The courtroom has been rearranged. FBI agents, with cameras, are standing on top of tables. A group of federal marshals are buzzing around nervously like flies that smell rot. They are waiting for action. Evelyn gets up and says her piece. The judge ignores what she is saying and orders me to be photographed. I refuse, stating my objections as strongly as I can. In a hot second, the marshals and the FBI agents are crawling all over me. They seem to be trying to jerk my head off my shoulders. The judge has ordered that I am to be photographed, today, now, and that all the force necessary to take the pictures in the way the FBI wants to take them is to be used. The FBI, the marshals, and I end up on the courtroom floor, with me on the bottom. I hear Evelyn in the background. Let the record reflect that the marshals are twisting my client's arms behind her back. Let the record reflect that the marshals are choking my client. Let the record reflect that there are 5 marshals manhandling my client. Evelyn goes on and on while the marshals twist me, jerk me, strangle me, kick me, and literally try to beat me into submission. The assault goes on and on with Evelyn putting it, blow by blow, into the record. Finally, it is over. The marshals lead me back into the holding pen. I lie on the bench like a rag doll with the stuffing hanging out, feeling like I have just been stampeded by a herd of buffalo. Evelyn comes back for a lawyer's visit. She looks just as tired as I feel. That was unbelievable, she exclaims. How's your arm? Are you okay? More or less, I tell her. My body is aching and my bad arm's numb. I sit back marveling at how cool Evelyn has been. It dawns on me how hard it must have been for her to watch what was happening and then, calmly, put it into the record. I am amazed at her control. She insists that a nurse be called to check me out. Did you hear that shit? She asks me. Yeah, I heard it. I can't wait for the record to be transcribed. If they don't erase it, I think we've got that dumb asshole right on the record. If they don't erase it, then we can get the stupid moron off the case. Evelyn is looking triumphant and defiant, like she has just put her foot up somebody's butt. What the hell are you talking about, I want to know. Didn't you hear him? He said, right on the record, that he thought you were guilty. He admitted he was prejudiced right on the record. Didn't you hear him? I'm afraid I was otherwise occupied. What does it mean? It means we'll be able to get rid of his stupid ass. Anybody else is bound to be better. This judge is out to hang you, and he'll go to any limits to try and convict you. If we're forced to go to trial in front of him, I'm afraid the only shot we'll have is in an appeals court. I sure hope they don't erase the record. Evelyn and I sit there speculating on the chances of the record being changed. Evelyn thinks the judge is too dumb to even realize what he said. I am afraid that the judge will review the transcript and then have it changed. Evelyn thinks the judge is too racist and too arrogant to be worried about the record. It turns out that she is right. She files a motion, based on the transcript, to have the judge relieved from the case. After what seems like forever, the judge is removed and a new judge is assigned. But before I went to trial on this case, the powers that be decided that I must first be tried on a state kidnapping case in Brooklyn Supreme Court. I had been accused of kidnapping a drug dealer for ransom on December 28, 1972. Evelyn was my lawyer and there were two co-defendants. One was Rema Olugbala, Melvin Carney, a member of the Black Liberation Army and well known to me. The other co-defendant was a young brother by the name of Ronald Myers. The pre-trial motions were permeated by an aura of paranoia. Mine. No one I knew had ever heard of Ronald Myers, and no one understood why he had been targeted for this particular frame-up. In fact, I wondered if he was some kind of plant. It all seemed so strange. Finally, we had a joint conference, which was arranged by a court order. I asked Rema about Ronald Myers. Rema told me that as far as he was concerned, Ron was just a brother who happened to have the misfortune of being framed along with us, an unsuspecting victim. But everything in this case was so strange that I couldn't figure it out. A joint legal conference was arranged between Ronald Myers, his lawyer, a young black lawyer by the name of James Carroll, Evelyn, and me. Immediately upon seeing this brother, most of my suspicions disappeared. He was 19 but looked like he was about 16. He had a quiet, soft, honest manner that I didn't think any police agent could feign. He seemed to be just as perplexed and out of it as we were. As I listened to him talk, I felt a kind of motherly protectiveness toward him. We were revolutionaries, supposedly prepared for such things. For years we had been preaching about and denouncing pig conspiracies to kill and imprison black political activists. But looking at this soft-eyed young black man, the thing seemed that much more horrible. Those were very cynical days, and we had developed very cynical attitudes to deal with it all. We had become masters at telling bitter, angry jokes about justice and equality and democratic freedom. But seeing this brother awakened such a sense of righteous indignation in us so-called veterans that we were all bitten by a sudden burst of energy. I pored over the discovery material and the police records tirelessly. Rema was tense, mysterious, and determined in his manner. We knew that the state was out to get us and we were more determined than ever not to let them. The guards came and tore my cell apart. It was clear they were looking for something, standing on chairs, kneeling on all fours, they reminded me of bloodhound bitches. They seemed desperate. I tried to speculate on what they were looking for. One of the black guards, who was halfway decent, was looking funny at me. Another guard, who had always been hostile, looked smug. Shortly after they left my cell, I tried to hook up with the wire to see what was going on. Finally I got the news. Rema Olugbala was dead. He had plunged to his death while trying to escape from the Brooklyn house of detention. The makeshift rope that he was using to lower himself had broken. I felt too numb to do anything. Or say anything. Some of the sisters helped me piece my cage together. There was nothing to say. Another black man had died trying to be free. Everything was boiling up inside me. I had to do something, and most of my options seemed absurd. It wasn't what I would like to have done. It didn't say half of what I wanted to say. But I guess it was the best thing I could have done at the moment. I wrote a poem. For Rema Olugbala Youngblood. They think they killed you. But I saw you yesterday. Standing with your hands in your pockets. Waiting for the real deal to go down. I saw you smiling your fuck it smile, blood in your eyes. Your heart pumping freedom. Young blood. They think they killed you. But I saw you yesterday. In the playground. Black skin, sweaty, shiny. Hurling your ball bomb into the hoop. Right on target. Won't be no game next time. 'Cause you ain't hardly playing. They think they killed you. But I saw you yesterday. With your back against the wall. Muscles bulging against the chains. Eyes absorbing truth. Lips speaking it. Heart learning how to love. Head learning who to hate. Blood ready to flow. Towards freedom. Young blood. Young bloods ain't got no blood to waste. In no syringes, on no barroom floors. In no strange lands. Delaying other young blood's freedom. We don't need no tired blood. No anemic blood. No blood clots. In our new body. They think they killed you. But I saw you yesterday. All them young bloods. Musta gave you a transfusion. All that strong blood. Ally that rich blood. All that angry blood. Flowing through your veins. Toward tomorrow. The next time we went to court, I winced when I saw the empty chairs. Slouching listlessly, I thought about Rema, completely unaware of what was being said. There was talk about this hearing and that hearing and this motion and another, and none of them made the slightest sense to me. But Evelyn was on the case, letting nothing slide by, citing all of her objections for the record. I was bored to death, completely out of it, until the jury selection process began. There were two prosecutors, one exceedingly ugly lynch mob-looking fat guy and another thin, bearded wolfman-looking dude, rather on the young side. I don't even remember their names. The judge's name was William Thompson, and he was a black man, which surprised me. I guess they assigned the case to him because they were so sure we would be convicted, and they figured a black judge would, at least, give the illusion of justice. Thompson was somewhat of a character, who rarely sat up on the bench but constantly walked around the courtroom. While he clearly could not, by any stretch of the imagination, be accused of ruling in our favor, and his political career would certainly not have been helped by our being acquitted, nevertheless the courtroom did not have that out-and-out lynch mob atmosphere we usually encountered. The jury selection process really stood out in my mind. If anyone can write a book about how a black lawyer can pick a jury and eliminate hostile, racist, prejudiced jurors from the panel, then Evelyn is surely the one to write the book. I was fascinated as I watched her. She was all honey and pie as she started to voir dire the jurors. At first, almost all of the white jurors began by saying they had no prejudices. By the time Evelyn finished asking them questions, we learned they had no black friends or neighbors, would object to their children marrying a black person, or had referred to black people as niggers or some other derogatory name. After a while, many of the whites asked to be excused before Evelyn even asked them any questions. Most of them preferred to be excused rather than have their feelings toward black people, black militants, and Black Panthers questioned and explored. When you think about the fact that the average black defendant on trial gets to ask prospective jurors only a few perfunctory questions, you can see why so many black people end up in jail. Even with Evelyn putting everything she had into picking the jury, it was a long uphill struggle. But at the end, we managed to get 4 or 5 black people on the jury, a remarkable accomplishment anywhere in America, except for D.C. The prosecutor even had the nerve to ask for extra peremptory challenges so he could bump some of the jurors off the panel. The hardest thing in the world for me was to keep my mouth shut in the courtroom, to sit quietly and suffer silently. Evelyn, well aware of that fact, happily consented to my acting as CO counsel. Although she remained skeptical about my ability to cross-examine major witnesses, she agreed that it would be an excellent idea for me to make the opening statement. Finally, after days of writing under the dim nightlight in the cell, I delivered it. I was nervous as hell, since I have never liked speaking in public, but I tried my best to express to the jury some of what I was feeling. Judge Thompson, brothers and sisters, men and women of the jury. I have decided to act as CO counsel, and to make this opening statement, not because I have any illusions about my legal abilities, but, rather, because there are things that I must say to you. I have spent many days and nights behind bars thinking about this trial, this outrage. And in my own mind, only someone who has been so intimately a victim of this madness as I have can do justice to what I have to say. And if you think that I am nervous, your senses do not deceive you. It is only because I know that this moment can never be lived again and that so much depends on it. I have to read this opening statement to you because I am afraid that if I don't, I will forget half of what I have to say. Please try to bear with me. This will not be a conventional opening statement. First of all, because I am not a lawyer, and what has happened to me, and what has happened to Ronald Myers, does not exist in a vacuum. There are a long series of events and attitudes that led up to us being here. When we were sitting in this courtroom, during the jury selection process, I listened to Judge Thompson tell you about the American system of justice. He talked about the presumption of innocence, he talked about equality and justice. His words were like a beautiful dream in a beautiful world. But I have been awaiting trial for 2.5 years. And justice, in my eyesight, has not been the American dream. It has been the American nightmare. There was a time when I wanted to believe that there was justice in this country. But reality crashed through and shattered all my daydreams. While awaiting trial, I have earned a PhD in justice, or, rather, the lack of it. I sat next to a pregnant woman who was doing 90 days for taking a box of Pampers and watched on TV the pardoning of a president who had stolen millions of dollars and who had been responsible for the deaths of thousands of human beings. For what? For peace with honor? Nixon was pardoned without ever standing trial or being found guilty of a crime or spending one day in jail. Who else could commit some of the most horrendous, destructive crimes in history and get paid $200,000 tax dollars a year? Ford stated that he pardoned Nixon because Nixon's family had suffered enough. Well, what about thousands of families whose sons gave their lives in Vietnam? And what about the millions of people who have been sentenced at birth to poverty, to live like animals and work like dogs? What about the families who have sons and daughters in prison, who cannot afford bail or even lawyers for their children? Where is justice for them? What kind of justice is this? Where the poor go to prison and the rich go free? Where witnesses are rented, bought, or bribed? Where evidence is made or manufactured? Where people are tried not because of any criminal actions but because of their political beliefs? Where was the justice for men at Attica? Where was the justice for Medgar Evers, Fred Hampton, Clifford Glover? Where was the justice for the Rosenbergs? And where is the justice for the Native Americans who we so presumptuously call Indians? I am not on trial here because I am a criminal or because I have committed a crime. I have never been convicted of a crime in my life. Ronald Myers is not on trial because he has committed a crime. He was 19 years old when he turned himself in, after seeing his picture in the newspapers. He thought that the police would immediately see their mistake. I met Ronald Myers for the first time about 8 months ago in the lawyers' conference room. It was a strange meeting, something I hope I'll never have to go through again. I was shocked to see how young he was. And no matter what the outcome of this trial, I will always feel a bitterness about what has happened to Ronald Myers and what has happened to me. I do not think that it's just an accident that we are on trial here. This case is just another example of what has been going on in this country. Throughout America's history, people have been imprisoned because of their political beliefs and charged with criminal acts in order to justify that imprisonment. Those who dared to speak out against the injustices in this country, both black and white, have paid dearly for their courage, sometimes with their lives. Marcus Garvey, Stokely Carmichael, Angela Davis, the Rosenbergs, and Lolita Lebron were all charged with crimes because of their political beliefs. Martin Luther King went to jail countless times for leading nonviolent demonstrations. Why, you are probably asking yourself, would this government want to put me or Ronald Myers in jail? In my mind, the answer to that is very simple, for the same reason that this government has put everyone else in jail who spoke up for freedom, who said give me liberty or give me death. During the voir dire process, we asked you about the word militant. There was a reason for that. In the late 60s and the early 70s, this country was in an upheaval. There was a strong people's movement against the war, against racism, in the colleges, on the streets, and in the Black and Puerto Rican communities. This government, local police agencies, the FBI, and the CIA launched an all-out war against people they considered militants. We are only finding out now, because of investigations into the FBI and the CIA, how extensive and how criminal their methods were and still are. In the same way that witches were burned in Salem, this government went on a witch hunt for people they considered militant. Countless numbers of people were either killed or imprisoned. The Berrigans, the Chicago 7, the Panther 21, Bobby Seale, and thousands of anti-war demonstrators were all victims of this witch hunt justice. Maybe some of you are saying to yourselves, no government would do that. Well, all you have to do is check out for yourselves the history of this country and to look around and see what is going on today. All you have to do is ask yourselves, who controls the government? And who are the victims of that control? Since you have been in this courtroom, you have heard the name Black Liberation Army mentioned over and over. Those of you in the jury have been questioned as to what you have read or seen on television and what your opinions were about the BLA. Most of you have stated that you thought the Black Liberation Army was a militant organization. You have said that what you have read or heard has come from the establishmentarian media. The major TV and radio networks, The Times, The Post, and the Daily News. I have read the same articles that you have read. I have seen the same news programs that you have seen. When it comes to the media, I have learned to believe none of what I hear and half of what I see. But I can tell you, if I were just Jane Doe citizen and if I did not know better, I would have read those articles and come to the same conclusion, that Ancha Simard, Ronald Myers, and all other people called militants were a bunch of white-hating, cop-hating, gun-toting, crazed, fanatical maniacs fighting for some abstract, misguided cause. But 1% of the people in this country control 70% of the wealth. And it is that 1%, the heads of large corporations, who control the policies of the news media and determine what you and I hear on radio, read in the newspapers, see on television. It is more important for us to think about where the media gets its information. From the police department or from the prosecutor. No major newspaper or television station has ever asked my lawyers or myself one question concerning anything. People are tried and convicted in the newspapers and on television before they ever see a courtroom. A person who is accused of stealing a car becomes an international car theft ring. A man is accused of participating in a drunken brawl and the headlines read "Crazed Maniac Goes Berserk." During the 70s, the media created a front-page headline, guaranteed to sell newspapers, the Black Liberation Army. According to them, the BLA was everywhere. Almost every other thing that happened was attributed to the Black Liberation Army. Headlines that are sensational sell newspapers. The media shape public opinion and the results are often tragic. Before you were sworn as jurors, you were asked about your knowledge of what the Black Liberation Army is or what it stands for. However, most of you did say you believed that the Black Liberation Army was a militant organization. I would like to talk about that for a moment. The Black Liberation Army is not an organization, it goes beyond that. It is a concept, a people's movement, an idea. Many different people have said and done many different things in the name of the Black Liberation Army. The idea of a Black Liberation Army emerged from conditions in Black communities, conditions of poverty, indecent housing, massive unemployment, poor medical care, and inferior education. The idea came about because Black people are not free or equal in this country. Because 90% of the men and women in this country's prisons are Black and Third World. Because 10-year-old children are shot down in our streets. Because dope has saturated our communities, preying on the disillusionment and frustration of our children. The concept of the BLA arose because of the political, social, and economic oppression of Black people in this country. And where there is oppression, there will be resistance. The BLA is part of that resistance movement. The Black Liberation Army stands for freedom and justice for all people. While big corporations make huge, tax-free profits, taxes for the everyday working person skyrocket. While politicians take free trips around the world, those same politicians cut back food stamps for the poor. While politicians increase their salaries, millions of people are being laid off. This city is on the brink of bankruptcy, and yet hundreds of thousands of dollars are being spent on this trial. I do not understand a government so willing to spend millions of dollars on arms, to explore outer space, even the planet Jupiter, and at the same time close down daycare centers and fire stations. I have read the Declaration of Independence, and I have great admiration for this statement. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. That whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form, as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. These words are especially meaningful in the year of this country's bicentennial. I would like to help make this a better world for my daughter and for all the children of this world, for all the men and women of this world. But you understand that the Blat is not on trial here. I am on trial here. Ronald Myers is on trial here. And the charge is kidnapping and armed robbery, where the so-called victim is a drug pusher, a seller of heroin, a man called James Freeman. We live in New York, and it is impossible not to see the horror, the degradation, and the pain associated with heroin addiction. Most of you have seen the staggering numbers of young lives sucked into oblivion, into walking deaths by the use of drugs. Many of you have seen helpless mothers watch their children turn into nodding skeletons, whom they can no longer trust. And seen the dreams, the potential of a whole generation of youngsters drain away, down into the bottomless pit of a needle. And these victims also have their victims, the countless number of people who have been mugged, burglarized, and robbed by drug-made vampires, who care about nothing else but their poison. We will show you that James Freeman is a liar. We will show you that the other prosecution witnesses are all friends, relatives, lovers, or employees of James Freeman and that they are liars. You will see for yourself that they have conspired and that they have been coached. Men and women of the jury, human lives are serious matters. I have already told you that I have no faith in this system of justice, and, believe me, I don't. I have seen too much. If there was such a thing as justice, I wouldn't be here talking to you now. You have been chosen to be the representatives of justice. You and you alone. You have said that you could try this case on the basis of evidence. What I am saying now is not evidence. What the prosecutor says is not evidence. You may or may not agree with my political beliefs. They are not on trial here. I have only brought them up to help you understand the political and emotional context in which this case comes before you. Although this court considers us peers, many of you have had different backgrounds and different learning and life experiences. It is important that you understand some of those differences. I only ask that you listen carefully. I only ask that you listen, not only to what these witnesses say, but to how they say it. Our lives are no more precious or no less precious than yours. We ask only that you be as open and as fair as you would want us to be, were we sitting in the jury box determining your guilt or innocence. Our lives and the lives that surround us depend on your fairness. Thank you. As the prosecution began its case, one witness after the other took the stand. I don't remember how many there were, but they were a never-ending parade. The trial was a circus. The carefully planned, carefully rehearsed case of the FBI and local New York police began to fall apart from the moment the witnesses were cross-examined. The prosecution was so desperate to get a conviction in this case that they resorted to stupid, theatrical devices that backfired. One witness, also a drug dealer, hobbled up to the witness stand with the aid of a cane, looking like he was 2 steps from the grave. When asked about the source of his injuries, he stated that he had received them several years ago at the time of the kidnapping. Both he and the prosecutor must have forgotten that just a few days ago he had bebopped into the courtroom to pick me out in an identification hearing, looking perfectly healthy. Under cross-examination, he was forced to admit that he had entered the courtroom just a few days before without any visible limp and without the aid of his cane. He was the only witness who claimed he could positively identify me, because I had spent weekends at his house. But he didn't know the color of my eyes. The so-called major witness, James Freeman, the supposed victim, told a real tearjerker about his kidnapping and the forced ingestion of drugs during it. The prosecution had lightly glossed over the fact that Freeman was a convicted drug dealer. We knew he was connected with the FBI in some way, but it was not until he was cross-examined by James Carroll, Ronald Myers' lawyer, that the real picture of collusion between him and the FBI came out. Freeman testified that he was a paid informant for the FBI. When asked if he had been paid by the FBI to frame me, he said he couldn't talk about it. At the end of the People's case, our motions for a verdict of dismissal of the indictment were denied, and we put on our defense. Evelyn and Martha Pitts, a good friend of mine, were working around the clock. Since we could not afford to pay investigators, they did all the legwork. Martha, a registered nurse, investigated Freeman's claim of being drugged. Evelyn was running around like crazy after court was over looking for witnesses to testify. Most of it seemed futile to me, since I could not conceive of how one finds defense witnesses in a frame-up. By the time we called our first witness, Evelyn was looking smug and rubbing her hands together. "We've got their ass this time," she grinned. "They didn't use enough dirt to cover their tracks." And they didn't. Records subpoenaed from the State Liquor Authority proved that the bar was owned by someone else, not by the witness who had testified to be the owner. The real owner testified that he had closed the bar before the alleged kidnapping, that he had visited it every day during the period of time it had hosted the kidnapping, and had locked the door as he left and had given no one permission to use it. The bar had been closed for 1 year before the alleged crime. The irrefutable and obvious conclusion was that, in fact, there was no bar, no scene of the alleged crime, and, therefore, no crime. Subpoenaed medical records and expert medical testimony showed that Freeman's stomach contained only a couple of aspirin, hardly supporting his testimony that he had been drugged with some drugs he could not identify, which he had been forced to swallow and which had left him knocked out for several hours. Sure enough, on December 8, 1975, after 4 months of trial, the jury acquitted Ronald Myers and me. Chapter 12. When I entered Manhattan Community College, I fully intended to major in business administration and then graduate into a job in marketing or advertising. Instead, I took only one business course. History, psychology, and sociology interested me more than learning how to sell somebody something. I had truly lucked up. I had gone back to school at a time when struggle and activity were growing, when Black consciousness and nationalism were on the upswing. I had also lucked up on the school. Manhattan Community College had a very high percentage of Black and Third World students, more than 50%. The level of activity was high, both on campus and off. The Golden Drums, the Black organization on campus, whose president was a principled, disciplined brother named Henry Jackson, was pushing for more Black studies courses, Black teachers, programs more responsive to the needs of Black students, and cultural awareness. They gave all kinds of programs on African dancing, drawing, and more. By word of mouth or by the bulletin board, we were turned on to concerts, plays, poetry readings, etc. The Last Poets, a group of young Black poets, knocked me out. I had always thought of poetry in a European sense, but the Last Poets spoke in African rhythms, chanted to the beat of African drums, and talked about revolution. When we'd leave their place on 125th Street, I think it was called the Blue Gorilla, we'd be so excited and fired up we didn't even notice the long subway ride home. If I was running myself ragged before I went back to school, now I was flying. I was learning and changing every day. Even my image of myself was changing, as well as my concept of beauty. One day a friend asked me why I didn't wear my hair in an afro, natural. The thought had honestly never occurred to me. In those days, there weren't too many afros on the set. But the more I thought about it, the better it sounded. I had always hated frying my hair, burnt ears, a smoky straightening, and the stink of your own hair burning. How many nights had I spent trying to sleep on curlers, bound with scarves that cut into my head like a tourniquet. Afraid to go to the beach, afraid to walk in the rain, afraid to make passionate love on hot summer nights if I had to get up and go to work in the morning. Afraid my hair would go back. Back to where? Back to the devil or Africa. The permanent was even worse, trying to sit calmly while lie was eating its way into my brain. Clumps of hair falling out. The hair on your head feeling like someone else's. And then I became aware of a whole new generation of black women hiding under wigs. Ashamed of their hair if they had any left. It was sad and disgusting. At the time, my hair was conked, but the hairdresser said it was relaxed. To make it natural, I literally had to cut the conk off. I cut it myself and then stood under the shower for hours melting the conk out. At last, my hair was free. On the subway the next day, people stared at me, but my friends at school were supportive and encouraging. People are right when they say it's not what you have on your head but what you have in it. You can be a revolutionary thinking person and have your hair fried up. And you can have an afro and be a traitor to black people. But for me, how you dress and how you look have always reflected what you have to say about yourself. When you wear your hair a certain way or when you wear a certain type of clothes, you are making a statement about yourself. When you go through all your life processing and abusing your hair so it will look like the hair of another race of people, then you are making a statement and the statement is clear. I don't care if it's the curly conk, latex locks, or whatever, you're making a statement. It was a matter of simple statement for me. This is who I am and this is how I like to look. This is what I think is beautiful. You can spend a lifetime discovering African-style hairdresses, there are so many of them, and so many creative, natural styles yet to be invented. For me, it was important not just because of how good it made me feel but because of the world in which I lived. In a country that is trying to completely negate the image of black people, that constantly tells us we are nothing, our culture is nothing, I felt and still feel that we have got to constantly make positive statements about ourselves. Our desire to be free has got to manifest itself in everything we are and do. We have accepted too much of a negative lifestyle and a negative culture and have to consciously act to rid ourselves of that negative influence. Maybe in another time, when everybody is equal and free, it won't matter how anybody wears their hair or dresses or looks. Then there won't be any oppressors to mimic or avoid mimicking. But right now I think it's important for us to look and feel like strong, proud black men and women who are looking toward Africa for guidance. I wasn't in school but a hot minute when a brother in my math class told me about the golden drums. After a couple of meetings I was hooked. They addressed me as sister, were glad to see me at meetings, worried about how I was making out in school, and were really concerned about me as a person. The subject of one of the many lectures scheduled by the drums was about a slave who had plotted and planned and fought for his freedom. Right here in America. Until then my only knowledge of the history of Africans in America was about George Washington Carver making experiments with peanuts and about the Underground Railroad. Harriet Tubman had always been my heroine, and she had symbolized everything that was black resistance for me. But it had never occurred to me that hundreds of black people had got together to fight for their freedom. The day I found out about Nat Turner I was affected so strongly it was physical. I was so souped up on adrenaline I could barely contain myself. I tore through every book my mother had. Nowhere could I find the name Nat Turner. I had grown up believing the slaves hadn't fought back. I remember feeling ashamed when they talked about slavery in school. The teachers made it seem that black people had nothing to do with the official emancipation from slavery. White people had freed us. You couldn't catch me without a book in my hand after that. I read everything from J. A. Rogers to Julius Lester. From Sonia Sanchez to Hakima Tobudi, Don L. Lee. I saw plays by black playwrights like Amory Baraka and Ed Bullins. It was amazing. A whole new world opened up to me. I was also meeting a lot of sisters and brothers whose level of consciousness was much higher than mine, black people who had gained knowledge not only by reading but by participating in the struggle, who talked about Denmark Vesey, Gabriel Prosser, Sink, as well as Nat Turner, because they had gone out of their way to learn about our history and our struggle. Many of us have misconceptions about black history in America. What we are taught in the public school system is usually inaccurate, distorted, and packed full of outright lies. Among the most common lies are that Lincoln freed the slaves, that the Civil War was fought to free the slaves, and that the history of black people in America has consisted of slow but steady progress, that things have gotten better, bit by bit. Belief in these myths can cause us to make serious mistakes in analyzing our current situation and in planning future action. Abraham Lincoln was in no way whatsoever a friend of black people. He had little concern for our plight. In his famous reply to editor Horace Greeley in August 1862, he openly stated, "My paramount objective in this struggle is to save the Union, and is not either to save or destroy slavery. If I could save the Union without freeing any slave, I would do it, and if I could save it by freeing some and leaving others alone, I would also do that." Lincoln was elected president in 1860. Immediately afterward, South Carolina had a convention and unanimously voted to withdraw from the Union. Before he had even been inaugurated, Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas followed suit. In his inaugural speech on March 4, 1861, Lincoln said that slavery was legal under the Constitution and that he had no right and no intention to abolish slavery. He further promised to enforce the Fugitive Slave Act, which permitted Southern slave owners to reclaim their escaped slaves in northern states. What the law actually did was give any white man with a certificate of ownership the right to kidnap any free black man, woman, or child in the North and force them into slavery. Because of this position, Lincoln received a great deal of criticism from black abolitionists. Ford Douglass, a runaway slave who accompanied Frederick Douglass on his anti-slavery tours in the West, blasted Lincoln's position, saying, "In regard to the repeal of the fugitive slave law, Abraham Lincoln occupies the same position that the old Whig Party occupied in 1852. Here, then, is Abraham Lincoln in favor of carrying out that infamous fugitive slave law, that not only strikes down the liberty of every black man in the United States, but virtually the liberty of every white man as well, for, under that law, there is not a man in this presence who might not be arrested today upon the simple testimony of one man, and, after an ex parte trial, hurried off to slavery and to chains." On April 12, 1861, Southern troops fired on Fort Sumter, South Carolina, thus starting the Civil War. The response of the Northerners was electrifying. Millions who had been indifferent or lukewarm to the secession of the South jumped on the bandwagon to defend the Union. But the enthusiasm was short-lived. They already viewed black workers in the North as competitors for their jobs, and the white Northerners, for fear of losing even more jobs to the blacks, refused to enlist in sufficient numbers for the North to win the war. When the draft law was enacted, tens of thousands of white workers in New York City took to the streets and brutally beat and murdered every black person they could find. It has been estimated that between 400 and 1,000 blacks were killed as a result of the so-called New York draft law riots. Draft riots and the murder of blacks also took place in other northern cities. Lincoln had originally opposed blacks fighting in the Civil War, stating, "I admit that slavery is at the root of the rebellion, and at least its sine qua non. I will also concede that emancipation would help us in Europe. I grant, further, that it would help somewhat at the North, though not so much, I fear, as you and those you represent imagine. And then, unquestionably, it would weaken the rebels by drawing off their laborers, which is of great importance, but I am not so sure we could do much with the blacks. If we were to arm them, I fear that in a few weeks the arms would be in the hand of the rebels." History of the Negro Race in America, Volume 2, p. 265. Northern whites were more than happy at the prospect of black people fighting in the war. A popular verse published in the newspapers of the day reflected the sentiment of many Northerners. "Some say it is a burnin' shame to make the Negroes fight, and that the trade o' bane kilt belongs but to the white. But as for me upon me sowl, so liberal are we here, I'll let Samba be murthered in place o' meself, on every day in the year." It was not until 1863 that Lincoln in fact issued the Emancipation Proclamation. But the document had very little immediate effect. It freed slaves only in the Confederate States, the slaves and states loyal to the Union remained slaves. Lincoln clearly did not believe black people could live in the U.S. as equal citizens. In the Lincoln-Douglas debates, he stated, "If all earthly power were given to me, I should not know what to do as to the existing institution. My first impulse would be to free all the slaves and send them to Liberia to their own native land. But a moment's reflection would convince me that, whatever of high hope there may be in this, in the long run its sudden execution is impossible. What then? Free them all and keep them among us as underlings? It is quite certain that this betters their condition? I think I would not hold one in slavery at any rate, yet the point is not clear enough for me to denounce people upon. What next? Free them and make them politically and socially our equals? My own feelings will not admit of this, and, if mine would, we well know that those of the great mass of whites will not." Lincoln was a firm believer in the massive exportation of black people anywhere. In 1865, at the end of the war, he asked General Butler to explore the possibility of using the Navy to remove black people to Haiti or to other areas in the Caribbean and South America. It's also important to understand that the Civil War was not fought to free the slaves. It was a war between two economic systems, a war for power and control of the U.S. by two separate factions of the ruling class, rich, white Southern slave owners and rich, white Northern industrialists. The battle was between a plantation slave economy and an industrial manufacturing economy. An industrial revolution was taking place in the years before the Civil War. Inventions such as the cotton gin, the telegraph, steamships, and steam trains completely changed methods of manufacturing, transportation, mining, communications, agriculture, and trade. The amount of goods produced was no longer determined by the number of people working in the process but by the capacity of the machines. America was no longer a country that produced raw materials for the manufacturing nations in Europe. By 1860, the census reports that 1,385,000 people were employed in manufacturing and that 1/6 of the whole population was directly supported by manufacturing. The number was much higher when clerks, transportation workers, and merchants were added. As manufacturing centers began to grow, European immigrants were imported as a source of cheap labor. More than 5 million entered the U.S. between 1820 and 1860. Although the South had many cotton mills functioning, the factories were small and their numbers grew slowly. In 1850, the value of manufactured goods produced in the northern free states was 4 times the output of the southern slave states. And with the rise of industry came the rise of economic crisis and the threat of industrial collapse. Even though there had been economic crises in the past, people had generally lived on farms and the economic depressions didn't create such a great hardship for the masses. But with many people living in cities, economic crises meant unemployment and no way to pay for food, clothing, and shelter. The first big crash came in 1825, followed by further depressions in 1829, 1837, 1847, and a severe depression in 1856. The recession in 1857 almost completely destroyed the early labor movement. The poverty in northern and southern cities was staggering. Rags, filth, squalor, hunger, and misery were words used to describe the ghettos of the 1800s. To solve the problems in industrial cities, many called for reforms such as the abolition of debtors' prison, an end to the laws that kept white men who did not own property from voting, free education, the right to strike, an end to child labor, establishment of a 10-hour workday, and granting of land in the West to poor people in the cities. Big business proposed the expansion of capitalism and industry to other parts of the country. And this was where Northern capitalists clashed with Southern slave owners. Northern capitalists wanted new states to enter the Union as free states. Slave owners wanted new states to enter as slave states. To maintain a balance of power, the North and the South had entered into several compromises. The main one was the Missouri Compromise. Northern capitalists were afraid slave owners would open factories and produce goods more cheaply because they didn't have to pay for labor. White workers were afraid of losing their jobs because of slavery. Southern plantation owners, of course, wanted the system of slavery to expand across the country. All the differences between the North and the South were economic, not moral. For capitalists to control the economy and the political system, the slave system had to be defeated. In 1856, the newborn Republican Party ran Abraham Lincoln, a former Whig, as their first presidential candidate. He lost. In 1860, he ran again with a strong, three-point platform. 1. To shut slavery out of the territories. 2. To establish large protective tariffs. 3. To enact a homestead law giving a medium-size farm free to anyone willing to till the land. The platform was designed to appeal to rich Northern capitalists, poor white laborers, farmers, and abolitionists. For only a tiny portion of the population was the abolition of slavery a moral issue, and the overwhelming majority of the white people who supported the abolition of slavery or who fought in the Union's army did so because they believed it was in their interests, not for love or concern for black people. I was gradually becoming more active. I began to control my life. Before going back to college, I knew I didn't want to be an intellectual, spending my life in books and libraries without knowing what the hell was going on in the streets. Theory without practice is just as incomplete as practice without theory. The two have to go together. I was determined to do both. The major way I got hip to things was by listening to people. The black students going to Manhattan Community College belonged to every type of organization. There were black Muslims, Garveyets, Malcolm X's Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU, members of various community and cultural organizations, and a few who were young Turks of the NAACP. We got together and talked about everything under the sun. I did a whole lot more listening than talking, but I asked questions about anything I didn't understand. Sometimes the discussions and debates got so heated that they lasted until 11 o'clock, when night school ended and the building was being closed up. One of the first organizations I checked out was a Garveyet group that had a big hall on 125th Street. I had just read a book on Marcus Garvey. In fact, I had only recently learned he existed. It was a shame. Here he had headed up one of the strongest movements of black people in America and I hadn't heard about him until I was grown. One of the brothers who was studying there invited me to a meeting. The meeting was upstairs. There seemed to be hundreds of chairs in the room. I arrived a little early and hardly anyone was there. I spotted the brother who had invited me, and he introduced me to the 10 or 15 people already there. We sat around in a little group talking and waiting for the others to arrive. They never came. It was obvious that everyone knew each other and had been coming to these meetings for a long time. After a while, a speaker climbed the podium. He welcomed me to the meeting, then gave an impassioned speech. One after another got up and gave speeches as if they were talking to a roomful of people. The others applauded loudly. I felt sad. They were such nice people, and so sincere, but their circle had grown so small they were reduced to giving speeches to each other. No movement can survive unless it is constantly growing and changing with the times. If it isn't growing, it's stagnant, and without the support of the people, no movement for liberation can exist, no matter how correct its analysis of the situation is. That's why political work and organizing are so important. Unless you are addressing the issues people are concerned about and contributing positive direction, they'll never support you. The first thing the enemy tries to do is isolate revolutionaries from the masses of people, making us horrible and hideous monsters so that our people will hate us. All we usually hear about are the so-called responsible leaders, the ones who are responsible to our oppressors. In the same way that we don't hear about a fraction of the black men and women who have struggled hard and tirelessly throughout our history, we don't hear about our heroes of today. The schools we go to are reflections of the society that created them. Nobody is going to give you the education you need to overthrow them. Nobody is going to teach you your true history, teach you your true heroes, if they know that that knowledge will help set you free. Schools in America are interested in brainwashing people with Americanism, giving them a little bit of education, and training them in skills needed to fill the positions the capitalist system requires. As long as we expect America's schools to educate us, we will remain ignorant. The parents in the Ocean Hill-Brownsville section of Brooklyn, like black parents all around New York at that time, were pushing for control of the schools in their communities. They wanted a say in what their children were taught, in how their schools were run, and in who was teaching their children. They wanted the local school boards to have hiring and firing power over teachers in their districts, but the city's Board of Education and the American Federation of Teachers were against them. A whole bunch of us from Manhattan Community College loaded on the subway and took the train out to a demonstration called by the Ocean Hill-Brownsville parents. As soon as we got off the train we ran into some students from CCNY. It seemed like the whole train had been heading for the demonstration, and it was just the kind of demonstration I like. An energetic sea of black faces. Proud, alive, angry, disciplined, upbeat, and, most of all, with that sisterly, brotherly kinship I loved. Several of the parents spoke to the crowd, along with the black principal the parents had insisted on hiring. A black teacher, head wrapped in a ghillie, talked about the importance of black people controlling our schools. She made sweeping gestures with her bangled arms as she spoke. Everybody dug what she said. We were all high on the atmosphere. It seemed like a kinetic dance was boogieing in the air. When it was over, I hated to go home. There aren't too many experiences that give you that good, satisfied feeling, that make you feel so clean and refreshed, as when you are fighting for your freedom. Most of us felt that taking control of our neighborhoods was the first step toward liberation. We sat in the subway station tripping. When a train did come, we just let it pass. First we would take control of the schools, then we would take control of the hospitals, then we would take control of the colleges, the housing, etc., etc. We would have community-controlled employment, welfare centers, and city, state, and federal agencies. Hold on for a minute, somebody said. Where are y'all gonna get the money to run all that stuff? We'll take community control of the banks, someone else answered. You'd better take control of the army, too, because those banks aren't gonna just let you take their money lying down. We'll take control of the political institutions in our community. Then we'll take control of the congressional seats, the Senate seats, the city council seats, the mayor's office, and every other office that we can take control of. We'll take control of the political offices so we can allocate money to the people who need it. Y'all just wishing and hoping, someone said. You can control the social institutions and the political institutions, but unless you control the economic and military institutions, you can only go but so far. Everybody just sort of got quiet, thinking. Well, what are we supposed to do, then? Just sit back and do nothing. Fighting for community control is just the first step. It can only go so far. What you need is a revolution. Everybody started talking about what the brother had said. We were all confused, but we were all enthused. That was the one thing I dug about those days. We were alive and we were excited and we believed that we were going to be free someday. For us, it wasn't a matter of whether or not. It was a question of how. We always started out talking about reform and ended up talking about revolution. If you were talking about anything except a few little jive crumbs here and there, reform was just not going to get it. I was long past the day when I thought that reform could possibly work, but revolution was a big question mark. I believed, with all my heart, that it was possible. But the question was how. I had heard a lot about the Republic of New Africa and had promised myself to check it out. The Provisional Government of the Republic of New Africa advocated the establishment of a separate black nation within the U.S., to be made up of what is now South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana. At the time, I thought the group was kind of wild and far out, but I got a good feeling being around them and the idea of a black nation appealed to me. The first time I attended a Republic of New Africa event, I drank in the atmosphere and enjoyed the easy audacity of it all. The surroundings were gay and carnival-like. A group of brothers were pounding out Watusi, Zulu, and Yoruba messages on the drums. Groups of sisters and brothers danced to motherland rhythms until their skins were glazed with sweat. Speeches were woven between songs and poems. Vibrant sisters and brothers with big afros and flowing African garments strolled proudly up and down the aisles. Bald-headed brothers, wearing combat boots and military uniforms with leopard skin epaulets, stood around with their arms folded, looking dangerous. Little girls running and laughing, their heads wrapped with gales, tiny little boys wearing tiny little dashikis. People calling each other names like Jamal, Malik, Kisha, or Aisha. Sandalwood and coconut incense floated through the air. Red, black, and green flags hung from the rafters alongside posters of Malcolm and Marcus Garvey. Serious-looking young men, wearing jeans and green army field jackets, passed out leaflets. Exotic-looking sisters and brothers, decked out in red, black, and green, sat behind felt-covered tables and sold incense, bead earrings, and an assortment of other items. "Peace, sister," a voice said. "Do you want to be a citizen?" "What?" I asked, without the slightest notion of what she was talking about. "A citizen," she repeated. "Do you want to be a citizen of the Republic of New Africa?" "How do I become a citizen?" "Easy. Just sign your name in the citizen's book. That's all." "Yet. You want a name?" "A name?" "Yeah, sister, a name. If you want an African name, just ask that brother over there to give you one." The brother she pointed out was wearing a long hubba with matching pants and a matching fez-type hat. He was wearing various necklaces made of beads, bones, shells, and pieces of wood. His left ear was pierced and his face was strained in concentration, the veins in his forehead throbbing. Without giving it a second thought, I went over to have my name changed. The brother looked at me, asked me a couple of questions which I don't remember, and then began shaking a container furiously. He hurled out the contents, which turned out to be shells, onto a soft cloth. After a long, concentrated stare at the shells and after glancing back and forth at me, the brother decided that my name was Ibumi Oladely. He spelled the name out to me as I wrote it down, then I hurried over to the sisters' table and became a citizen of the Republic of New Africa. Ibumi Oladely. I liked the way it sounded. Soft and musical, kinda happy sounding. I filed my new name away in my pocketbook and continued sucking in the atmosphere, tripping out on the idea of a black nation in Babylon, a nation of black people smack dab in the middle of the belly of the beast. Imagining black youth flourishing and being nourished in black schools, taught by teachers who loved them and who taught them to love themselves. Controlling their lives, their institutions, working together to build a humane society, ending the long legacy of suffering black people have endured at the hands of America. My mind spaced out on the idea and in a minute I was imagining red, black, and green buses, apartment buildings with African motifs, black television shows, and movies that reflected the real quality of black life rather than the real quality of white racism. I imagined everything from cities called Malcolmville and New Lumumba to a reception for revolutionary leaders around the world at the Black House. Sure enough, I liked the idea of a black nation, but I didn't give it any serious consideration as a possible solution. Back then, the idea just seemed too far-fetched. I guess, at the time, having an African name seemed a little far-fetched, too. I told my friends about the name, talked about it for a few days, and then promptly forgot about it. It wasn't until years later after college and more revolutionary activism and marriage that I began to seriously think about changing my name. The name Joanne began to irk my nerves. I had changed a lot and moved to a different beat, felt like a different person. It sounded so strange when people called me Joanne. It really had nothing to do with me. I didn't feel like no Joanne, or no Negro, or no American. I felt like an African woman. From the time I picked my hair out in the morning to the time I slipped off to sleep with Mingus in the background, I felt like an African woman and rejoiced in it. My big, abstract black and white ink blot-looking painting was replaced by paintings of black people and revolutionary posters. My life became an African life, my surroundings took on an African flavor, my spirit took on an African glow. From the paintings on my walls to the big, fat pillows on my floor, from the incense burning in the air to the music dancing through the rooms, my whole life was moving to African rhythms. My mind, heart, and soul had gone back to Africa, but my name was still stranded in Europe somewhere. Joanne was bad enough, but at least my mother had given it to me. As for Chisimard, well, I could only come to one conclusion. Somebody named Chisimard had been the slave master of my ex-husband's ancestors. Chisimard, like most other last names black people use today, was derived from Massa. Black folks went from being Mr. Johnson's Mary and Mr. Jackson's Paul to being Mary Johnson and Paul Jackson. Sometimes, before dozing off to sleep, I would lie in bed and think about it, wondering how many slaves Chisimard had owned in Martinique and how often he beat them. I would stare up at the ceiling wondering how many black women Chisimard had raped, how many black babies he had fathered, and how many black people he had been responsible for killing. So the name finally had to go. I thought about Abumi Oladli, but there was one problem. I didn't know what the name meant. My new name had to mean something really special to me. At the time, there were little pamphlets being put out listing names and their meanings, but I had a hard time finding one I liked. A lot of the names had to do with flowers or songs or birds or other things like that. Others meant born on Thursday, faithful, loyal, or even things like tears, or little fool, or one who giggles. The women's names were nothing like the men's names, which meant things like strong, warrior, man of iron, brave, etc. I wanted a name that had something to do with struggle, something to do with the liberation of our people. I decided on Assata Ulugbala Shakur. Assata means she who struggles, Ulugbala means love for the people, and I took the name Shakur out of respect for Zaid and Zaid's family. Shakur means the thankful. At first, the Golden Drums Society concentrated its efforts on black culture and history. But after a while we started to examine our role as students. We didn't want to be tape recorders, recording whatever information, facts, lies they gave us and then playing them all back during examinations. We began to talk about an education that was relevant to us as black people, that we could take back to our communities. We didn't want to learn Latin or classical Greek. We wanted to learn things that we could use to help free our people. One of our first struggles centered on student government. Most of us were from working class or poor families and we wanted a student government that was responsive to what we needed. We didn't need a student government that was brown-nosing the administration in return for favors and good grades. We wanted a student government that supported a Black Studies program, more black faculty members, and other black causes. As a result, the Golden Drum Society and the Students for Democratic Society, SDS, ran a joint ticket and won by a landslide. It soon became evident that having control of the student government wasn't enough. It had no real power. We would pass resolutions and come up with proposals, which the administration would promptly deny. The only power we had was over the student government budget. Instead of inviting reactionary scholars or politicians to speak, we invited the Young Lords or the Black Panther Party or some other group who was saying something relevant. One of our proposals was for students to work during the summer in remedial programs to improve the level of kids who had trouble with reading and math. Our idea was to have a few kids assigned to each student teacher. In that way, each one would receive the individual attention he or she needed. The academic curriculum was to be supplemented with courses that would enhance the students' sense of self-worth and give them more of a sense of their history. Student teachers would work with parents, visit the kids' homes, and create a kind of day camp by offering sports, trips, crafts, etc. Several of the black faculty members helped us with the proposal. As soon as it was submitted, it was rejected. The administration claimed there was no money. A small investigation into finances, aided by some concerned black and white faculty members, revealed that the president of the college was living in a house rent-free, that taxpayers were also providing him with chauffeur and maid services, and that student fees, which had not been spent in previous years, were being invested on the stock market. A rather strange financial picture was emerging. After we made some of our investigation results known to the administration, we were informed that the money for the project had been found. As a student teacher, I taught reading and math in the morning and arts and crafts in the afternoon. The morning classes were tiny, while the afternoon classes were larger, combining various morning groups. The curriculum included Black history, dancing and drumming, physical education, arts and crafts, in addition to reading and math. There was an excursion every Friday afternoon. My mother thought my teaching reading and writing was a joke. My spelling is terrible, and my skills in mathematics are limited to 2 and 2 equaling 4. To prepare myself for the day's lesson, I had to study just as hard as the kids. My students shocked the hell out of me. Through conversation, it was obvious just how bright they were, yet they scored way below their grade levels in reading and math. There was such a big contradiction between the intelligence they exhibited in class and their test scores that I didn't know where to begin. The books we had to work with were Reader's Digest-like textbooks that I couldn't even imagine using. I didn't even want to read those things, and I knew sure as hell that my students wouldn't want to use them. So every day, I took the vocabulary out of those books and wrote a little story, something I thought the students would find interesting, typed it on a stencil, and ran it off. I brought all kinds of books to school for them to read, and as long as they found the books interesting, those students would read until the cows came home. I was learning just as much as the kids. I found it oppressive playing teacher all the time, so every day I rotated the thing around. Everybody got to be teacher for a while. It was also great for discipline, since if somebody acted up in your class, you were free to act up in theirs. Nobody wanted people to act up in their class, so everyone was more or less cool. In order to teach, each one of us had to prepare our lesson and know what we were talking about. One of the boys in the class worked so hard on his lessons that he would just lay me out. I don't know where he is now or what he's doing, but if he isn't a teacher, it's a damn shame, because he would have been a great one. He would cut out pictures and even make up math games for us to play. My class in the afternoon was usually exhausting. Clay, paint, papier-mâché over everything and everyone, especially me. The first days of that class I wanted to do nothing but go somewhere and have a good cry. On the first day of the arts and crafts class I had nothing really prepared, so I asked everyone to draw themselves. When I looked at the drawings I felt faint. All of the students were black, yet the drawings depicted a lot of blonde-haired, blue-eyed little white children. I was horrified. I went home and ransacked every magazine I could find with pictures of black people. I came in early the next day and plastered the walls with pictures of black people. We talked about what was beautiful. We talked about all the different kinds of beauty in the world and about all the different kinds of flowers in the world. And then we talked about the different kinds of beauty that people have and about the beauty of black people. We talked about our lips and our noses. We made African masks out of clay and papier-mâché, made African sculptures, painted pictures of black people, of black neighborhoods. Over the summer I felt the classroom changing. The kids were changing and so was I. We were feeling good about ourselves and feeling good about being with each other. I was so involved in working at the school that I had time for little else. If one of the students didn't come to school, I was at his or her house that very day wanting to know why. I would go home and spend hours rewriting some story or preparing for the next day. Half the time my mother would find me asleep with a book in my hands and all the lights on. I loved working with the kids, and I loved teaching. My mother helped me quite a lot and we grew closer than we had ever been before. I thought about becoming a teacher but decided against it. For the first time, I became aware of what my mother had been going through all those years trying to teach in New York schools. Most of these principals are caught up in bureaucracy and they force the teachers to be caught up in it too. They care more about what the teachers have written in their plan books than what they are actually teaching in the class. My mother was working in an environment where white teachers often showed a hostile, condescending attitude toward black children and where some teachers thought of themselves as zookeepers rather than teachers. As much as I loved working with kids, I knew that I could never participate in the Board of Education kind of teaching. I wasn't teaching no black children to say the Pledge of Allegiance or to think George Washington was great or any other such bullshit. That fall, the level of activity on campus surpassed anything that we had dreamed of. Large numbers of students became involved in the anti-war movement. It seemed that there was no time to catch up with all of the things that were happening. I would be at the construction workers' demonstration one day and then marching with the welfare mothers the next. We got down with everything: rent strikes, sit-ins, the takeover of the Harlem State Office building, whatever it was. If we agreed with it, we would try to give active support in some way. The more active I became, the more I liked it. It was like medicine, making me well, making me whole. I was home. For the first time, my life felt like it had some real meaning. Everywhere I turned, black people were struggling, Puerto Ricans were struggling. It was beautiful. I love black people, I don't care what they are doing, but when black people are struggling, that's when they are most beautiful to me. As usual, I was speeding. My energy just couldn't stop dancing. I was caught up in the music of struggle, and I wanted to dance. I was never bored and never lonely, and the brothers and sisters who became my friends were so beautiful to me. I would mention their names, but the way things are today, I'd only be sending the FBI or the CIA to their doors. There were a lot of communist groups on campus. I had no idea at the time that there were so many different kinds of communists and socialists. I had been so brainwashed I had thought that all communists were the same, that there were Marxists, Leninists, Maoists, Trotskyites, etc. Most of the so-called communists I met weren't in any party at all, but just related to the philosophy of communism. Most followed very different political lines and policies, and it was difficult for them to sit down and agree on the time of day, much less hatch up some communist plot. I was surprised to learn that there were all different types of capitalist countries and different types of communist countries. I had heard communist bloc and behind the Iron Curtain so much in the media, that I had naturally formed the impression that these countries were all the same. Although they are all socialist, East Germany, Bulgaria, Cuba, and North Korea are as different as night and day. All of them have different histories, different cultures, and different ways of applying the socialist theory, although they have the same economic and similar political systems. It has never ceased to amaze me how so many people can be tricked into hating people who have never done them any harm. You simply mention the word communist and a lot of these red, white, and blue fools are ready to kill. I wasn't against communism, but I can't say I was for it either. At first, I viewed it suspiciously, as some kind of white man's concoction, until I read works by African revolutionaries and studied the African liberation movements. Revolutionaries in Africa understood that the question of African liberation was not just a question of race, that even if they managed to get rid of the white colonialists, if they didn't rid themselves of the capitalistic economic structure, the white colonialists would simply be replaced by black neo-colonialists. There was not a single liberation movement in Africa that was not fighting for socialism. In fact, there was not a single liberation movement in the whole world that was fighting for capitalism. The whole thing boiled down to a simple equation: anything that has any kind of value is made, mined, grown, produced, and processed by working people. So why shouldn't working people collectively own that wealth? Why shouldn't working people own and control their own resources? Capitalism meant that rich businessmen owned the wealth, while socialism meant that the people who made the wealth owned it. I got into heated arguments with sisters or brothers who claimed that the oppression of black people was only a question of race. I argued that there were black oppressors as well as white ones. That's why you've got blacks who support Nixon or Reagan or other conservatives. Black folks with money have always tended to support candidates who they believed would protect their financial interests. As far as I was concerned, it didn't take too much brains to figure out that black people are oppressed because of class as well as race, because we are poor and because we are black. It would burn me up every time somebody talked about black people climbing the ladder of success. Anytime you're talking about a ladder, you're talking about a top and a bottom, an upper class and a lower class, a rich class and a poor class. As long as you've got a system with a top and a bottom, black people are always going to wind up at the bottom, because we're the easiest to discriminate against. That's why I couldn't see fighting within the system. Both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are controlled by millionaires. They are interested in holding on to their power, while I was interested in taking it away. They were interested in supporting fascist dictatorships in South and Central America, while I wanted to see them overthrown. They were interested in supporting racist, fascist regimes in Africa while I was interested in seeing them overthrown. They were interested in defeating the Viet Cong and I was interested in seeing them win their liberation. A poster of the massacre at My Lai, picturing women and children lying clumped together in a heap, their bodies riddled with bullets, hung on my wall as a daily reminder of the brutality in the world. Manhattan Community College had not one course on Puerto Rican history. The Puerto Rican sisters and brothers who knew what was happening became our teachers. I had hung out all my life with Puerto Ricans, and I didn't even know Puerto Rico was a colony. They told us of the long and valiant struggle against the first Spanish colonizers and then, later, against the U.S. government and about their revolutionary heroes, the Puerto Rican five Lolita Lebrón, Rafael Miranda, Andrés Cordero, Irving Flores, and Oscar Collazo, each of whom had spent more than a quarter of a century behind bars fighting for the independence of Puerto Rico. Once you understand something about the history of a people, their heroes, their hardships, and their sacrifices, it's easier to struggle with them, to support their struggle. For a lot of people in this country, people who live in other places have no faces. And this is the way the US government wants it to be. They figure that as long as the people have no faces and the country has no form, Americans will not protest when they send in the Marines to wipe them out. I had begun to think of myself as a socialist, but I could not in any way see myself joining any of the socialist groups I came in contact with. I loved to listen to them, learn from them, and argue with them, but there was no way in the world I could see myself becoming a member. For one thing, I could not stand the condescending, paternalistic attitudes of some of the white people in those groups. Some of the older members thought that because they had been in the struggle for socialism for a long time, they knew all the answers to the problems of black people and all the aspects of the black liberation struggle. I couldn't relate to the idea of the Great White Father on earth any more than I could relate to the Great White Father up in the sky. I was willing and ready to learn everything I could from them, but I damn sure was not ready to accept them as leaders of the black liberation struggle. A few thought that they had a monopoly on Marx and acted like the only experts in the world on socialism came from Europe. In many instances they downgraded the theoretical and practical contributions of Third World revolutionaries like Fidel Castro, Ho Chi Minh, Agustino Neto, and other leaders of liberation movements in the Third World. Another thing that went against my grain was the arrogance and dogmatism I encountered in some of these groups. A member of one group told me that if I was really concerned about the liberation of black people I should quit school and get a job in a factory, that if I wanted to get rid of the system I would have to work at a factory and organize the workers. When I asked him why he wasn't working in a factory and organizing the workers, he told me that he was staying in school in order to organize the students. I told him I was working to organize the students too and that I felt perfectly certain that the workers could organize themselves without any college students doing it for them. Some of these groups would come up with abstract, intellectual theories, totally devoid of practical application, and swear they had the answers to the problems of the world. They attacked the Vietnamese for participating in the Paris peace talks, claiming that by negotiating the Viet Cong were selling out to the US. I think they got insulted when I asked them how a group of flabby white boys who couldn't fight their way out of a paper bag had the nerve to think they could tell the Vietnamese people how to run their show. Arrogance was one of the key factors that kept the white left so factionalized. I felt that instead of fighting together against a common enemy, they wasted time quarreling with each other about who had the right line. Although I respected the work and political positions of many groups on the left, I felt it was necessary for black people to come together to organize our own structures in our own revolutionary political party. Friendship is based on respect. As long as much of the white left saw their role as organizing, educating, recruiting, and directing black revolutionaries, I could not see how any real friendship could occur. I felt, and still feel, that it is necessary for black revolutionaries to come together, analyze our history, our present condition, and to define ourselves and our struggle. Black self-determination is a basic right, and if we do not have the right to determine our destinies, then who does? I believe that to gain our liberation, we must come from the position of power and unity, and that a black revolutionary party, led by black revolutionary leaders, is essential. I believe in uniting with white revolutionaries to fight against a common enemy, but I was convinced that it had to be on the basis of power and unity rather than from weakness and unity at any cost. To my mama. To my mama. Who has swallowed the American dream and choked on it. To my mama. Whose dreams have fought each other and died. Who sees but cannot bear to see a volcano eating its own lava. To my mama, who couldn't turn hell into paradise and blamed herself. Who has always seen reflected in her mirror an ugly duckling. To my mama, who makes no demands of anyone, 'cause she don't think she can afford to. Who thinks her money talks louder than her womanhood. To my boojfam mama, who has always taken care of business. Who has never drifted hazily to sleep, thinking he will take care of it. Who has schemed so much she sometimes schemes against herself. To my sweet, shy mama, who is uneasy with people, 'cause she don't know how to be phony, and is afraid to be real. Who has longed for sculptured gardens, whose potted plant dies slowly on the window sill. We have all been infected with a sickness that can be traced back to the auction block. You must not feel guilty for what has been done to us. Only the strong go crazy. The weak just go along. And what I thought was cruelty, I understand was fear. That hands, stronger than yours and whiter than yours, would strangle my young life into oblivion. Mama, I am proud of you. I look at you and see the strength of our people. I have seen you struggle in the dark, the world beating on your back, dragging your catch back to our den, pulling your pots and pans out to cook it, a mop in one hand, a pencil in the other, marking up my homework with your love. The injured have no blame. Let it fall on those who injure. Leave the past behind, where it belongs, and come with me toward tomorrow. I love you, mommy, 'cause you are beautiful, and I am life that springs from you. Part tree, part weed, part flower. My roots run deep. I have been nourished well. Chapter 13. I am at school when I hear about it. Electric shocks are zooming down my back the way they do when I am about to go temporarily insane. On the train, headed uptown, I am ready to riot. I am having daymars on the subway, imagining myself with a long knife slashing slits in white sheets. Ku Klux Klan blood is spilling. You wanna look like a ghost, you wanna look like a ghost, my mind keeps chanting, you wanna look like a ghost, well, I'll make you one. Sitting on the subway, bloody fantasies. I look out of my daymare. Nobody is moving. Everybody screams. Everybody has a frozen face. The train is slowing down. Everybody is tensely looking at the door. 125th Street. I am going to a riot. I want to kill someone. Martin Luther King has been murdered. The street wakes me up. There is no blood yet. Everybody is getting into position. The wind is blowing rumors. The people are waiting. The streets are rumbling. The tanks are coming. The natives are restless. The tanks will quiet the natives. The tanks are coming. I feel absurd and impotent. Who am I going to attack? Where is a George Lincoln Rockwell? I am ready to kill him. He will get a chance to utter exactly 2 syllables before I cut him off. He isn't there. Only the rumors and the rumble of the tanks and the waiting. The store windows are filled with shit. You can't exchange Martin Luther King for shit in the store window. Smashing windows will do me no good. I am beyond that. I want blood. The tanks are waiting to crush the resistance, squelch the disturbance. It crosses my mind, I want to win. I don't want to rebel, I want to win. The revolution will not be televised on the 6 o'clock news. I have to get myself ready. Revolution. The word has me going. I am back on the subway. Nobody is looking at anybody. I think I have my period. Sweat is rolling down my legs. I go home. My mother is glad to see me. She knows that I am half crazy. The television is wet with crocodile tears. Rebellion, rebellious children, temper tantrums, rebellion, revolution. I like the word. The Grim Reapers are abuzz. Reports about the natives. They are excited. This is the stuff that news is made of. We are looking at each other. Impassioned speeches sizzle on their tongues, causing sour ashes to fall from our mouths. We are just sitting there. I am thinking about revolution. The tonic. Abstract. Revolution. I am tired of watching us lose. They kill our leaders, then they kill us for protesting. Protest. Protest. Revolution. If it exists, I want to find it. Bulletins. More bulletins. I'm tired of bulletins. I want bullets. While I was going to CCNY, after I graduated from Manhattan Community College, I decided to get married. My husband was politically conscious, intelligent, and decent, and our affair was frantic, high-pitched, and charged with emotion. Somehow, I believed that our shared commitment to the Black liberation struggle would result in a marriage made in heaven. I spent most of my time at school, meetings, or demonstrations, and whenever I was at home my head was usually stuck in some book. It was unthinkable to allow more than 5 minutes on mundane things like keeping house or washing dishes. To complicate matters, my husband's ideas about marriage stemmed mostly from his parents' life, where his mother was the homemaker and his father was the breadwinner. Spaghetti was about the only thing I could cook, and he was profoundly shocked to learn I had none of his mother's domestic skills. After a while, it became clear to me that I was about as ready to be married as I was to grow wings and fly. So after a confused and unhappy year, we decided we made much better friends than marriage partners and called it quits. I decided to go to California. It was becoming increasingly clear to me that, although it was important for students to participate in the struggle, no revolution had ever been won by students alone. Struggling around school issues had narrowed my perspective and I was getting bogged down. I wanted to expand that struggle to the Black community. At that time California, especially the Bay Area, was where everything was happening. Some of my favorite professors were going out west for the summer and they offered to hook me up with a place to stay. As usual, I was flat broke, but a good friend gave me the money to make the trip, with a little spending change thrown in. My friends found a place for me in Berkeley, the most radical, progressive place I had ever been in. Revolutionary posters were plastered all over the walls, along with people's murals. The fronts of banks and other official buildings were bricked up as a result of the demonstrations and street fighting that followed the People's Park struggles. Red Stars and Mao's Red Book were sold on street corners, and food cooperatives sold health food at cheap prices. People's collectives were dedicated to surviving, struggling, and teaching. I was impressed with the kinds of informal solutions they had cooked up to deal with the problems they faced, and I enrolled in the practical skills classes they gave, printing and layout, first aid, etc. There were books and pamphlets in the San Francisco and Berkeley bookstores I had never seen in New York, and for the first time I read The Theory of Urban Guerrilla Warfare as outlined by Che Guevara, Carlos Marighella, and the Tupamaros. I had been more aware of imperialism in Vietnam or Cambodia, and the extent of U.S. imperialism in South and Central America surprised me. The U.S. government had invaded more than 15 countries there, not once or twice but in some cases more than 10 times, and the guerrilla movements were waging armed struggle in most of them. Reading about guerrilla warfare in South America and Vietnam was one thing, but thinking in terms of guerrilla war inside the U.S. was another. Back then, people used the word revolution just because it sounded hip. Half the time what they were really talking about was change or some kind of vague progress. Some meant a separate black nation, and others dealt with black revolution as part of an overall revolution waged by whites, Hispanics, Orientals, Native Americans, and blacks. Malcolm said it meant bloodshed and land. To me, the revolutionary struggle of black people had to be against racism, capitalism, imperialism, and sexism and for real freedom under a socialist government. But the reality of achieving it seemed a long way off. In Berkeley and San Francisco, the revolution didn't seem too far away. A lot of white radicals, hippies, Chicanos, blacks, and Asians were ready to get down. But I hadn't forgotten the hardhats and the rednecks and the Bible Belt and the so-called Middle Americans who had elected Nixon. I couldn't imagine the New Left talking to those people, much less organizing them and changing their minds. I decided the only way I would come up with some answers was to keep on studying and struggling. I didn't know how half of what I was studying would fit in, but I figured it would all come in handy someday. I read about guerrilla warfare and clandestine struggle without having the faintest idea that one day I would go underground. It's kind of funny when I think about it, because reading all that stuff probably has saved my life a million times. As part of my first aid skills class, I worked as an assistant to a doctor who volunteered once a week at Alcatraz. At the time, Alcatraz had been taken over by Native Americans who were protesting against a long series of broken treaties, genocidal policies, and racist exploitation. Alcatraz symbolized the strength and dignity of Indian people as well as their resolve to fight to preserve their cultural traditions. I enjoyed everything about going there except the trip. The doctor was a motorcycle fanatic who insisted on zooming across the Golden Gate Bridge on that thing, with me hanging on for dear life. Once on the other side we would jump into a rickety little boat with water in the bottom and limp across the bay to the island. By the time we got there I felt as if I had done a day's work. The first thing that hit me was the spirit of the people. I felt the tremendous pride, tremendous determination, and tremendous calm from the time I landed on the island until the time I left. They were Native Americans from all over North America, including Canada, from different tribes and backgrounds. They were young and old. Little babies wiggled in their mother's arms, and one old man who had spent many years in Alcatraz prison said that when he arrived on the island he had taken a sledgehammer and reduced the cell he had once been locked into rubble. The prison, one of the most infamous and sadistic ever to exist, loomed in the background. There were many different Indian nations, each with its own rich culture, religious traditions, history, and folklore. Everybody was into learning and teaching each other their own history and culture. It was a surprise to find out how many Native Americans had been raised in cities and knew nothing about who they were. In that respect, they were very similar to black people. Most of them were from the West Coast, and so I told them about the Indian Museum and the Museum of Natural History in New York. Suddenly, I stopped short. I wondered how I would feel going into some museum and seeing the houses and stolen artifacts of my people stuck away in some exhibition hall. As I spoke I realized that most of the history I had been taught about the Indians was probably lies invented by the white man. It wasn't until later, for instance, that I learned that scalping was an old European custom. In the 1700s, the state of Massachusetts was paying the equivalent of $60 for a scalp and Pennsylvania paid $134. It wasn't until more than 100 years later, in response to the massive genocide at the hands of whites, that the Indians themselves started scalping. None of the little museum exhibits featuring teepees and feather head dresses had ever mentioned how men, women, and children were mowed down at Wounded Knee, or how the U.S. Army had purposely given the Indians smallpox-infected blankets. As I listened to those sisters and brothers at Alcatraz, I realized that the true history of any oppressed people is impossible to find in history books. I will always be grateful for having had the opportunity to visit Alcatraz. I will never forget the quiet confidence of the Indians as they went about their lives calmly, even though they were under the constant threat of invasion by the FBI and the U.S. military. They didn't fit into any of my preconceived notions or the stereotyped images shown on TV and in the movies. They were really open with me and, after a while, we talked about the struggle in general. They had many of the same problems we had: education, organizing the people to struggle, and raising consciousness. They damn sure had the same enemy, and they were doing as bad as we were, if not worse. They told me to check out Akwesasne when I returned to New York. It was a territory they had liberated on the border between New York and Canada. I told them if they ever came to New York they should visit me and check out Harlem. Sure. When are you going to liberate it? They asked. There were a million groups in the Bay Area I wanted to check out. There was so much activity I would have had to spend 28 hours a day just to keep up with it all. Someone I was studying with arranged for me to hook up with the Brown Berets, a Chicano group that had been started recently in California and Texas. It was a brief meeting since the brother with whom I had the appointment had to be on the move. He ran down to me some of the conditions they were dealing with and some of the work they were doing. I had always thought of the Chicano movement as a rural rather than an urban one. Most of the information we had received was about the Chicano farm workers' struggle and people like Cesar Chavez fighting to organize them and abolish the unbearable living conditions and slave wages they were forced to work for. I was not aware that Chicanos in the city were fighting against unemployment, police brutality, and inferior schools, just like black people. In the same way that the Black Panther Party was trying to organize and politicize street gangs in Chicago, the Brown Berets wanted to politicize Chicano street gangs in Los Angeles. The brother also told me that they had been doing a lot of work around Los Siete de las Razas, 7 Chicano brothers who had been accused of killing a San Francisco policeman. They were later acquitted. I wanted to rap some more about this case because I was seeing the same pattern everywhere: sisters and brothers being locked up all over the country, accused of killing pigs or of conspiring to. The brother had to run, though. We promised that we would hook up again, but it never happened. Next I wanted to check out the Red Guard, a group of young revolutionary brothers and sisters who were struggling in Chinatown, San Francisco. I was especially anxious to meet up with them because it was so hard to get information about them back east. The West Coast has the largest Asian population in the country, and I really wanted to get a good idea about what was going on in the Asian communities. A lot of people think Asians do not experience racism, that they are professionals and business owners, unaware that many are poor and oppressed. Finding the Red Guard was not at all easy. Half the people I ran into had never heard of them, and the other half only had a minimal knowledge of who they were and what they were all about. Someone gave me an address, and since I didn't have the faintest idea where it was, I got a brother to drive me over to Chinatown to look for their headquarters. We ended getting lost and never did find the address. Instead, we ended up eating at a Chinese restaurant and getting into a big debate. He couldn't understand why a black woman wanted to hook up with Chinese revolutionaries in the first place. Ain't nobody gonna free black folks but black folks. Those Chinese don't give a damn about you and me. All they care about is their own people and what's going on in China. I told him that I thought there were a whole lot of us in the same predicament and that the only way we were going to get out of it was to come together and break the chains. The brother looked at me as if I was spouting empty rhetoric. Some of the laws of revolution are so simple they seem impossible. People think that in order for something to work, it has to be complicated, but a lot of times the opposite is true. We usually reach success by putting the simple truths that we know into practice. The basis of any struggle is people coming together to fight against a common enemy. When I finally did get around to meeting some brothers from the Red Guard, it was quite by accident and somewhat embarrassing. I was hanging out in the park with a sister and some brothers from the Black Students' Union. We were exchanging experiences, talking politics, and smoking reefer. The day was blue and beautiful and we just sat there lazing in the sun without a care in the world, listening to some rock music that was playing in the background. I had brought a whole pile of leaflets and newspapers from New York to give to them. Everybody was feeling laid back and mellow when all of a sudden a bunch of pigs descended on a group of hippies and proceeded to beat them mercilessly, kicking them and hitting them with clubs. We were all so high, we just sat there watching, like it was a movie or something. By the time we got our voices together to cry out in protest, the pigs were carrying the hippies off. Two Asian brothers came up to us and pointed to the newspapers. "You'd better get rid of those before the pigs see them," one said. "More are on the way. If you've got any grass on you, you'd better get out of here fast." We were a picture of confusion, stuffing sheets of paper under shirts and into pocketbooks. The Asian brother led our half-dazed procession out of the park. "You need a lift?" "Yeah, that's cool." "To where?" "Oh, anywhere." "Anywhere from here," one of us answered. We were too high to make any decisions. We piled into a rickety-looking jeep. They told us they would drive us over to Shattuck Street and drop us off. As we were driving, everybody started to talk about the pigs beating up on the hippies. The image was burning in everyone's mind. "That was a trip," drawled one of the BSU brothers. "Did you see those pigs? I thought they were gonna kill those dudes." I was still high, feeling too stunned and eerie to talk. "That's why we need a revolution," the sister was saying. "They just think they can do anything they want to." "What started the shit?" somebody asked the Asian brothers. "It was some hassle about some ID or something. They just wanted to hassle somebody. You're lucky they didn't see you first." We were all silent for a minute, imagining ourselves being beaten and carted off to jail. "It's a good thing they didn't see those leaflets," the other Asian brother said. "They would have hassled you for sure." The sister, who was obviously angry, got off into a political rap. Everybody kind of jumped into the conversation, talking about the situation in the black community, the black students' struggle, and the overall piggishness of America. Everybody was into the rap, all of us presenting ourselves as political activists and revolutionaries. "Are you guys in the movement?" one of the Asian brothers asked us. Everybody jumped at the opportunity to say yes, giving credentials and naming organizations. "Right on," they said. They told us they were Red Guard cadre and that they were having some kind of forum on the revolution in China. In my tongue-tied, confused state of marijuana intoxication, I tried to communicate to them that I had been trying to get in touch with their organization to check it out. The brother who had been doing most of the talking reached down under the seat and handed me a leaflet which had the date and time of the forum. "Make sure you come and check us out," he said. "Put this somewhere where you won't lose it," making direct reference to my confused, disjointed state of consciousness. "You guys should really be careful with that grass, especially when you've got leaflets or newspapers on you. A lot of good comrades have been busted like that." "Yeah," said the other one. "You've got to be alert to deal with this situation. You've got to be disciplined and ready to deal with the enemy at all times." The Red Guard brothers dropped us off and we thanked them and said goodbyes amid a hail of right-ons and power to the people. Carefully avoiding each other's eyes, we wandered aimlessly, looking for some place where we could plop down and get our heads together. I was feeling guilty and stupid, silly and politically backward. I was embarrassed to be bumbling down the street in the middle of the day not in full control of my faculties, too high to deal with reality, much less change it. I wondered what the brothers from the Red Guard had thought of us, sitting there in a stupor, having to be virtually led out of the park. It was obvious my stuff was raggedy and that I needed to get my act together. If I wanted to call myself a revolutionary, I was going to have to earn the title. I had heard somebody say that revolutionaries get high on revolution and that it was the best high in the world. "I'm gonna check out that high," I said aloud. "Hey? What did you say?" "Nothing," I answered. I was just talking out loud. Oh, somebody said, I can dig it. We stopped off at a coffee shop and had some tea. Everybody looked sheepish and lost in their own thoughts. Finally, we waved our goodbyes and made our separate ways. I walked back to where I was staying, wondering what I was going to have to do to become who I needed to become. Revolution is about change, and the first place the change begins is in yourself. The most important organization on my list to check out was the Black Panther Party headquarters in Oakland. I had a whole lot of respect for the party and had been heavily influenced by it, as had almost everyone around my age that I knew. Every time we heard about Huey Newton and Bobby Seale standing up to the power structure, we slapped five and said, yeah. As far as I was concerned, the Panthers were bad. The party was more than bad, it was bodacious. The sheer audacity of walking onto the California Senate floor with rifles, demanding that black people have the right to bear arms and the right to self-defense, made me sit back and take a long look at them. And the more political I became, the more I appreciated them. Panthers didn't try to sound all intellectual, talking about the national bourgeoisie, the military-industrial complex, the reactionary ruling class. They simply called a pig a pig. They didn't refer to the repressive domestic army or the state repressive apparatus. They called the racist police pigs and racist dogs. One of the most important things the party did was to make it really clear who the enemy was, not the white people, but the capitalistic, imperialistic oppressors. They took the black liberation struggle out of a national context and put it in an international context. The party supported revolutionary struggles and governments all over the world and insisted the US get out of Africa, out of Asia, out of Latin America, and out of the ghetto too. I had gotten to know some of the Panthers in New York when they spoke at the lectures we invited them to at Manhattan Community College. I made it my business to drop by some of the New York Black Panther Party offices and offered to help them with this or that, whatever needed to be done. I was happy to do it. I barely opened my mouth. I just looked, listened, and worked. Some of the comrades would ask why I didn't join. I probably will, someday, I'd always answer. When I heard on the radio that the New York Panthers had been busted, I was furious. The so-called conspiracy charges were so stupid that even a fool could see through them. The police actually had the audacity to charge them with plotting to blow up the flowers in the botanical garden. And the 21 were some of the baddest, most politically educated sisters and brothers in the party. It was an insult. I thought about joining the party right then, but I had some other things I wanted to do and I needed a low profile in order to do them. As much as I dug the party, I also had some real differences with its style of work. As I opened the front gate of the Oakland headquarters, I felt just as nervous about going inside as I did about the Doberman pinschers running around the yard. A brother opened the door and I nervously blurted out that I was from New York and had come to check out the party. He acted like he was glad to see me and brought me into a room to meet some of the other Panthers. A group of sisters and brothers were sitting around the room, laughing and talking. They greeted me casually, passing over a chair for me to sit in. Artie Seal was there and I had to control myself to keep from gawking at her. I wondered how she felt with her husband in jail, being railroaded and bound and gagged in court. I recognized the names of others. It was strange to be there in a room with those people. It was like sitting down on the pages of a history book. They asked me about New York, and I told them what was happening with the black students at Manhattan Community College, CCNY, and the black student movement in general, the anti-war movement, black construction workers, and whatever other work I was involved in at the time. I told them I had done some work for the New York Panthers and ran off a list of the ones I knew. Somebody asked me why I had never joined the party. Half stammering, I told them I had thought about it but had decided not to. Why? Everybody wanted to know. It was hard for me to say it because I felt so much love and respect for the sisters and brothers seated there, but I knew I'd hate myself if I didn't say what was on my mind, that I had been turned off by the way spokesmen for the party talked to people, that their attitude had often been arrogant, flippant, and disrespectful. I told them I preferred the polite and respectful manner in which civil rights workers and black Muslims talked to the people rather than the arrogant, fuck you style that used to be popular in New York. I said they cursed too much and turned off a lot of black people who would otherwise be responsive to what the party was saying. When I had finished, I waited nervously, fully expecting them to jump all over what I had said. To my profound surprise, nobody did. Everybody agreed that if that was, in fact, how party members were relating to the people, they should change at once. One of the sisters pointed out that there was a leadership crisis in the New York chapter caused by the arrest and imprisonment of the Panther 21. It was well known by everybody in the movement that the New York police had kidnapped the most experienced, able, and intelligent leaders of the New York branch and demanded $100,000 ransom for each one. One of the brothers explained that the Panthers were facing the same problem all over the country because of persecution by the pigs. We spent the rest of the afternoon rapping about the black struggle in New York and in the US in general. I was deep in a discussion about strategy and tactics when Emory Douglas came in. I was as happy as a bee in a pollen factory to meet him. I dug his artwork a lot and had even taped a piece he had written on revolutionary art to my closet door. We hit it off at once and, when everybody finished rapping, he took me up to see how the Black Panther newspaper was put together. I was truly impressed by the Panthers in Oakland. After my first visit, I dropped in at their offices regularly. I visited some of the other branches in the area, talking to the people and asking my usual ton of questions. I spent a couple of nights working at the distribution center for the party paper, which was located in the Fulton district in San Francisco. It was a trip. The papers wouldn't get picked up from the printer until late in the evening, and people would work until the wee hours sorting them out and preparing them for distribution to the Panther offices all around the country. Panthers worked there, but the majority seemed to be sisters and brothers from the neighborhood who had just dropped in to give the Panthers a hand. A lot of young people were there and some elderly sisters and brothers. As we wrapped the papers in bundles, printed addresses, and counted out papers, we sang Panther songs and marching chants. Every now and then, a few stepped outside to sip a little bitter dog. This was supposedly a Panther invention made of red port and lemon juice. It wasn't too bad, once I got used to it, and by the time 1 a.m. came around, I loved it. Working on the paper distribution didn't even seem like work, it was more like a party. Somebody always gave me a lift home and I would fall into a happy sleep feeling refreshed and renewed. It was splashed across the papers, blaring on the radio, and yet I still couldn't believe it. The face of the serious young man with the gun refused to leave my thoughts. I must have picked up the same newspaper and put it down 100 times. This shit was serious. 17 years old with a rifle under his raincoat. 17 years old and taking freedom into his own hands. 17 years old and defying the whole pig power structure in America. 17 years old and dead. Tears I didn't even know I had poured out. I got on the phone to find somebody who could explain it all. Who was Jonathan Jackson? Who was the young man who came to free a revolutionary black prisoner, holding a district attorney and a pig judge hostage, shouting, "We are the revolutionaries. Free the Soledad brothers by 12:30? Who was he? I had only vaguely heard of the Soledad brothers. A brother who knew all about the case broke it down to me. 3 unarmed black prisoners were shot down in the yard by a white guard. A grand jury ruled it justifiable homicide. After the verdict, a white guard was found dead. 3 politically conscious black prisoners were charged with the murder and thrown into solitary. They all faced the death penalty. John Clutchett, Fleta Drumgo, and George Jackson were the brothers charged with the murder. George Jackson, a brilliant revolutionary theorist and writer, was Jonathan Jackson's brother. I couldn't get the whole thing out of my head. Why were grown men and women living while Jonathan Jackson lay dead? What kind of rage, what kind of oppression, and what kind of country shaped that young man? I felt guilt for being alive and well. Where was my gun? And where was my courage? I was dry-eyed when I attended the funeral. There were hundreds of people. We could barely get into the church. They set up a loudspeaker outside so that people could hear the sermon. Black Panthers, solemn and determined, marched in military formation. I was so glad they were there. Black people need someone to stand up for us or we will always be victims. I held my arms real close to me, feeling a bit unraveled. Life for us gets so ugly. If I stay a victim it will kill me, I thought. It was time for me to get my shit together. I wanted to be one of the people who stood up. These were serious times. Angela Davis was running for her life. They had hooked her up with Jonathan Jackson, charged her with kidnapping and murder at the courthouse, even though she was nowhere on the set. They charged her with murder because they claimed that some of the guns used belonged to her. She was one of the most beautiful women I had ever seen. Not physically, but spiritually. I knew who she was, because I had been keeping clippings of her in my file. She was the sister who got fired from her job teaching at a California college because she told everybody she was a communist and if they didn't like it, they could go to hell. But I wasn't surprised. They will charge black people with anything, using any flimsy excuse. We were very glad they hadn't caught her. I hoped they never would. The air was charged, everything was happening so fast, and I wasn't blind anymore. I was seeing things straight, seeing them more clearly than ever before. I had so many things to do. If you are deaf, dumb, and blind to what's happening in the world, you're under no obligation to do anything. But if you know what's happening and you don't do anything but sit on your ass, then you're nothing but a punk. I tried to explain how I felt to some of the people I knew. I wanted to struggle on a full-time basis. They urged me to join the Panther Party. I went over in my mind all the criticisms I had of the party. They had said, "You'll be good for the party, and the party will be good for you. The party is only as strong as its people." It made a lot of sense to me. For the first time in months I felt calm and sure of what I was going to do. I told them that the first thing I was going to do when I returned to New York was join the party. I thought about it all the way home. Of all the things I had wanted to be when I was a little girl, a revolutionary certainly wasn't one of them. And now it was the only thing I wanted to do. Everything else was secondary. It occurred to me that even though I wanted to become a revolutionary more than anything else in the world, I still didn't have the slightest idea what I would have to do to become one. Chapter 14. You're the property of the feds now, one of the marshals told me like he really believed it. We're taking you to MCC, the federal prison, Manhattan Correctional Center, where you'll stay while you stand trial for bank robbery. It was January 5, 1976, 15 days after I had been acquitted on the kidnapping charge in Brooklyn Supreme Court. I was still on Rikers Island. He busied himself tying me up with what seemed an endless amount of chains and shackles. Another stupid-looking marshal told me how sorry he was to see me again. He said I'd given him hell the last time. I didn't even recognize him. He said he had worked on the last, other bank robbery trial and had gotten chewed out because I got pregnant. You were framed, I told him. He looked at me all dumb, scratching his head. Yeah. That's right. I started to laugh. Even the other marshals started to crack up. It's not so funny, he said. I lost my commendation that went down in my record. I laughed even harder. The only way I can describe MCC is modern grey, with dabs of colored paint here and there. It's one of those ugly inner-city fortress buildings, anti-nature, anti-human, and cold to all the senses. There was no fresh air because the entire building was air-conditioned, and the only natural light came in from narrow glass slits cut into the side of the building and wired with alarms. The guards looked like space-age robotons, with blue blazers, grey pants, walkie-talkies, and beepers. After I had been issued the standard uniform for women, a yellow jumpsuit and tennis shoes, I was led up to the women's section. To my absolute surprise, I was placed in general population, given a key to my cage, and told that there was no lock-in time. We were supposed to stand by the cell doors at various times of the day to be counted. The women's section was a relatively small area, comprising a central area for eating and recreation, a TV room, and 3 split-level tiers. There were a few offices, 1 or 2 rooms that served as classrooms, and that was it. The only other place the women could go, once in a while, was to recreation on the roof, which was covered with huge metal anti-helicopter bars. After spending more than a month in that confining little place, the women were climbing the walls, and I'm sure the men felt the same way. A few of the federal prisoners were big time, with money and connections. They'd been arrested for more sophisticated crimes than the average state prisoner. But the majority were poor, black, or third world, just like in the state jails. But just like in the street, money talks. A lot of the men on the honor floor, which was on the same floor as the women, had money, and rumor had it that they would send their favorite guards out to buy them Chinese or Italian food or send them to the Jewish delicatessen, depending on their mood. One drug dealer made frequent visits to the women's section in the wee small hours for conjugal visits with his wife. Since the men on the honor floor had contact with the women, many tried to buy them by sending them huge quantities of commissary items. Others tried to impress the women with tall tales about how much they had ripped off or how big they were on the street. I was sitting on the bench with this white guy, waiting for them to take me to court one morning, and he was steady talking $1 and $2 million deals he had pulled off. He was some kind of con artist, busted for stock fraud. "You shouldn't be here," I told him. "You should be in the White House with all the other big-time con artists." "I was trying," he said, "I was trying like hell." There were 2 sisters who I knew from Rikers. I was really happy to see them both. Skeets was a strong, stand-up sister who kept her mouth shut, minded her business, and didn't take any shit from anybody. She was a real warm-hearted person, generous and open, and maintained a whole lot of humanity, even though she was facing a hunk of time on a bank robbery case. I was shocked when I ran into Charlie, who I had known on Rikers as Charlene. She had changed completely. She was no longer the thin, round-faced young sister I had known on the Rock. It was as if she had aged overnight. She had written some dynamite poetry and had been part of our drama group. But this time she had been arrested for parole violation on a technicality and just didn't give a damn about anything anymore. She was bitter and tired, and her whole attitude can be summed up in the 2 words that she frequently used: shove it. She told me that her freedom depended on whether or not she passed a high school equivalency test. Everybody encouraged her to study, but she just didn't seem to care anymore. She said she was tired of jumping through hoops and didn't give a damn what happened. I understood how she felt, but I hated to see her so bitter and so hurt and nowhere to go with it, nothing positive to apply it to. I wanted to help her, but I didn't know how, and I was only going to be there for a hot minute. The only thing that perked her up was the struggle the women got into to improve medical care at the jail. At the time, the health situation was horrible. Women came in off the street and were given no physical exam, no tests, no nothing. They had trouble seeing gynecologists and having their most basic needs met, medical or otherwise. Since we were a tiny minority of the prison population, our needs were ignored. The women got together and wrote complaints to the warden. Charlie was one of the women who worked the hardest to get better medical conditions. It's kind of ironic when I think about it now. A little more than a year later, I heard over the prison grapevine that Charlene had died from undiagnosed cancer of the uterus. The Queen's Bank robbery trial, which I was here for, was one of the wildest trials I ever went through. We had just finished with the Brooklyn kidnapping case and I was not at all looking forward to going to trial again so soon. For almost 3 years, now, Evelyn had worked on my cases continuously. She had quit her job as a professor at New York University Law School on the day I was arrested on the turnpike to become my lawyer. One of the few cases she had accepted since my arrest, mostly to earn some money, was ready for trial, and she couldn't postpone it any longer. So I had to get someone else for my trial. Some of the brothers and sisters recommended Stanley Cohen to me. They said he was a good lawyer and would do a good job on this kind of case. I was hesitant because I had always had black lawyers representing me. I felt that they would probably be more understanding and more sensitive to the situation I was dealing with. I'm not talking about any old black lawyer, because some of them make a whole lot of money and think like Richard Nixon. I'm talking about those who are concerned with the plight of black people. I was especially sensitive to the issue after months of listening to some of the sisters at Rikers. They were so brainwashed they thought a white lawyer, any white lawyer, was better than a black lawyer. They also felt the same way about white doctors, white dentists, white teachers, etc. I ain't going to court with no black lawyer, they'd say. I want me a white lawyer who is friendly with the judge and ain't gonna make him mad. I tried to tell them that it didn't matter what color their lawyer was, if the lawyer went against the judge and really put up a fight for the client, the judge was gonna get mad. Few, if any, black defendants have ever been freed because the judge liked their lawyer. If you had a dime for every time a judge and a defense lawyer sat down to lunch and discussed some black client rotting away in jail, you'd be able to stop working and live on the interest. I decided to talk with Cohen and see whether I thought he would be good for the case. Stanley was a middle-aged, Jewish, feisty-looking man who somehow reminded me of W.C. Fields. He had a dramatic streak in him and could change the tone and mood of his voice from indignant to pleading in a matter of seconds. He had a long list of acquittals in his record and told funny stories about the strategies he used in this or that trial. He had once been a member of the Communist Party and continued to have progressive politics. "Why do you like being a criminal lawyer?" I asked him. "How can you stand to fight in the court system, knowing how much racism and injustice is involved?" It was a loaded question, put out there to see how he would answer it. I expected him to say something like somebody had to do it, somebody had to make the sacrifice. "I like to win," he said. "I do it because I like to win." I liked him and decided I wanted him to defend me on the bank robbery case. Evelyn gave Stanley the transcripts from the time I was beaten up in court by the U.S. Marshals trying to photograph me, together with all of the other documents in her file, and worked with him on the trial strategy. Andrew Jackson had pled guilty, so I was on trial alone. Everything was rush, rush, rush. The railroad train was whistling and it could hardly wait to take me up the river. The new judge assigned to the case wanted the case over with and he wanted it over with fast. We wanted to question the prospective jurors about their opinions, what they had seen and heard in the media, etc. The judge was determined not to have a long voir dire, and so we compromised. A questionnaire was made up asking some of the questions we submitted and others that the prosecutor submitted. After we went through the answers we were to pick or eliminate jurors, asking additional questions as needed. Some of the answers were so contradictory and such a study on the level of racism in America that it would take a book just to report on them. In 100% of the cases we were able to tell whether the prospective juror was black, white, or other, just by reading the answers. The trial had a light-hearted feel to it. Everyone had kind of decided that we would enjoy the fight and fight as hard as we could, without worrying about whether we were gonna win or lose. I don't think that there was a single one of us, with the possible exception of Afeni Shakur, who really thought we were going to win. Afeni, who was working as a legal assistant, kept telling me, "We're going to win this one, Assata." But I sure as hell didn't believe it. They had taken a bank picture of a woman robbing a bank, printed my name under it as being positively identified, and then placed that picture in newspapers, subway stations, and, I think, even on the sides of buses. They had this picture posted in every bank in New York. There was not a person in New York who went to the bank, rode the subway, or walked the streets who had not seen that photograph with my name printed under it 1,000 times. There was no way of even counting how many times that picture had been flashed on television, with the announcer calling out my name. The public had been so saturated with that image that I felt it was crazy to take this trial seriously. After Stanley was familiar with some of the facts, I had asked him what he thought my chances were. "I'd be lying if I told you that they looked good. In reality, they look pretty lousy. But, I believe you, and I'm going to fight for you. And, believe me, I like to fight. We agreed that I would act as CO counsel on the case. You're a lousy lawyer, he would tell me every time we got into an argument over some strategy, but you're better than a lot of lawyers I know who passed the bar. The atmosphere was electric. The courtroom was packed every day with sisters and brothers who had come to watch the circus. I couldn't stop staring. I have always said that the best thing about being on trial is getting to see and smile at the spectators. Seeing so many beautiful people in the courtroom gave us the push we needed to get down and take care of business. I felt that way during all of my trials, but this trial had an atmosphere that made it even more special. People from all over the Black community dropped by. The Muslim sisters and brothers brought their prayer rugs and broke out into prayer in the hallway of the courthouse. People brought their children, explaining what was happening. One little girl broke up the whole courtroom when she asked out loud, "Is that the fascist pig, Mommy?" pointing up at the judge. It was as if Black folks had just taken over the courtroom, letting everybody know that they were watching what was going down. The first thing we did was ask for a lineup. The way I had been identified was from a photo. The FBI had selected my photograph from the militant casebook. This book contained the photographs of all the militants the FBI wanted to send to prison. After they had gotten my photograph out of the militant casebook, they put it in with a few other photographs of women. Of course, mine, a mug shot, was the only one with numbers across the front of it. The rest were normal. The FBI then showed this group of pictures to the robbery witnesses and asked them to identify someone who somewhat resembled or bore a likeness to the woman who robbed the bank. 2 of the people who were in the bank signed affidavits saying that the photograph with the numbers across it, my mug shot, looked somewhat like the woman. The rest who had been in the bank at the time of the robbery made no such identification. We told the judge we wanted a lineup because we thought the initial identification of me as the bank robber was suggestive and tainted. But before the judge had arranged for the lineup, the prosecutor called one of the so-called witnesses to testify. Since I was the only Black woman sitting in the defendant's chair, of course he identified me. We protested the procedure, but the judge admitted his testimony anyway. We finally did arrange for a lineup, and, of course, the other so-called witnesses picked out another woman. Since the photo identification part of the case was based on nothing more than all niggers look alike, the FBI tried to use scientific evidence to gain a conviction. Their plan to superimpose the bank surveillance photo over my photograph failed because they had only one photo of me that was taken at the same angle as the bank robbery picture. It was one of the photographs taken when they assaulted me in the courtroom before the trial began when I refused to let them take my picture. The FBI had blocked out the faces and hands of the marshals and FBI agents choking and assaulting me. They had cropped the pictures so that the only thing the jury could see was my face. But my facial expression in the photograph was one of such agony that it was hard for them to convince the jury of anything else. So the FBI came up with a brilliant idea. They brought in some dude from the FBI who said he was an expert on identifying photographs by examining them under a microscope. He was a real pro, slick as grease. He had charts and diagrams and whatnot, and I was worried to death that the jury would go for that crap. He sounded real good, until it came time for cross-examination. It turned out that he was a specialist in paleontology and had spent a lot of time studying rocks. He tried to claim that his expertise at examining rocks made him able to identify people. Under cross-examination, all his carefully constructed expertise turned into a pile of rocks, and this new technical breakthrough in crime fighting proved to be nothing but a fraud. Because the prosecution had been allowed to introduce this new, scientific evidence, the judge said we had the right to find a photographic expert to rebut the testimony. Since I didn't have a dime, the court agreed to pay for it. The day our photograph expert testified, I slumped down in the seat. He was a real straight-looking white guy who looked like he subscribed to Reader's Digest. But the guy had credentials in photography a mile long, and you could tell from the way he talked that he loved photography and that he was incensed over what the FBI was trying to do. He explained to the jury the chemical process of photography and that what the FBI agent said was absolutely impossible. He said that if you look at a photograph under a microscope, all you will see is little dots. His testimony was so correct and his facts so together that the prosecutor barely bothered to cross-examine him. The capper came when the manager of the bank came forward to testify in my behalf. He said that I was definitely not the woman who robbed the bank and that the robber was a different height and weight from mine. We could see the prosecutor quietly creep under his table. His last hope was the summation. In his closing statement, he tried to make up for everything he had not proved with the evidence. He painted me as an evil, conniving monster. He told the jury that I was hiding the fact that I had big fat arms like the woman who was shown robbing the bank, that I was concealing my arms because I had not worn a sleeveless dress in court. The trial was held in the middle of January. As he was talking, I politely rolled up my sleeves right there in the courtroom, exposing my very thin arms. When he got to the final part of his closing, he grew strangely confident. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this woman is very clever, very conniving. She has tried to deceive this jury in every way. But she made one mistake, ladies and gentlemen, she made one fatal error. He then held up a picture of the woman robbing the bank and, in the other hand, he held up my mug-shot picture. She made one mistake, he kept repeating. She forgot to change her earrings. She has the same earrings on. The prosecutor was so dramatic. The scene was straight out of the movies. You could tell he had been watching The Late Show. Both the woman in the bank and I had on hoop earrings. When Stanley summed up, he just said, "Will all the women in the courtroom who have on hoop earrings please stand up?" Half the women rose to their feet. While the jury was out deliberating, I paced back and forth in the holding pen. "They're gonna convict me anyway," I told Afeni. They probably weren't even listening. "That jury isn't going to convict you, Assata," Afeni replied. "Didn't you see the faces of those jurors, especially the black ones?" It was true, I had seen them look at me differently after the truth started coming out. And I knew that the black jurors in the deliberating room would make all the difference in the world. If nothing else, they remind some of the more racist whites that black people are human beings. It's a shame that too many black people try to avoid jury duty, instead of trying to slow down the railroad. A lot of times it's a matter of simple economics. Black people often feel they can't afford to sit on a jury, that the money they would lose would mean a sacrifice for their family. And they are probably right. But their sitting on a jury might mean that their neighbor's son or daughter doesn't end up frying in the electric chair or rotting away behind bars. A verdict had been reached. I could tell what it was before we even entered the courtroom. The pigs were upset, to put it mildly. The female guard who escorted me to court every day seemed glad. The jury read the verdict. Acquittal. The courtroom broke into a loud cheer. The judge just gave up calling for order. He had to wait for the shouting to die down. It was a long time coming. All the spectators were jumping around, hugging each other. The marshals led me out of the courtroom and handcuffed me. They brought me back to Rikers Island where I was put into solitary confinement. Chapter 15. A bundle of energy walked into the Black Panther Party office on 7th Avenue. If a light had been plugged into me, I'm sure I would have lit up half of Harlem. I was fired up and raring to go. When I joined the BPP, I was determined to give it everything I had. The officer of the day gave me a form to fill out. He couldn't find the second sheet, so I went back with him to look for it. He was searching through a file cabinet which was in a state of anti-order. It was a complete mess. I offered to arrange it for him and the brother consented. In a minute I was knee-deep in paper, indexing and putting everything in alphabetical order. After everybody's security files were filed, I cut index markers out of a manila folder, thinking about how lax security was. I had just walked in off the street and they let me go through all the files. I explained the new system to the brother, happy at least that the experience gained from all those boring office jobs was put to some revolutionary use. That same evening I was on the bus to Philadelphia. The party had called for a constitutional convention to write a new constitution that would guarantee the rights of the poor and oppressed and would be anti-racist and anti-fascist. We were attending the plenary session for the convention to be held later in D.C. This session was a definite up. Everybody's spirits were soaring. It took my breath away to see all those revolutionaries get up and tell it like it was. I was happy as a dog in Boneville. My hotel room was a pool table in the basement of a church. I slept better than a princess on 20 mattresses. When I got back to New York, I was assigned to the medical cotter. Joan Bird was my immediate supervisor. She had been a nursing student and was one of the defendants in the New York Panther 21 case. She was out on $100,000 bail and busy working on the trial. She had been beaten, tortured, and hung upside down out of a police station window. She had big, soft eyes, nervous lips, and the face of someone who had been forced to grow up too soon. She reminded me of someone who had led a very sheltered life and then, all of a sudden, found herself in the cold, cruel world. She was sort of shy, and I felt sorry for her because she seemed to be under so much pressure. She took everything to heart, nothing seemed to slide off her back. She worried about everything and everyone. She was facing 30 years in prison, so I had to do most of the medical cotter work, and she worried herself sick about that. The medical cotter was responsible for the health care of the Panthers. We made medical and dental appointments for them and taught them basic first aid so that they could help the people in emergencies. Periodically, we set up a table on the street corner and gave free TB tests or gave out information on sickle cell anemia. It was also my job to work with the black medical students and doctors who we were counting on to help us set up a free clinic in Harlem. The Panther Party had bought a brownstone on 127th Street, and as soon as it was renovated we planned to open a free clinic there. Every week all the medical cotter members from the Bronx, Brooklyn, Harlem, Jamaica, and Corona branches met at the Bronx Ministry of Information. On my first trip to the ministry, I carried a big stack of Panther newspapers. I was a lousy paper seller, and most of the time I got some of my doing good friends to chip in and buy them. Then we'd give them away to the people. The head of the medical cotter was Alewa, and from the first moment she gained my respect and admiration. She was serious about everything that concerned black people, but when it came to their health she was a fanatic. She demanded that we take our jobs seriously, and woe be to the medical cotter who showed up at the weekly meeting with nothing on their progress reports. Alewa had a young daughter, but she nevertheless did the work of two people. I got expelled from the party, though, that first night after the medical cotter meeting. When I came out of the meeting, my stack of Panther papers was gone. I asked around, but no one had seen them. Finally, Robert Bay, the head of the whole East Coast branch of the party, said that he had seen them. "Where are they?" I asked. "I threw them away." "What do you mean, you threw them away?" I asked, thinking it was some kind of joke. "I threw them away," he insisted. "Y'all know that you're not supposed to leave the papers out here on the desk. This will teach you to put the papers up on the rack where they belong." I explained that it was my first time coming up to the ministry and that I had no way of knowing the procedure. "You should have asked," he replied arrogantly. "I threw them away and that's that." I was losing my patience. "Look, man, why don't you just give me my papers so that I can get out of here? I don't have time to stand here all night. I told you I threw the papers away, and that's that." "Then you're either a liar or a fool," I shot back. He had made me mad, gone and stepped on my last nerve. Then he tried to get all bad, getting all up in my face, trying to defend his stupid arrogance. I was in no mood for fooling around. I cursed him out royally and walked out of the office. The next day, when I walked into the Harlem office, Bashir, the officer of the day, told me I would have to leave. "What do you mean, leave?" I asked. He said that he was sorry, but Robert Bay had called and told him that I was no longer in the party. I was burnt. I got the Bronx Ministry and told them to put Bay on the phone and proceeded to call him the unprincipled, arrogant idiot he was. In addition to being cowardly, he hadn't even told me to my face that I was expelled. I was so warm I wasn't even surprised when he apologized and told me I was reinstated. I hate arrogance, whether it's white or purple or black. Some people let power go to their heads. They think that just because they have some kind of title in front of their name you're supposed to bend over and kiss them on the ass. The only great people I have met have been modest and humble. You can't claim that you love people when you don't respect them, and you can't call for political unity unless you practice it in your relationships. And that doesn't happen out of nowhere. That's something that has got to be put into practice every day. The first day I was assigned to the breakfast program I overslept. To get there on time I had to get up at 4:30 in the morning. I was the picture of shame and remorse as I came plodding into the office. "Fancy meeting you here," the sister who I was supposed to be helping said. "So nice of you to come." Later on that evening I criticized myself for being late. "That's all right, sister," the brother who was leading the meeting said. "You can do penance by working on the breakfast program for life." "For life," I repeated. "Yep, you can show your sincerity to the hungry children of Harlem by working on the breakfast for as long as you are in the party." I have always hated to get up in the morning, and the sheer idea of getting up every day at 4:30 made me groan. But I thought about the children I'd let down. Getting up early should be an easy thing for a revolutionary. I thought about those who had given their lives for our struggle and decided it wasn't so hard after all. Later, one of the sisters told me, "Don't worry. They'll just assign you to the breakfast program every day until you're used to it and they can count on you to be disciplined." The same thing happened to me. I was glad it had happened to others because I felt like such a dumbbell. Got to try harder, I told myself. Working on the breakfast program turned out to be an absolute delight. The work was so fulfilling. The Harlem branch had breakfast programs in 3 different churches, and I rotated among all 3. From the first day I saw those kids, my heart went out to them. They were such bright, open little people, each with his or her own personality. I spent the first 2 weeks or so just getting my cooking act together. One little girl came over to me and tapped me on the back. "There's something wrong with your pancakes." "What's wrong with them?" "They don't taste good." Making breakfast for a whole bunch of hungry kids in the morning is no easy task, especially when you don't know how many are coming or how much they're going to eat. There was one little boy who I was convinced had a tapeworm. He put away so much food it was unbelievable. One day I saw him stuff some food into his pockets. "Would you like some paper to wrap that in?" I asked him, tearing off a piece of foil. I wasn't stealing. Tears welled up in his eyes. "Of course you weren't. Everything is free here and you can take as much as you want. But don't you want to wrap it up so your pockets don't get all greasy?" "It's for my mother. We don't have no food and the stove is broke." "You can tell your mother that she can come down if she wants to, and you can take as much food home as you want to." A few of the other kids were looking at us. "That goes for everyone. If you want to take a sandwich or something with you, just let me know and I'll give you some wrapping paper for it." After that I would try to remember to ask if anybody wanted anything to go. Most of the kids were interested. "Give me an egg sandwich to go." "I want 2 sausages to go." We rarely met the parents. When a new kid joined the program, the parents might drop by to check it out, but in general they would only come to leave the kids or pick them up. The breakfast program in East Harlem was the poorest. In the middle of winter some of the kids were without hats, gloves, scarves, and boots and wore just some skimpy coats or jackets. When it was possible, we tried to hook them up with something from the free clothing drive. Only once in a while, when everything went smoothly and we were through early, did we get a chance to spend some time with the children. Usually we were in a rush making sure they got out to school on time. Some of the Panthers wanted them to learn the 10-point program and platform and others wanted to teach them Panther songs. I preferred talking to them, sitting down with them and exchanging ideas. So we just sort of combined these approaches. We were all dead set against cramming things in their heads or teaching them meaningless rote phrases. The children were so naturally curious we had to take care not to let the food burn while we answered their questions. My closest friends in the party were Doraba, Setwayo, and Jamal. They were all out on bail from the Panther 21 case. They came over to my house and we sat for hours talking politics, the party, North Korea, and what was happening on 116th Street. I learned more in one night than I learned in City College in a month. They had a hard time dealing with me, though. I can be stubborn as 6 mules and will argue anyone down until I'm convinced one way or the other. Although I no longer hated white people and no longer saw all of them as the enemy, I was still not too fond of them. As far as I was concerned, it was the duty of black people to work in the black community and it was the job of white people to go into the white community and organize white people. The brothers were in 100% agreement with that. We also agreed that it was necessary for black, white, Hispanic, Native American, and Oriental people to come together to fight. We disagreed on who and what I should study. Usually, after a disagreement, they suggested I read this or that, often Marx, Lenin, or Engels. I preferred Ho Chi Minh, Kim Il-sung, Che, or Fidel, but I ended up having to get into Marx and Lenin just to understand a lot of the speeches and stuff Huey Newton was putting out. It wasn't easy reading, but I was glad I did it. It opened up my horizons a hell of a lot. I didn't relate to them as the great white fathers or like some kind of gods, like some of the white revolutionaries did. As far as I was concerned, they were 2 dudes who had made contributions to revolutionary struggle too great to be ignored. The more I studied, the more critical I became of the political education, PE, program in the party. There were 3 different political education classes, community classes, classes for BPP cadre, and PE classes for Panther leadership. In the community classes, Panthers explained the 10-point program and the general objectives and philosophy of the BPP as well as various articles that appeared in the Black Panther newspaper. As far as I was concerned, these were the best PE classes the party ever gave. If the teachers were good, the classes were interesting and fun. With a few exceptions, PE classes for party members turned out to be just the opposite. We reviewed articles in the BPP paper, read passages from Mao's Red Book, and discussed certain speeches and articles by various party members. Most of the time whoever was giving the class discussed whatever we were studying and explained it, but without giving the underlying issues or putting it into any historical context. The basic problem was not whether the teacher was good or bad. The basic problem stemmed from the fact that the BPP had no systematic approach to political education. They were reading the Red Book but didn't know who Harriet Tubman, Marcus Garvey, and Nat Turner were. They talked about intercommunalism but still really believed that the Civil War was fought to free the slaves. A whole lot of them barely understood any kind of history, black, African or otherwise. Huey Newton had written that politics was war without bloodshed and that war was politics with bloodshed. To a lot of Panthers, however, struggle consisted of only 2 aspects, picking up the gun and serving the people. That was the main reason many party members, in my opinion, underestimated the need to unite with other black organizations and to struggle around various community issues. A lot of the sisters and brothers had joined because they were sick and tired of the oppression they had been suffering. Most of them had never been in the struggle before. Quite a few joined thinking the party was going to issue them a gun and direct them to go out and shoot pigs. Most of these brothers and sisters had attended inferior schools which taught them either lies or nothing at all. Education of every kind was sorely needed. Without an adequate education program, many Panthers fell into a robotten bag. They repeated slogans and phrases without understanding their complete meaning, often resulting in dogmatic and short-sighted practices. For example, one day an African brother who was working with one of the African liberation movements came into the office and gave us a beautiful calendar put out by one of the African liberation groups. It was bought. It had beautiful pictures of African freedom fighters and said something like international support for African liberation. The first thing I did was hang it up. When I came to the office the next day the calendar was gone. When I asked what had happened to it, they said, "The calendar said international and we're not internationalists, we're intercommunalists." I am convinced that a systematic program for political education, ranging from the simplest to the highest level, is imperative for any successful organization or movement for Black liberation in this country. The party had some of the most politically conscious sisters and brothers as members, but in some ways it failed to spread that consciousness to the cadre in general. I also thought it was a real shame the BPP didn't teach Panthers organizing and mobilizing techniques. Some members were natural geniuses at organizing people, but they were usually the busiest comrades with the most responsibility. Part of the problem was that the party had grown so fast that there wasn't a lot of time to come up with step-by-step approaches to things. The other part of the problem was that almost from its inception, the BPP was under attack from the US government. At first I didn't feel the repression too deeply. I knew the party was under attack, but it felt like it wasn't so near, like it was lingering in the background. What made me maddest was the media treatment of the BPP, which gave the impression that the party was racist and violent. And it worked. The pigs would burst into a Panther office, shoot first, and ask questions later. The press always reported that the police had uncovered a large arsenal of weapons. Later, when the arsenal turned out to be a few legally registered rifles and shotguns, the press never printed a word. The same thing goes on today. Nobody gets upset about white people having guns, but let a black person have a gun and something criminal is going on. The only time white America is in favor of black people having guns is when we are using them to do America's dirty work. They've got a lot of black people so scared they are scared even to think about owning a gun. But the way the tide of racism is rising in this country, black people better be more scared to not have a gun than to have one. With the Ku Klux Klan and all these other racists running around, black people have got to be suicidal if they don't own and know how to operate a gun. If you don't own a gun now, you'd better rush out and buy one because in a few years, the way this country is moving, it might be against the law for blacks to buy guns. One of the best things about struggling is the people you meet. Before I became involved, I never dreamed such beautiful people existed. Of course, there were some creeps, but I can say without the slightest hesitation that I have been blessed with meeting some of the kindest, most courageous, most principled, most informed and intelligent people on the face of the earth. I owe a great deal to those who have helped me, loved me, taught me, and pulled my coat when I was moving in the wrong direction. If there is such a thing as luck, I've had an abundance of it, and the ones who have brought it to me are my friends and comrades. My wild, big-hearted friends, with their pretty ways and pretty thoughts, have given me more happiness than I will ever deserve. There was never a time, no matter what horrible thing I was undergoing, when I felt completely alone. Maybe it's ironic, I don't know, but the one thing I do know is that the Black Liberation Movement has done more for me than I will ever be able to do for it. Becoming Zayd's friend was something really important. After I joined the party he would drop by my house every so often. We would listen to music and talk politics. I was forever teasing him about being part of the leadership. He was Minister of Information, since he was the only leader up at the Bronx Ministry, with the exception of Afeni Shakur, I had any respect for. He would laugh at my Robert Bay jokes, but he never once said a disparaging word about any of the other comrades. I also respected him because he refused to become part of the macho cult that was an official body in the BPP. He never voted on issues or took a position just to be one of the boys. When brothers made an unprincipled attack on sisters, Zayd refused to participate. Whenever we hooked up for a meeting at somebody's house, he was the first to volunteer to cook dinner or, if dinner was already cooked, the first to roll up his sleeves and wash the dishes. I knew this had to be especially hard for him because he was small and his masculinity was always being challenged in some way by the more backward, muscle-headed men in the party. Zayd always treated me and all the other sisters with respect. I enjoyed his friendship because he was one of those rare men completely capable of being friends with a woman without having designs on her. We communicated on such an intense, honest level that afterward I wondered if it had been real. And he was cultured. When you say cultured, most people think you're talking about the opera and Amy Vanderbilt's etiquette book, but that's not what I'm talking about. He was well versed and well educated about every aspect of black life. He could not only recite Langston Hughes by heart and give a biographical rundown of Coltrane, Bessie Smith, or James Cleveland, but he could also sit down and have an intelligent conversation about dream books or Argo starch eaters. After a while Zaid asked me to work with him on party projects. It was mostly dealing with white support groups who were involved in raising bail for the Panther 21 members still in jail. I hated it. At the time, I felt that anything below 110th Street was another country. All my activities were centered in Harlem and I almost never left it. Doing defense committee work was definitely not up my alley. I think that one of the reasons Zaid insisted on bringing me to some of these events is that he knew how much I hated them. I was the perfect angry panther. I hated standing around while all these white people asked me to explain myself, my existence. I became a master of the one-line answer. What made you become a panther? Oppression. What do you think about Huey Newton? He's a right-on black revolutionary leader. What do you think white people should be doing? Organizing other white people in their communities, supporting black and third world liberation struggles, and helping to free the Panther 21. Once a guy asked if I was really going to off the pigs. Not tonight. I couldn't get over how personal some of those people tried to get even though I'd never seen them before. One came over to me and asked if Zaid was my panther husband. When I looked at her as if she was crazy for asking me a question like that, she said, giggling all over herself, I mean, is he your cat? Another woman came over and stuck her hands all in my hair. Oh, I just had to touch your hair. It's so kinky. Zaid would be steady trying to convince the defense groups to raise more money. He explained how important it was to have the Panther 21 out on the street organizing and educating people about what was going on in America. Zaid was polite and understanding and patient. After he gave his little speech, he would turn to me and ask, "What do you think about that, sister?" Rapping in my best Panther cadence, I would say something like black people have been oppressed for 400 years. We are still being oppressed. The Panther 21 don't need any moral support. They need concrete support. They don't want to hear that you sympathize with them, they want to hear that you are willing and ready to help liberate them. When we were finished, a second donation would be given. Zaid was usually cool and poised at these functions, except once. We were at a meeting with the Computer People for Peace, a group that was helping to raise the money to bail out Sundiata Acoli. Zaid said Sundiata should be the next Panther to be bailed out because his leadership qualities were sorely needed in the party. One guy kept interrupting him, implying that Zaid was pushing for Sundiata's release because they were friends, that he was being subjective and dealing from an emotional rather than a scientific, objective analysis. Zaid's face underwent a complete change. I could see that he was trying to control himself to keep from going off on this dude. What do you mean, I'm being subjective? Don't you ever open your mouth to me to tell me I'm subjective as long as you live. My brother Lumumba, my own flesh and blood, has also been locked up for more than a year, and I haven't asked you for a dime to bail him out. Lumumba Shakur was one of the Panther 21. A complete hush came over the room. The Computer People said they would do everything they could to raise money for Sundiata's bail, and that's what they did. The only thing was that, once the $100,000 cash bail was raised, Pig Judge Murtaugh refused to release him or any of the others. We were furious and helpless. After a while, everything seemed strange to me. I was catching all these weird vibrations and sensations. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I could sense a whole lot of stuff going on. I felt like I was standing on top of a river with currents swirling down underneath the surface. All these strange things were starting to happen. I would go to the laundromat and find a black policeman there who said he wanted to join the party. Every once in a while I'd turn around and see strange men following me. Even though I had no money to pay my telephone bill and had long stopped paying it, the telephone kept working and, after a while, I stopped receiving any bills. Politically, I was not at all happy with the direction of the party. Huey went on a nationwide tour advocating his new theory of intercommunality. The essence of the theory was that imperialism had reached such a degree that sovereign borders were no longer recognized and that oppressed nations no longer existed, only oppressed communities, within and outside the U.S. The problem was that somebody had forgotten to tell these oppressed communities that they were no longer nations. Even worse, almost no one understood Huey's long speeches explaining intercommunalism. Huey Newton was not what you would call a good speaker. In fact, he had a kind of high-pitched monotonous voice and his rambling for 3 hours about the negation of the negation was sheer disaster. People walked out in droves. Instead of criticizing what was happening, most of the party members defended it. When I said that Huey needed speaking lessons, they jumped down my throat. When Huey changed his title from Defense Minister to the ridiculous-sounding Supreme Commander and then to the even more ridiculous Supreme Servant, damn near nobody said a word. That was one of the big problems in the party. Criticism and self-criticism were not encouraged, and the little that was given often was not taken seriously. Constructive criticism and self-criticism are extremely important for any revolutionary organization. Without them, people tend to drown in their mistakes, not learn from them. Because I was still a college student, I was often called on by the BPP to do student work. I didn't mind working with students to coordinate this or that, but I was deathly afraid of speaking in public. But they insisted I had to learn in order to be effective on campus. I had an old rickety tape recorder that was on its last legs. I decided to use it to practice public speaking. On and on I went, blat, 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 into the microphone. The telephone rang. I put the mic down, turned off the recorder, and rushed to the phone. "Hello, Joanne?" "Stop making tapes," the voice said. The phone clicked. I stood there with the receiver in my hand. I had to get out of there. I ran to get my coat. I needed some privacy to think. Every day at the office, things were getting stranger and stranger. Rumors that the pigs were going to attack the office were rampant. Convinced of the invasion, the leadership decided to secure the office. The big storefront window was removed and replaced by a wooden partition. Windows without glass were cut into the wood, covered by little wooden doors. "What are all those little holes for?" I asked. "To shoot out of," they told me. Piles of sandbags were brought into the office. I didn't believe that shit. Everybody was talking about defending the office. "Why do we have to defend the office?" I asked. They told me something about Executive Mandate Number 3. It said Panthers were supposed to defend the office against pig attacks. I was all in favor of self-defense, but I couldn't see giving my life up just to defend the office. "It's the principle of the thing," they told me. I didn't understand what principle they were talking about. One of the basic laws of people's struggle was to retreat when the enemy is strong and to attack when the enemy is weak. As far as I was concerned, defending the office was suicidal. The pigs had manpower, initiative, surprise, and gunpowder. We would just be sitting ducks. I felt that the party was dealing from an emotional rather than a rational basis. Just because you believe in self-defense doesn't mean you let yourself be sucked into defending yourself on the enemy's terms. One of the party's major weaknesses, I thought, was the failure to clearly differentiate between above-ground political struggle and underground, clandestine military struggle. An above-ground political organization can't wage guerrilla war any more than an underground army can do above-ground political work. Although the two must work together, they must have completely separate structures, and any links between the two must remain secret. Educating the people about the necessity for self-defense and for armed struggle was one thing. But maintaining a policy of defending party offices against insurmountable odds was another. Of course, if the police just came in and started shooting, defending yourself made sense. But the point is to try and prevent that from happening. One day, in the not-too-distant future, any black organization that is not based on bootlicking and tomming will be forced underground. And as fast as this country is moving to the fascist far right, black revolutionary organizations should start preparing for the inevitability. Fascist governments do not permit revolutionary or progressive opposition groups to exist, no matter how peaceful or nonviolent they are. It doesn't matter whether the fascist government simply outlaws the groups like in Nazi Germany or mounts a counterintelligence campaign to destroy opposition groups, like in the US. It was growing more and more impossible to get work done. Everything seemed to be in a continuous state of chaos. The party decided at one point to open a Saturday liberation school for children, and I was assigned to the project. I was really ecstatic about it because I love working with children and I was really tired of adults at the time. Being my usual reserved self, I threw every bit of energy I had into the project. I collected books, materials, paints, photographs, children's Black history stories, children's records, etc. 2 other comrades were assigned to the project. Everybody pitched in and after a few weeks we had a whole pile of children attending. Just as we got the program on its feet, I was called aside and taken into confidence. The party had information that the pigs were going to raid the office in about 2 weeks. If the pigs were going to attack the office, why would they bother to tell us? I asked. We have our sources, sister, I was told. Just like the pigs have their sources, we have ours. I was skeptical, but I figured they knew more about it than I did. In preparation for the coming attack I was asked to prepare a child care place, a safe house for panther children. It sounded kind of wild, but I agreed to do it. In the back of my mind I half thought they were testing me to see how I would respond in a crisis. I put the child care thing together. 2 weeks came and went, but there was no invasion. In addition, a lot of things were going on that I was not too happy about. Plans, priorities, and procedures changed daily, and most of the time the changes were ill-conceived. Everything had an arbitrary air to it, and I certainly did not have the feeling that we were waging a step-by-step analytical struggle. There was little internal conflict in either the Harlem branch or the New York chapter. For the most part Panthers were a friendly, open group of people who really went out of their way to be kind and helpful and, in spite of all the pressure and hardships they had to deal with, managed to be principled and to fight as hard as they knew how for our people. We had a bit of a leadership problem with Robert Bay and Jolly, who were both from the West Coast. Bay's problem was that he was none too bright and that he had an aggressive, even belligerent, way of talking and dealing with people. Jolly's problem was that he was Robert Bay's shadow. Bay later became Huey Newton's bodyguard, a job for which he was much more suited. Cotton had come to Harlem from California. Everybody loved him. He was everybody's main man. He had known Bunchy Carter, Lil Bobby Hutton, the Chief, David Hilliard, and, of course, the Rage, Eldridge Cleaver. Cotton had been sent to New York and put in charge of fixing up the brownstone the party had bought on 127th Street. According to the grapevine, Huey wanted to move BPP headquarters to New York and Cotton was to prepare the security for the house. He used to mosey over to the Harlem office with a bottle of cheap pluck in his back pocket and tell war stories. He would sip his wine and talk about what had gone down on the coast. The first time I went over to inspect the 127th Street house, Cotton gave me a guided tour. He explained the whole futuristic security plan. He was going to hook up the security system so that if so much as a foot was put on the front steps of the building an alarm would alert the security officer inside. If it was the pigs, huge floodlights would be turned on, blinding them. Thick metal doors would glide into place and a lot of other fantastic things would happen that I don't remember. I kept my mouth shut because I knew absolutely nothing about security, but I silently wondered why he didn't put in stuff that was more conventional, like a closed-circuit TV. I had a special interest in the building since the ground floor and the basement were designated to be the free health clinic. At the time, the basement was a disaster, with no plumbing, no heat, no electricity, and a mountain load of bricks, powder, and debris. Cotton assured me that the basement would be fixed up within 6 months. Next he showed me Huey's room. It was the only room in the house somewhat fixed up. He had put up wooden paneling. There was a small table and a single bed which, he carefully explained to me, was made up in military style, ready at all times for the minister. I looked at him like he was crazy. Of all the things I could imagine Huey doing, sleeping in that freezing house on that Spartan bed was not one of them. Cotton talked about Huey with this eerie reverence that made me sick. And it sounded sure enough weird, how Cotton talked about the minister's bed. I visited the house on 127th Street many times over the next few months. Hard as I tried, I could not find one shred of progress. I came to the conclusion that Cotton was a big mouth and a drunk. But everybody kept telling me how hard he was working, so I figured he was working on something secret they had obviously decided not to tell me about. During one of my trips to the house, Cotton's assistant told me he didn't feel well. I made an appointment with the doctor and called to tell him the time. A few days later, when I came into the office, everyone looked at me like I had committed some crime against the people. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Cotton says that the brother who works for him is sick and that you refused to do anything for him." "What?" I was completely surprised. "That's not true. Cotton says that's what happened." Fired up mad, I tried to get Cotton on the phone, but it was out of order. It took me several days to get the thing straight, but finally the assistant confirmed that I had made the doctor's appointment for him but that he had neglected to keep it and had gone home instead. I tried to figure out why Cotton had made such a fuss. The only conclusion I could come to is that he was annoyed with me because I kept pushing him to get the clinic in order. Several years later, after the Freedom of Information Act was passed, it was revealed that Cotton had been working undercover for the police. Things seemed to be going from bad to worse. Although there wasn't much dissension in the New York branch, there was beaucoup dissension and disunity on the national level. Every other weekend somebody was going out to the West Coast to deal with contradictions. Everybody was uptight and miserable. And then everything started to happen at once. First there was an article stating that Huey was living in a $650 a month apartment in Oakland. The Harlem branch was shocked because, in those days, that was a whole lot of rent and it contrasted sharply with the living conditions of the Panthers in New York. Panthers who owned little more than the clothes on their backs were out in the street in the freezing cold weather selling papers, with big pieces of cardboard in their shoes and with flimsy jackets that did nothing to hold back the hawk. The party issued a statement that Huey was living in the apartment for security purposes, but a lot of Panthers were not at all convinced. I wanted to believe the security story, but it didn't fit my sense of logic. Then came the long series of expulsions, which proved to be the last straw. Many long-standing, loyal Panthers were being expelled by Huey. One of the first to go in Huey's private purge was Geronimo Elmer Pratt. Geronimo was widely respected, somewhat of a Panther folk hero. When I heard about it, the first thing I did was go to someone who would know and try to find out the real deal. Although paranoid and upset, the person broke down the story to me, just enough to let me know the expulsion was probably unjust. I couldn't imagine Geronimo being an enemy of the people, any more than I could imagine myself being one. Then came the expulsions of the Panther 21, supposedly for writing an open letter to the weathermen that was somewhat critical of BPP policies. I had read the letter and could find nothing in it to merit such extreme action, especially since it might prove prejudicial to their ongoing trial. I was becoming more and more critical of what was going on in the party, but I loved it nevertheless and wanted to see it functioning on the right track. For the first time I questioned whether I could continue within the party. Almost every project I was working on was frustrated and barely able to get off the ground. The Saturday Liberation School, the free health clinic, and a lot of the student work were all on hold. I felt frustrated and a bit demoralized. This party was a lot different from the Blank Panther party I had fallen in love with. Gone were the black berets and leather jackets. Because of police harassment, Panthers had been ordered not to wear the uniform, except for special occasions. Gone were the Panther marches, the Panther songs. Gone were the Free Huey, Free Bobby songs sung to the tune of Wade in the Water. Gone were the Big Panther buttons and Big Panther flags flapping in the wind. Everything felt different. The easy, friendly openness had been replaced by fear and paranoia. The beautiful revolutionary creativity I had loved so much was gone, and replaced by dogmatic stagnation. It was around this time that Zaid and I had our big falling out. I had made a list of the criticisms of the party, along with a list of things I thought were positive and a lot of suggestions I thought might correct some of the problems the party was facing. I called Zaid and told him I needed to talk to him. When he arrived, I bared my heart and soul to him. I must have talked for a good 2 or 3 hours, raising all of the political and tactical concerns I had. Zaid listened to everything I said without taking any position one way or the other. Then he told me he had to leave and would talk to me another time. I was furious. I felt he was acting in his role as leadership and using our friendship to gain information about how I thought, to gauge the level of dissension within the ranks. Throughout my days in the party I've always been outspoken and blunt. Zaid and I had always been frank with each other, and I interpreted his silence as a declaration that he supported and defended policies I considered unprincipled and politically incorrect. After that, we didn't see or speak to each other for a long time. I had no way of knowing the thin tightrope he was walking or the pressure he was under. Zaid was acting as peacemaker between Huey and the Panther 21, furiously trying to get Huey to rescind his expulsion order. Zaid felt that to take any position in reference to problems within the party might jeopardize his role and result in dire consequences for the Panther 21. Setwayo and Doroba, who had not been expelled because they were out on bail and had not signed the letter, were also attempting to get the Panther 21 reinstated. They were under a lot of pressure from both sides. Huey wanted them to support the expulsion and the expelled Panthers wanted them to criticize Huey's actions. Like Zaid, Set, and Doroba honestly believed they could straighten out the madness. And were it not for the FBI, they probably could have. Nobody back then had ever heard of the counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, set up by the FBI. Nobody could possibly have known that the FBI had sent a phony letter to Eldridge Cleaver in Algiers, signed by the Panther 21, criticizing Huey Newton's leadership. No one could have known that the FBI had sent a letter to Huey's brother saying the New York Panthers were plotting to kill him. No one could have known that the FBI's COINTELPRO was attempting to destroy the Black Panther Party in particular and the Black Liberation Movement in general, using divide-and-conquer tactics. The FBI's COINTEL program consisted of turning members of organizations against each other, pitting one black organization against another. Huey ended up suspending Set and Doroba from the party, branded them as enemies of the people, and caused them to go into hiding, in fear for their very lives. No one had the slightest idea that this whole scenario was carefully manipulated and orchestrated by the FBI. When they brought the Black Panther newspaper to the office, the one that branded Doroba, Set, and Set's wife, Connie Matthews Tabor, as enemies of the people, I refused to sell it and attacked it as an outright lie. I had been so outspoken about my criticisms that I knew it was just a matter of time before I, too, would be expelled. Sick and disgusted, I decided it was time for me to leave the party. Most of the Panthers understood why I left, and I stayed on good terms with them. They would call me and ask if they could drop by or sleep over at my crib. Almost daily I got a blow-by-blow description of what was going on in the party. The tension had increased even more, the differences between the New York cadre and the West Coast leadership growing even wider. I tried to stress to the comrades what I saw to be the importance of everybody sitting down and resolving their differences. No such thing occurred. In fact, a group came to my house jumping for joy. They had split from the West Coast leadership. It really saddened me that they had not been able to sit down together and mend their differences. After I left the party, my life became more and more impossible. Everywhere I went it seemed like I would turn around to find two detectives following behind me. I would look out my window and there, in the middle of Harlem, in front of my house, would be two white men sitting and reading the newspaper. I was scared to death to talk in my own house. When I wanted to say something that was not public information, I turned the record player up real loud so that the buggers would have a hard time hearing. It was so weird. I still hadn't received a telephone bill and months had gone by since I'd paid the last one, yet the telephone was always working. Strange people visited my neighbors, asking questions. I hated to move from my apartment because the rent was so cheap. I was paying something like $65 a month and, if you could get used to the 5th floor walk-up, it wasn't at all bad. It was one of those rent-controlled buildings right across the street from City College, where I was enrolled. I had no choice but to leave. It was impossible to live amid all those bugging devices. I decided to donate the apartment to the Panthers and look for somewhere else to live, and to spend time with some friends, passing a few days here and a few days there, until I found another place. One day, as I was zipping up the avenue, on my way home, a friend called me over. "What's up?" I asked. "Don't go home." "What do you mean, don't go home?" "Your place is crawling with pigs. They're waiting for you." I walked around for a while, trying to get my head together. What could they do to me if I went home? I hadn't done anything. I thought about the Panther 21. They hadn't done anything either. Anyway, they can do anything they want. I thought about my crib. Maybe they had been taping my voice and hooking up pieces of conversation to make it seem like there was a conspiracy to do something. Maybe they would charge me with harboring a fugitive or with conspiracy to harbor a fugitive. Everybody said they were tailing me so tough because they thought I would lead them to Set, Doroba, or some other comrade that had been forced into hiding. Maybe they would try to interrogate me, beat and torture me until I signed some phony confession or something. I decided one thing right then and there. I definitely wasn't going home, and I definitely wasn't answering anybody's questions about anything. I thought of going to Evelyn's, but I figured that as soon as I showed, the pigs would be there waiting for me. I decided the best thing I could do was lay low until I found out what was going on and could come to some decision. Chapter 16. My initial image of the underground was pure fantasy. When Zaid talked about the underground, I actually pictured people in some basement, passing through some hidden bookcase door and disappearing into thin air. I had pictured all kinds of elaborate I Spy kinds of hookups, outrageous disguises, false panels, stuff right out of Mission Impossible. I was shocked when I ran into a brother I knew in a supermarket. I knew the pigs were looking for him. He had shaved all the hair off his face, but he looked almost the same. I had to catch myself to keep from calling out to him. I just kept walking, feeling that, somehow, seeing me would make him nervous. Even though I had always thought that someday I'd probably be involved in clandestine struggle, I had never given any serious thoughts to going underground. I had, more or less, thought of a clandestine struggle in terms of leading a double life. I thought the ideal way to struggle was to have a regular job or whatever as a front and then go out at night or whenever and do what needed to be done, careful to leave no trails. I still think that is the best way, but you have to anticipate being discovered and be prepared for whatever might happen. At the end of the 60s or the beginning of the 70s, it seemed like people were going underground left and right. Every other week I was hearing about somebody disappearing. Police repression had come down so hard on the black movement that it seemed as if the entire black community was on the FBI's most wanted list. The repression had come down so fast that many people had no chance whatsoever to get organized. I was kind of in limbo, slipping back and forth between above and below. As far as I could tell, I was only wanted for questioning. I hadn't done anything and I didn't feel that the situation was too grave. I had to be discreet and change some of my habits, but I felt relatively free to move around above ground and underground without too much problem. I had no intentions of answering anybody's questions, and so I figured I'd just lay low until the heat was over. There were so many things that needed to be done. Basically, I was working with the railroad, support network, stations, trying to find the basic necessities for people and trying to help them get to where they wanted to go. It was a job that required real caution and a lot of concentration on detail. Over a short period of time, I found that my powers of observation had increased many times over. I had to keep my eyes on everything that was going on, looking ahead and, at the same time, glancing over my shoulder. The work was interesting and well suited to my restless, active temperament. But I found it kind of hard to change my way of relating to people. I had always been open and trusting, and I was finding it really hard to change. It took my almost getting killed for me to develop a more suspicious nature. I was running into quite a few people, some of whom I knew and others whom I didn't, different collectives, members of different organizations, from different parts of the country. I was surprised at how disorganized many people were, and I was all for seeing them organize themselves in a much more disciplined manner. I was straining to understand some of the things I saw, but people were moving so fast it was hard to keep track of what they were doing. The whole situation was new to me, and I guess all of us were trying to make heads or tails out of it, trying to get a good grip on what was happening and where we fit into it. I had heard it on the radio, had seen some of the reports on TV. My reaction was wow. The tables were turning. As many black people as the New York Police Department murdered every year, someone was finally paying them back. The media were filled with countless adjectives: senseless, brutal, vicious, deadly, bloody, etc. On May 19, Malcolm X's birthday, 2 police had been machine-gunned on Riverside Drive. I felt sorry for their families, sorry for their children, but I was relieved to see that somebody else besides black folks and Puerto Ricans and Chicanos was being shot at. I was sick and tired of us being the only victims, and I didn't care who knew it. As far as I was concerned, the police in the black communities were nothing but a foreign, occupying army, beating, torturing, and murdering people at whim and without restraint. I despise violence, but I despise it even more when it's one-sided and used to oppress and repress poor people. But I was still in a state of shock. The shit was so real. I mean, it was happening. Somebody was doing what the rest of us merely had fantasies about. I had an early morning meeting. My friend went to the corner to pick up the papers and something to munch on. He came back, all excited. "Look at this, sister. I think you should look at this." "I don't want to look at anything right now. I want something to eat." "What did you buy to eat?" "This is serious, sister. Will you come over and look at this?" "Man, I don't wanna read no paper, I'm starving," I said. Nevertheless, I went over and picked up the papers. "Oh shit! Oh shit!" was the only thing that would come out of my mouth. Hungrily, I read every word of the article. I stared down at my picture on the front page of the Daily News. The paper said I was wanted for questioning in relation to the machine gunning. Shit! I walked aimlessly around in circles. I couldn't believe it, but I was looking at it. "You've got to get out of here, sister," my friend said. "Where am I supposed to go?" "I don't know, but we've got to get you out of here. Maybe you can go and hook up with the people." I knew that I had to hook up with some people in the underground, but this was no time to go around hunting for people. Strangely enough, I felt calm and I wanted to stay that way. I asked my friend to go and get me a wig and some other things to enable me to move around a little bit. While he went to get the things I needed, I went through my address book and made mental notes of the people who the pigs could easily trace me to. I had to stifle the desire to call my mother and tell her that, at least for the moment, I was relatively safe and that I loved her. Once I got out into the street, I could feel the tension in my body. I walked down the street searching for signs on people's faces. I walked a few blocks before I realized that not a soul in the world was paying me any mind. I heard some feet running behind me and swung around, only to find it was a bunch of children. I had planned to go to my girlfriend's house and decided I'd still head that way. She lived alone, in a quiet neighborhood, and I knew that it would be damn near impossible for anyone to trace me to her. Her life consisted almost completely of working and going to school at night. I was a little nervous when I got to her door. Maybe I was doing the wrong thing, getting her hooked into all of this. Maybe she would be angry at me for coming at all. I decided that I wouldn't stay. I would just stop by to explain to her why I was late and to tell her goodbye. She answered the door with a towel wrapped around her head. What the hell took you so long? How did I begin? A funny thing happened to me on the way to your house? There's something I've got to tell you, I began. I just stopped by to say goodbye. The police are looking for me. My picture is plastered all over the daily news. I don't believe this is happening, but it is. I know, she told me. What I want to know is, what took you so long to get here? I stared at her, completely surprised. I didn't understand. If she knew what happened, why was she expecting me? I just dropped by for a minute to let you know what happened and to let you know that I'm okay. Are you okay? I told her that I was. Where are you going? I told her that I was going to try to hook up with some people I knew. Where do you have to go? Do you have any money? Do you know how to contact these people? Do you need any help? I told her that I had just found out what was happening and that I was just going to have to play it by ear, slipping and sliding for a while until I could make contact. Girl, are you crazy? You militants ain't got no sense. Would you take that shit off your head and sit down so I can talk to you? She always referred to me and my comrades as you militants. She was a militant too, but at the moment she was not active, not out on Front Street, as she called it. Do you have this address written down anywhere or this phone number? No, nobody even knows who you are or that we even know each other. Luckily, I had never made a habit of writing too much down, and since things had gotten so hot, I had put most of the numbers that I had for contacts in code. I knew all of my friends' numbers by heart, so that was no problem. I had never even called her from the 138th Street phone at my last place. I told her that as far as I knew there was no way I could be traced to her. Then relax, fool. It don't make no sense for you to be out there in the street moving around right now. You've got to relax and get your head together. Look, I told her. I don't want to impose on you. This is my thing, not yours, and I don't want to involve you in my stuff. Woman, will you please shut up? This ain't your thing, this is our thing. You done involved me in it already, and if I didn't want to be bothered, I wouldn't have opened my door. I'm your friend and I trust you and love you. I'll hide you out any old time. Where did you think you were gonna hide out, anyway? On the moon. I stared at her in amazement. I had never really known her. A real sister. Tough, critical, a bit too cynical, but a real stand-up woman. Here, she said, handing me a knife and some onions and potatoes, make yourself useful. Even y'all militants got to eat. I just sat there grinning. Grinning and peeling potatoes. Talking and feeling really at home. It's early in the morning. I have to move. The move has got to be made with care since my picture has just been plastered all over the newspapers. Wanted posters of me are everywhere, and somebody had told me that the police have a photograph of me in the space over the glove compartments of their cars. Carefully, I arrange my disguise. It has been designed not to stand out, something that will help me blend in with the other people who will be on the subway early in the morning. I stare at myself in the mirror, debating whether to look like a secretary or a maid. It's too early in the morning for secretaries. I decide to look like a poor black woman. Thick, ugly stockings, run-over black Oxfords, beat-up plastic pocketbook, hand-me-down looking plaid jacket, and, of course, Lord have mercy looking wig. My puffy morning face, smudged with a dab of awkward-looking eyebrow pencil and lipstick, are perfect for the look. I walk down to the subway, stopping to buy the paper. I stand on the platform waiting for the train. I thumb the newspapers, making sure that no familiar photographs appear. I skim the headlines to find the usual assortment of right-wing half-lies, distortions, and scandal stories. The headlines, as usual, are offensive, Commies land in outer space. Cops nab light bulb bandit. Hubby ties knot with country gallon. Finally, the train comes. I scan the cars as they pass, looking for the transit cop. Seeing none, I move toward the front of the train. I plop down in a vacant seat and immediately stick my head into the newspaper. Carefully, I look around to see who is riding in the car with me. In an instant I'm reproaching myself for leaving too early in the morning. I have an eerie feeling that something is wrong, but I can't put my finger on it. The subway car has a Twilight Zone air to it. With the exception of a few white men who look like they are going to factory jobs, the rest are black women. One has on a nurse's uniform, another looks like she is going to church, hat and all, and the rest of them look more or less like me. I keep staring at them. And it registers. Without one exception, every one of these sisters is wearing a wig. It feels so spooky. I am hiding my beautiful, nappy hair under this wig and hating it, hiding my stuff to save my life. I, who have had to give up my head wraps and my big, beaded earrings, my dungaree jackets, my red, black, and green poncho, and my long African dresses in order to struggle on another level, look out from under my wig at my sisters. Maybe we are all running and hiding. Maybe we are all running from something, all living a clandestine existence. Surely we are all being oppressed and persecuted. I imagine the headlines: nigger woman nabbed for nappy hair. Afro gal has tangled hair. Militant mom bears all. It is really too much to comprehend. Such horrible things have been done to us. A whole generation of black women hiding out under dead white people's hair. I have the urge to cry, but I don't. It would draw attention. I keep from getting up until my stop comes. I pray and struggle for the day when we can all come out from under these wigs. Current events. I understand that I am slightly out of fashion. The in crowd wants no part of me. Someone said that I am too 60s. Black. Someone else told me I had failed to mellow. It is true, I have not straightened back my hair, nor rediscovered Maybelline. And it is also true that I still like African things, like statues and dresses, and people. And it is also true that struggle is foremost in my mind. And I still rap about discipline. My anger has not run away. And I still can't stand OLE. El Dorado. And I still can't dig no 1 and 1. And I still don't dig no Rockefellers. And I call a pig a pig. And a party, to my thinking, happens only once in a while. Anyway, I'm really kind of happy being slightly out of style. Chapter 17. Over the next few years, home became a lot of places. I traveled quite a bit and met up with some really beautiful people, people so beautiful they restored my faith in humanity each time I passed through their station. Like most of us back in those days, I was new at this, learning about clandestine struggle as I lived it. I didn't have many fixed ideas at first about what I thought armed struggle within the confines of America should be like. I had done a lot of reading about it in other places, but I had no concrete idea how to apply the lessons from those struggles to the struggle of black people within the United States. It was clear that the Black Liberation Army was not a centralized, organized group with a common leadership and chain of command. Instead, there were various organizations and collectives working out of different cities, and in some of the larger cities there were often several groups working independently of each other. Many members of the various groups had been forced into hiding as a result of the extreme police repression that took place during the late 60s and early 70s. Some had serious cases, some had minor ones, and others, like me, were just wanted for questioning. Sisters and brothers joined these groups because they were committed to revolutionary struggle in general and armed struggle in particular and wanted to help build the armed movement in America. It was the strangest feeling. People I used to run into at rallies were now in hiding, sending messages that they wanted to hook up. Sisters and brothers from just about every revolutionary or militant group in the country were either rotting away in prison or had been forced underground. Everyone I talked to was interested in taking the struggle to a higher level. But the question was how? How to bring together all those people scattered around the country into an organized body that would be effective in struggling for Black liberation. It became evident, almost from the beginning, that consolidation was not a good idea. There were too many security problems, and different groups had different ideologies, different levels of political consciousness and different ideas about how armed struggle in America should be waged. On the whole, we were weak, inexperienced, disorganized, and seriously lacking in training. But the biggest problem was one of political development. There were sisters and brothers who had been so victimized by America that they were willing to fight to the death against their oppressors. They were intelligent, courageous, and dedicated, willing to make any sacrifice. But we were to find out quickly that courage and dedication were not enough. To win any struggle for liberation, you have to have the way as well as the will, an overall ideology and strategy that stem from a scientific analysis of history and present conditions. Some of the groups thought they could just pick up arms and struggle and that, somehow, people would see what they were doing and begin to struggle themselves. They wanted to engage in a do-or-die battle with the power structure in America, even though they were weak and ill-prepared for such a fight. But the most important factor is that armed struggle, by itself, can never bring about a revolution. Revolutionary war is a people's war. And no people's war can be won without the support of the masses of people. Armed struggle can never be successful by itself, it must be part of an overall strategy for winning, and the strategy must be political as well as military. Since we did not own the TV stations or newspapers, it was easy for the news media to portray us as monsters and terrorists. The police could terrorize the Black community daily, yet if one Black person successfully defended himself or herself against a police attack, they were called terrorists. It soon became clear to me that our most important battle was to help politically mobilize, educate, and organize the masses of Black people and to win their minds and hearts. It was inconceivable that we could survive, much less win anything, without their support. Every group fighting for freedom is bound to make mistakes, but unless you study the common, fundamental laws of armed revolutionary struggle, you are bound to make unnecessary mistakes. Revolutionary war is protracted warfare. It is impossible for us to win quickly. To win, we have got to wear down our oppressors, little by little, and, at the same time, strengthen our forces, slowly but surely. I understood some of my more impatient sisters and brothers. I knew that it was tempting to substitute military for political struggle, especially since all of our above-ground organizations were under vicious attack by the FBI, the CIA, and the local police agencies. All of us who saw our leaders murdered, our people shot down in cold blood, felt a desire to fight back. One of the hardest lessons we had to learn is that revolutionary struggle is scientific rather than emotional. I'm not saying that we shouldn't feel anything, but decisions can't be based on love or on anger. They have to be based on the objective conditions and on what is the rational, unemotional thing to do. In 1857 the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that blacks were only 3/5 of a man and had no rights that whites were bound to respect. Today, more than 125 years later, we still earn less than 3/5 of what white people earn. It was plain to me that we couldn't look to the courts for freedom and justice any more than we could expect to gain our liberation by participating in the U.S. political system, and it was pure fantasy to think we could gain them by begging. The only alternative left was to fight for them, and we are going to have to fight like any other people who have fought for liberation. I wasn't one who believed that we should wait until our political struggle had reached a high point before we began to organize the underground. I felt that it was important to start building underground structures as soon as possible. And although I felt that the major task of the underground should be organizing and building, I didn't feel that armed acts of resistance should be ruled out. As long as they didn't impede our long-range plans, guerrilla units should be able to carry out a few well-planned, well-timed armed actions that were well-coordinated with above-ground political objectives. Not any old kind of actions, but actions that black people would clearly understand and support, and actions that were well publicized in the black community. Chapter 18. After my acquittal in the Queens Bank robbery case in Brooklyn Federal Court on January 16, 1976, I was brought back to New Jersey, placed in the basement of the Middlesex County Jail for Men, in solitary confinement, and held there for more than a year until the Jersey trial was over. Lennox Hines, then the head of the National Conference of Black Lawyers, together with the other members of the defense team, filed a civil suit against the state, charging that my conditions were cruel and inhuman. After a long, drawn-out court battle, both sides agreed that a hearing officer should review my jail conditions and make a ruling. The hearing officer was a man named Ploshnik, who was appointed by the state. We had no say whatsoever in who was appointed and, therefore, expected the decision to be favorable to the state. But he surprised everybody and ruled that my conditions of imprisonment were indeed inhuman and recommended that they be changed at once. But through a series of appeals and legal maneuvers, the state succeeded in keeping me confined in that basement. When the government finds it convenient to follow its own laws and administrative procedures, it does. And when it finds that these same laws are inconvenient for their own purposes, it simply ignores them. I decided that I wanted Stanley Cohen and Evelyn to work together on the case. This turned out to be a mistake, since they were not exactly in love with each other. Neither Stanley nor Evelyn was a New Jersey lawyer, and we had to get a New Jersey lawyer to be on the case. Ray Brown was busy with other commitments and couldn't possibly do it. Stanley asked a young white New Jersey lawyer named Stuart Ball, and, after some reservations, he agreed to be the admitting lawyer. Stanley also wanted a young lawyer, Lawrence Stern, to act as his assistant. Even though Evelyn was involved in the defense and Lennox was handling the civil suit around my prison conditions, the Conference of Black Lawyers assigned a young black lawyer from Mississippi named Lewis Myers to work on the case. I was delighted. Everyone knew that the New Jersey trial was the big one and that my chances of receiving a fair trial were about slim to none. So the strategy was to try to surround the defense team with as much resources and expertise as possible. It sounded like a good idea, but if there was ever a case of too many cooks in the kitchen, this case was it. Almost from the beginning, the defense team was beset by personality conflicts. The problems were magnified greatly by the fact that nobody was being paid. The lawyers were having problems covering even their bare expenses. It seemed like every other month one or another of the lawyers was asking the judge to be relieved from the case. We were in dire need of experts. We needed to find a ballistics expert and a forensic chemist, among others, to refute the state's charges. We were also in desperate need of an investigator to locate some of the doctors who had treated me while I was hospitalized and other potential witnesses. We fought and harped on this point until finally the judge, Theodore Appleby, issued an order that the state pay for the experts. But once we got the order, we found that we were in the same position that we started from. Without exception, everybody that we went to for help turned us down. The types of experts we needed almost always are police or are working for police agencies. Because my case involved the murder of a police officer, none of them would touch the case. The most crucial part of the prosecutor's case was the scientific testimony alleging that I had huge amounts of the dead state trooper's blood on me. We wanted someone who knew what they were doing to go over every inch of those clothes, to check out what was on them and also to check out what had been done to them. But we could not find one forensic chemist to work for us, let alone testify for us. If they had, they would never again have been able to work in peace for any police agency. People never hear about this side of a trial. But there is no place a defendant in a criminal trial can go to find experts in sciences commonly known as police sciences. The police can virtually write up a report saying anything they want, and there is no way of refuting it. And there have been cases where experts have been double agents, working for a defendant while secretly working with the prosecutor. One of the amazing things was the number of student supporters who gave their time and energy to help us. They volunteered to index and organize past transcripts and, together with political activists, did a survey of prospective jurors in Middlesex County. Members of the defense committee published a bulletin to keep people informed about what was happening in the case and also did speaking engagements and fundraising. People circulated petitions and demonstrated in front of the courtroom. They volunteered to do typing, handle the telephones, etc. Entertainers like Harry Belafonte, Ossie Davis, and Ruby Dee performed at fundraising benefits. Poets like June Jordan, Audre Lorde, and Sonia Sanchez, among others, gave poetry readings. Political activists like Angela Davis and Amory Baraka worked hard to educate the people about what was happening in New Jersey. When Angela Davis came to New Jersey to do a speaking engagement on my behalf, the New Jersey prosecutor's office ambushed her and her party, harassing them until the moment they left the state. She tried to visit me at the jail, and not only did the judge forbid her to visit me but he stopped all of my other visits as well. One of the most moving statements I have ever heard was a speech Judge Bruce Wright made at a fundraising rally for me. Judge Bruce Wright is a black judge who was removed from the criminal court bench in New York because he was too fair and honest, and he did something that was unforgivable. He set poor people's bail at amounts they could afford to pay. The courts will never be anything but a tool of repression until there are judges like Bruce Wright presiding over black people's trials. There were many, many people who I never got to meet, even though they worked so hard on my behalf. And even though I never got a chance to thank all the black people, white people, third world people, all the students, feminists, revolutionaries, activists, etc., who worked on the case, I thank you now. A lot of the pre-trial conferences had to do with nothing more than the defense making motions and the judge denying them. Every time we went to court the judge made a point of reading into the record that I had refused to stand up for him. He was one of those racist white dogs who really believed he was massa. He really took that Your Honor stuff seriously. If he could have made people bow to him and kiss his hand he would have done it. He claimed that he was a stickler for the decorum of his courtroom. Plenty of decorum but not a bit of justice. Stand for him? It was out of the question. He was a real dyed-in-the-wool crook. The kind they could send to wipe out the natives in Africa, make Central America safe for United Fruit Company, or run a sterilization center in Puerto Rico. Stanley Cohen came to see me. He was excited and upbeat. His good news was that he had found an investigator, an old friend of his who owed him a favor. His friend had contacts with the New Jersey State Police and thought they might be able to come up with some information on Harper, the police officer who was the main witness. He was also making progress in finding a forensic chemist. We both felt that at least some of the scientific reports had been fudged by the New Jersey State Troopers. We talked about this and a million things before the visit ended. He was so positive. He said he had a plan, something he wanted to check out, but he didn't want to discuss it and raise my hopes prematurely. That was the last time I saw Stanley Cohen. A few days later I received a phone call. Stanley was dead. His body had been found in his home with evidence of trauma. Nobody, with the exception of the police and Stanley's family, knows to this day the cause of death. The newspapers stated Stanley died of natural causes. But a friend of Stanley's, a doctor, told me he had talked to the coroner's office and had been given conflicting stories. No one knows for sure how Stanley died and we probably never will. The one thing we do know is that after his death, all the legal papers on my case came up missing. Evelyn talked to Phyllis, Stanley's widow, and she gave her every legal paper she could find that had something to do with my case, but the bulk of the material was still missing. Finally, Evelyn found out that the New York City police had my legal papers. How did they get them? I asked her. I don't even want to think about it, she answered. I could hardly believe all this was happening. It felt so strange. The New York police claimed they had taken my legal papers from Stanley's house as evidence. Evidence of what? I asked Evelyn. Apparently, my legal papers were the only property the New York Police Department had removed from his house. It took more than a month to get some of them back. Some were never recovered. None of the notes about the investigator or the forensic chemist were found. All the notes on trial strategy we had mapped out were missing. It was weird. I thought of Stanley's family and what they must have been going through. The circumstances of his death were so strange. I walked around with an empty feeling in my stomach for a long time. After Stanley's death, William Kunstler joined the defense team. The first thing the judge did after admitting Kunstler to the case was to rescind the order for state-paid experts, claiming the lawyers had failed to move fast enough to get them. I became more suspicious than before. I couldn't understand why Appleby, all of a sudden, was so anxious we not have expert witnesses. It was obvious that without some financial help I would never be able to afford expert witnesses. I didn't have a thin dime to my name. Appleby's strategy was to completely intimidate the lawyers, to harass them, threaten them until they became fearful of mounting any significant opposition to the legal lynching that was supposed to be my trial. Since there were no funds to pay for anything, the defense committees and the lawyers were forced to launch a fundraising campaign. The first time Bill Kunstler spoke in New Jersey, Appleby attempted to have him thrown off the case, charging him with improper conduct and conduct that was prejudicial to the administration of justice. The improper conduct was giving a lecture at Rutgers University during which he said that we needed money for expert witnesses, that the conditions of my confinement were detrimental to my aiding in my defense, and that under the law I was presumed innocent until proven guilty. Appleby's order to show cause why Bill should not be thrown off the case accomplished what it intended. Instead of preparing for trial, the lawyers were forced to spend time and energy preparing for the 2-day hearing that would determine whether or not Bill stayed on the case. Appleby finally decided Bill would remain, but only after we had spent a month dealing with that madness. The implication of the hearing was clear. Any attempt the lawyers made to defend me would be met with the judge's hostility. Appleby threatened every single one of the lawyers with contempt, not once or twice but regularly. Lou Myers attended a fundraising cocktail party at which Angela Davis spoke. Someone sent a letter to the U.S. Treasury in Washington and, approximately 10 days later, he was under investigation by the Internal Revenue Service. Evelyn was repeatedly harassed by Appleby. Not one day went by when the so-called impartial judge failed to show his hostility to the defense team. The lawyers uncovered evidence that the offices across from the courthouse that they and the defense team were using were bugged. Motions for an investigation were denied. During a press conference, Lennox Hines had the courage to call the trial exactly what it was, a legal lynching and a kangaroo court. Appleby cited him for contempt and an effort was made to disbar him. Only after he took his appeal to the highest court in New Jersey was he permitted to continue practicing as a lawyer in the state of New Jersey. The trial began on January 17, 1977, the same day Gary Gilmore was shot in Utah. Gary Gilmore was the first person legally executed since the death penalty was struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court in the early 1970s. His execution set the climate for the trial. The judge had denied almost every one of our motions, including my right to defend myself and act as CO counsel, a change of venue, a motion to review Harper's police record, a motion to introduce evidence that I had been victimized by the government's counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO, etc. Even though the National Jury Project had done a study of Middlesex County and had found that 83% of the people had heard about my case in the media and 70% had already formulated an opinion about my guilt, the court maintained that I could receive a fair trial. The judge said he would question the jurors and make sure they were fair and impartial. Appleby took great pains to avoid asking potential jurors whether they thought I was guilty, electing to ask them instead whether they could put their opinions aside. He carefully avoided asking their opinions about me, the Black Liberation Army, the Black Panther Party, black militants, or anything else that had been negatively and biasedly reported in newspapers. The trial lawyers had no right to question jurors. Appleby's voir dire was designed to make sure the most hypocritical, opinionated jurors stayed on the jury. Here are two examples taken directly from the transcript. Q. And have you heard about this case? A. Yes, I have. Q. From what source may you have heard about the case? A. Newspapers. Q. And have you discussed it with other people? A. Occasionally. Q. And based upon whatever you may have heard from any source whatsoever, do you feel that you have already in your own mind formed an opinion as to the guilt or innocence of this defendant? A. Well, to be perfectly honest, I think I would be a little biased. Q. Let me ask you another question. In the event that you were to be chosen to serve, do you feel that you could sit and listen to all the evidence in the case and then judge it fairly and impartially and apply the law that the judge gives to you and put aside completely any previous opinions or conceptions or ideas about anything in the case, and then do you believe that you could render a fair verdict as to the guilt or innocence of this defendant? A. I think I could. Q. Do you believe that you could? A. I think so. Example number 2. Q. Do you feel that based upon whatever information you may have accumulated about the case from any source whatsoever that you have already formed an opinion in your mind as to the guilt or innocence of this defendant? A. I would think I would think that she was guilty, yet. Q. You feel that she's guilty? A. Yes. Q. And let me ask you another question. In the event that you might be selected to serve as a juror in this case, do you feel that you could sit and listen to the evidence and judge it impartially, apply the law the judge gives you, set aside this opinion that you have already formed? A. Yes, I probably could. Q. And then still judge impartially whether she's guilty or innocent? A. Yet. Depending on the evidence and all that. These were typical of the answers given. The judge refused to remove the above 2 jurors for cause, on the basis of bias that would prevent them from being fair and impartial jurors, and our peremptory challenges were quickly exhausted. Remaining on the final jury were 2 friends, 1 girlfriend, and 2 nephews of New Jersey state troopers. The so-called jury selection process was the biggest farce in legal history. About halfway through the so-called jury selection process, I was ready to call it a day. As bad as this jury sounded, it looked even worse. I didn't want to participate. But almost everyone on the defense team thought not participating was a mistake. If you don't, we'll never get anything on the record. You'll never even be able to convince an appeal court of anything. You've got to get up there and tell your side of the story. We can prove by the medical testimony that you were shot in the back with your hand raised in the air. We can prove that Harper shot first. We can prove that after you were shot, your hand was paralyzed and, from the location of his gunshot wound, it would have been impossible for you to have shot him with your left hand. We can prove that Harper shot first. We can prove this if you take the stand. We can prove. I was tired of this case. I damn sure didn't believe that any appeals court was going to free me or that any racist white, prejudiced jury was either. It was obvious I didn't have 1 chance in a million of receiving any kind of justice. The financial problems, expert witness problems, personality problems among the lawyers, in addition to rotting away in solitary confinement, had taken their toll on me. Every day when I entered the courtroom I felt like I was entering the theater of the absurd. I wanted no part of it. The lawyers said that I could create a political climate which, they thought, would force the appeal court to give in if I participated in the trial and put on the record the fact that I was innocent. They were convinced that at the last minute the forensic chemist they were trying to locate in Canada was going to come in and save the day. I didn't put any stock in that, but I knew that keeping the momentum going around what was happening was important. I decided to remain and participate, even though it was killing me. The trial went absurdly on. An all-white jury was selected, based on the advice of Kunstler and the Jury Project, who decided that even though the jurors seated in the panel were horrible, the others were worse. Not only did the judge deny my motion to act as CO counsel, he refused to permit the lawyers to read my opening statement to the jury. The defense team's headquarters, located in New Brunswick, was broken into, papers rummaged through and stolen, and the judge refused to investigate, calling the motion frivolous. The state's witnesses, almost all of whom were pigs, got up and said whatever they were told to say. We had no expert witnesses to refute or even evaluate their testimony. The main witness, Harper, the state trooper I was supposed to have shot, testified he had told an untruth on direct examination but denied it was a lie. I spent most of the trial looking up at the ceiling and hating myself for sitting there in the first place. When the time came for me to testify, I was shocked. I had thought I would be able to go into everything being a fugitive, how I became a fugitive, the entire political scenario that led to being in the courtroom. But then they told me something about opening the door. Opening the door, it was explained, was like opening Pandora's box. If I gave the political reasons for my being a fugitive, the prosecutor could then introduce all kinds of prejudicial evidence that had nothing to do with what happened on the turnpike in order to show my criminal intent. If I opened the door, the prosecutor would be able to introduce manuals of guerrilla warfare and a whole stack of other material they found in the car that had nothing to do with this trial. In the absence of political witnesses, whose subpoenas for their appearance the judge had refused to issue, who would have testified about COINTELPRO's systematic attack on the Black liberation movement, and on blacks in general, my testimony would have been distorted. I wanted to back out completely, denounce the trial, but it was too late. The only way out was to testify, get my side of what happened on the record, and avoid opening the door. The year of solitary confinement had made me almost mute. As I testified, I held on to a small picture of my child. When I sit back today and examine why I participated in that trial, I think I must have been crazy. I guess I had been through too many trials and gotten too many acquittals and let that stuff go to my head. 3 other indictments had been dismissed. One in Queens State Supreme Court, charging me with killing policemen, was dismissed because the judge, after examining the grand jury minutes, determined there was not even enough evidence for me to have been indicted. The other 2, one in Brooklyn Supreme Court and the other in Supreme Court in New York County, were dismissed for failure of the state to bring me to trial for 6 years after the indictments had been returned. Participating in the New Jersey trial was unprincipled and incorrect. By participating, I participated in my own oppression. I should have known better and not lent dignity or credence to that sham. In the long run, the people are our only appeal. The only ones who can free us are ourselves. Chapter 19. I was transferred on April 8, 1978 to the maximum security prison for women in Alderson, West Virginia, the federal facility designed to hold the most dangerous women in the country. I had been convicted of no federal crime, but under the Interstate Compact Agreement any prisoner can be shipped, like cargo, to any jail in U.S. territory, including the Virgin Islands, miles away from family, friends, and lawyers. Through the device of this agreement, Sundiata had been transferred to Marion Prison in Illinois, the federal prison that was the most brutal concentration camp in the country. Alderson was in the middle of the West Virginia mountains, and it seemed as if the mountains formed an impenetrable barrier between the prison and the rest of the world. It had no airport, and to reach it, days of travel were necessary. The trip to Alderson was so expensive and difficult that most of the women received family visits only once or twice a year. I was housed in the Maximum Security Unit, MSU, called Davis Hall. It was surrounded by an electronic fence topped by barbed wire, which in turn was covered by concertina wire, a razor-sharp type of wire that had been outlawed by the Geneva Convention. It was a prison within a prison. This place had a stillness to it like some kind of bizarre death row. Everything was sterile and dead. There were 3 major groups in MSU, the Nazis, the nigga lovers, and me. I was the only black woman in the unit, with the exception of one other who left almost immediately after I arrived. The Nazis had been sent to Alderson from a prison in California, where they had been accused of setting inmates on fire. They were members of the Aryan Sisterhood, the female wing of the Aryan Brotherhood, a white racist group that operates in California prisons and is well known for its attacks on black prisoners. Hooked up with the Nazis were the Manson family women, Sandra Good and Linda Squeaky Frome. Sandra had been sentenced to 15 years for threatening the lives of business executives and government officials, and Frome was serving a life sentence for attempting to kill President Gerald Ford. They were like the Bobbsey twins and clear out of their minds. They called themselves Red and Blue. Every day Red wore red from head to toe and Blue wore blue. They were so fanatic in their devotion to Charles Manson that they wrote to him every day, informing him about everything that happened at MSU. They waited for his orders, and you can be sure that if he told them to kill someone they would die trying to do it. Also hooked up with the Nazis were the hillbilly prisoners, an obese sow who never bathed and walked around barefoot, and a tobacco-chewing butch who acted like she was in the Confederate Army. There was one independent Nazi who had fallen out with the others. She sported a huge swastika embroidered on her jeans. Luckily, Rita Brown, a white revolutionary from the George Jackson Brigade, a group based on the West Coast, was among the 4 or 5 nigga lovers. She was a feminist and a lesbian, and helped me to better understand many issues in the white women's liberation movement. Unlike Jane Albert, whom I had met in the federal prison in New York, and whom I couldn't stand either personally or politically, Rita did not separate the oppression of women from the racism and classism of U.S. society. We agreed that sexism, like racism, was generated by capitalist, imperialist governments, and that women would never be liberated as long as the institutions that controlled our lives existed. I respected Rita because she really practiced sisterhood, and wasn't just one of those big mouths who go on and on about men. I'm sure that a lot of prison officials thought I'd never leave the place alive. It was the perfect setup for a setup, and I dealt with the situation seriously. I didn't look for trouble, but I let the Nazis know that I was ready to defend myself at any time, and that if they wanted ass, like they say in prison, they would have to bring ass. I made it clear to them that I hated them as much as they hated me, and that if anybody's mother had to cry it would be theirs, not Ms. Johnson. After a few run-ins, the Nazis stayed out of my way. After I had been at Alderson for a while, we learned that the MSU would be closed down because it had been declared unconstitutional. A phase-out stratification program was implemented that enabled those in MSU to leave it during the day and to participate in the same activities permitted those in the general population. I got a job working on the general mechanics crew, was allowed recreation, attended classes, and was able to eat and visit with the other women in the general population. Many of the sisters were black and poor and from D.C., where every crime is a violation of a federal statute. They were beautiful sisters, serving outrageous sentences for minor offenses. Similar to the situation that existed at the federal prison in New York, some women could not afford to buy cigarettes without foregoing necessities, while others had money, contacts, wore fur coats, and lived as if they were in a different prison. That small group of women had been convicted of drug trafficking. Rumor had it that they performed the same services in prison as they had on the street, only now they worked for the guards. One day, as I was returning to Davis Hall, a middle-aged woman with salt and pepper hair caught my eye. She had a dignified, schoolteacher look. Something drew me towards her. As I searched her face, I could see that she was also searching mine. Our eyes locked in a questioning gaze. "Lolita," I ventured. "Assata," she responded. And there, in the middle of those Alderson prison grounds, we hugged and kissed each other. For me, this was one of the greatest honors of my life. Lolita Lebron was one of the most respected political prisoners in the world. Ever since I had first learned about her courageous struggle for the independence of Puerto Rico, I had read everything I could find that had been written about her. She had spent a quarter of a century behind bars and had refused parole unless her comrades were also freed. After all those years she had remained strong, unbent and unbroken, still dedicated to the independence of Puerto Rico and the liberation of her people. She deserved more respect than anyone could possibly give her, and I could not do enough to demonstrate my respect. In our subsequent meetings I must have been quite a pain in her neck, falling all over myself to carry her tray, to get a chair for her, or to do whatever I could for her. Lolita had been through hell in prison, yet she was amazingly calm and extremely kind. She had suffered years of isolation in Davis Hall in addition to years of political and personal isolation. Until the upsurge of the movement for Puerto Rican independence in the late 60s, she had received very little support. Years had gone by without a visit. For years she had been cut off from her country, her culture, her family, and had not been able to speak her own language. Her only daughter had died while she was in prison. I supported Lolita 100%, but there was one thing about which we did not agree. At the time we met, Lolita was somewhat anti-communist and anti-socialist. She was extremely religious and, I think, believed that religion and socialism were two opposing forces, that socialists and communists were completely opposed to religion and religious freedom. After the resurgence of the Puerto Rican independence movement, Lolita was visited by all kinds of people. Some were pseudo-revolutionary robots who attacked her for her religious beliefs, telling her that to be a revolutionary she had to give up her belief in God. It apparently had never occurred to those fools that Lolita was more revolutionary than they could ever be, and that her religion had helped her to remain strong and committed all those years. I was infuriated by their crass, misguided arrogance. I had become close friends with a Catholic nun, Mary Alice, while at Alderson, who introduced me to liberation theology. I had read some articles by Camilo Torres, the revolutionary priest, and I knew that there were a lot of revolutionary priests and nuns in Latin America. But I didn't know too much about liberation theology. I did know that Jesus had driven the money changers out of the temples and said that the meek would inherit the earth, and a lot of other things that were directly opposed to capitalism. He had told the rich to give away their wealth and said that it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God, Matthew 19:24. I knew a little bit, but I had too much respect for Lolita to open my mouth carelessly. I decided to study liberation theology so that I could have an intelligent conversation with her. I never got around to it, though. The maximum security unit closed, and I was shipped back to New Jersey. Lolita is free now, and she is no longer isolated from what is going on in her part of the world or in her church. I know that wherever she is praying and struggling for her people. Chapter 20. My mother brings my daughter to see me at the Clinton Correctional Facility for Women in New Jersey, where I had been sent from Alderson. I am delirious. She looks so tall. I run up to kiss her. She barely responds. She is distant and standoffish. Pangs of guilt and sorrow fill my chest. I can see that my child is suffering. It is stupid to ask what is wrong. She is 4 years old, and except for these pitiful little visits, although my mother has brought her to see me every week, wherever I am, with the exception of the time I was in Alderson, she has never been with her mother. I can feel something welling up in my baby. I look at my mother, my face a question mark. My mother is suffering too. I try to play. I make my arms into an elephant's trunk stalking around the visiting room jungle. It does not work. My daughter refuses to play baby elephant or tiger or anything. She looks at me like I am the buffoon I must look like. I try the choo-choo train routine and the la song, but she is not amused. I try talking to her, but she is puffed up and sullen. I go over and try to hug her. In a hot second she is all over me. All I can feel are these little 4-year-old fists banging away at me. Every bit of her force is in those punches, they really hurt. I let her hit me until she is tired. It's all right, I tell her. Let it all out. She is standing in front of me, her face contorted with anger, looking spent. She backs away and leans against the wall. It's okay, I tell her. Mommy understands. You're not my mother, she screams, the tears rolling down her face. You're not my mother and I hate you. I feel like crying too. I know she is confused about who I am. She calls me Mommy Assata and she calls my mother Mommy. I try to pick her up. She knocks my hand away. You can get out of here, if you want to, she screams. You just don't want to. No, I can't, I say, weakly. Yes you can, she accuses. You just don't want to. I look helplessly at my mother. Her face is choked with pain. Tell her to try to open the bars, she says in a whisper. I can't open the door, I tell my daughter. I can't get through the bars. You try and open the bars. My daughter goes over to the barred door that leads to the visiting room. She pulls and she pushes. She yanks and she hits and she kicks the bars until she falls on the floor, a heap of exhaustion. I go over and pick her up. I hold and rock and kiss her. There is a look of resignation on her face that I can't stand. We spend the rest of the visit talking and playing quietly on the floor. When the guard says the visit is over, I cling to her for dear life. She holds her head high, and her back straight as she walks out of the prison. She waves goodbye to me, her face clouded and worried, looking like a little adult. I go back to my cage and cry until I vomit. I decide that it is time to leave. To my daughter Kakia. I have shabby dreams for you. Of some vague freedom I have never known. Baby. I don't want you hungry or thirsty. Or out in the cold. And I don't want the frost to kill your fruit before it ripens. I can see a sunny place. Life exploding green. I can see your bright, bronze skin. At ease with all the flowers. And the centipedes. I can hear laughter. Not grown from ridicule. And words, not prompted by ego or greed or jealousy. I see a world where hatred has been replaced by love. And me replaced by we. And I can see a world where you, building and exploring, strong and fulfilled, will understand and go beyond my little shabby dreams. Chapter 21. My grandmother came all the way from North Carolina. She came to tell me about her dream. My grandmother had been dreaming all of her life, and the dreams have come true. My grandmother dreams of people passing and babies being born and people being free, but it is never specific. Redbirds sitting on fences, rainbows at sunset, conversations with people long gone. My grandmother's dreams have always come when they were needed and have always meant what we needed them to mean. She dreamed my mother would be a school teacher, my aunt would go to law school, and, during the hard times, she dreamed the good times were coming. She told us what we needed to be told and made us believe it like nobody else could have. She did her part. The rest was up to us. We had to make it real. Dreams and reality are opposites. Action synthesizes them. I was extremely pleased that she had come. Her air was confident and victorious. The rest of the family prompted her to tell me her dream. "You're coming home soon," my grandmother told me, catching my eyes and staring down into them. "I don't know when it will be, but you're coming home. You're getting out of here. It won't be too long, though. It will be much less time than you've already been here." Excited, I asked her to tell me about her dream. We were all talking, I noticed, in a conspiratorial tone. "I dreamed we were in our old house in Jamaica. I don't know if you remember that house or not." I assured her that I did. "I dreamed that I was dressing you," she said, "putting your clothes on." "Dressing me," I repeated. "Yes. Dressing you." Fear ran up and down my back. Was I little or grown? "You were grown up in my dream." I felt slightly sick. Maybe my grandmother dreamt about my death. Maybe she dreamt that I was killed while trying to escape. Why else would she be dressing me, if I wasn't dead? My grandmother caught my drift of thought. "No, you're all right. You're alive. It's just as plain as the nose on your face. You're coming home. I know what I'm talking about. Don't ask me to explain it anymore, because I can't. I just know you're going to come home and that you're going to be all right." I drilled her for more details. Some she gave and some she didn't. Finally, after I had asked 1,000 questions, my grandmother let all the authority show in her voice. "I know it will happen, because I dreamt it. You're getting out of this place, and I know it. That's all there is to it." My grandmother sat looking at me. There was a kind of smile on her face I can't describe. I knew she was serious. My grandmother's dreams were notorious, her dreams came true. All her life her uncanny senses have been like radar, picking up and identifying all kinds of things that we don't even see. My family and I just sat there vibing on each other. talking and laughing, bringing up old memories and telling funny stories. Calmness rolled down my body like thick honey. When I got back to my cell I thought about it all. No amount of scientific, rational thinking could diminish the high that I felt. A tingly, giddy excitement had caught hold of me. I had gotten drunk on my family's arrogant, carefree optimism. I literally danced in my cell, singing, "Feet, don't fail me now." I sang the feet part real low, so I guess the guards must have thought I was bugging out, stomping around my cage singing "Feet, feet." You can't win a race just by running, my mother told me when I was little. You have to talk to yourself. Hey, I had asked. You have to talk to yourself when you are running and tell yourself you can win. It had become a habit of sorts. Anytime I am faced with something difficult or almost impossible, I chant. Over the years I have developed different kinds of chants, but I always fall back on the old one: I can, yes, I can. I called my grandparents a day or two before I escaped. I wanted to hear their voices one last time before I went. I was feeling kind of mush and, so as not to sound suspicious, I told them I wanted to hear some more about the family's history, tracing the ties back to slavery. All too soon it was time to hang up. Your grandmother wants to say something else to you, my grandfather told me. I love you, my grandmother said. We don't want you to get used to that place, do you hear? Don't you let yourself get used to it. No, Grandmommy, I won't. Every day out in the street now, I remind myself that black people in America are oppressed. It's necessary that I do that. People get used to anything. The less you think about your oppression, the more your tolerance for it grows. After a while, people just think oppression is the normal state of things. But to become free, you have to be acutely aware of being a slave. The tradition. Carry it on now. Carry it on. Carry it on now. Carry it on. Carry on the tradition. There were black people since the childhood of time. Who carried it on? In Ghana and Mali and Timbuktu. We carried it on. Carried on the tradition. We hid in the bush. When the slave masters came, holding spears, and when the moment was ripe, leaped out and lanced the lifeblood of would-be masters. We carried it on slave ships, hurling ourselves into oceans, slitting the throats of our captors. We took their whips and their ships. Blood flowed in the Atlantic, and it wasn't all ours. We carried it on. Fed Missy arsenic apple pies. Stole the axes from the shed. Went and chopped off master's head. We ran. We fought. We organized a railroad. An underground. We carried it on. In newspapers. In meetings. In arguments and street fights. We carried it on. In tales told to children. In chants and cantatas. In poems and blues songs. And saxophone screams. We carried it on. In classrooms. In churches. In courtrooms. In prisons. We carried it on soapboxes and picket lines. Welfare lines, unemployment lines. Our lives on the line. We carried it on. In sit-ins and pray-ins. And march-ins and die-ins. We carried it on cold Missouri midnights. Pitting shotguns against lynch mobs. On burning Brooklyn streets. Pitting rocks against rifles. We carried it on. Against water hoses and bulldogs. Against nightsticks and bullets. Against tanks and tear gas. Needles and nooses. Bombs and birth control. We carried it on. In Selma and San Juan. Mozambique. Mississippi. In Brazil and in Boston. We carried it on. Through the lies and the sellouts. The mistakes and the madness. Through pain and hunger and frustration. We carried it on. Carried on the tradition. Carried a strong tradition. Carried a proud tradition. Carried a black tradition. Carry it on. Pass it down to the children. Pass it down. Carry it on. Carry it on now. Carry it on. To freedom. Postscript. Freedom. I couldn't believe that it had really happened, that the nightmare was over, that finally the dream had come true. I was elated. Ecstatic. But I was completely disoriented. Everything was the same, yet everything was different. All of my reactions were super intense. I submerged myself in patterns and textures, sucking in smells and sounds as if each day was my last. I felt like a voyeur. I forced myself not to stare at the people whose conversations I strained to overhear. Suddenly, I was flooded with the horrors of prison and every disgusting experience that somehow I had been able to minimize while inside. I had developed the ability to be patient, calculating, and completely self-controlled. For the most part, I had been incapable of crying. I felt rigid, as though chunks of steel and concrete had worked themselves into my body. I was cold. I strained to touch my softness. I was afraid that prison had made me ugly. My comrades helped a lot. They were so beautiful, natural, and healthy. I loved them for their kindness to me. It had been years since I had communicated with anyone intensely, and I talked to them almost compulsively. They were like medicine, helping me to ease back into myself again. But I had changed, and in so many ways. I was no longer the wide-eyed, romantic young revolutionary who believed the revolution was just around the corner. I still appreciated energetic idealism, but I had long ago become convinced that revolution was a science. Generalities were no longer enough for me. Like my comrades, I believed that a higher level of political sophistication was necessary and that unity in the black community had to become a priority. We could never afford to forget the lessons we had learned from COINTELPRO. As far as I was concerned, building a sense of national consciousness was one of the most important tasks that lay ahead of us. I couldn't see how we could seriously struggle without having a strong sense of collectivity, without being responsible for each other and to each other. It was also clear to me that without a truly internationalist component, nationalism was reactionary. There was nothing revolutionary about nationalism by itself. Hitler and Mussolini were nationalists. Any community seriously concerned with its own freedom has to be concerned about other people's freedom as well. The victory of oppressed people anywhere in the world is a victory for black people. Each time one of imperialism's tentacles is cut off, we are closer to liberation. The struggle in South Africa is the most important battle of the century for black people. The defeat of apartheid in South Africa will bring Africans all over the planet closer to liberation. Imperialism is an international system of exploitation, and we, as revolutionaries, need to be internationalists to defeat it. Havana. Lazy sun against blue-green ocean. A beautiful city of narrow, spider-web streets on one side of town and broad, tree-lined avenues on the other. Houses with peeling paint and vintage US cars from the 40s and 50s. It's a busy place, full of buses, people hurrying, kids in wine or gold-colored uniforms walking leisurely down the streets swinging book bags. The first thing that hit me were the open doors. Everywhere you go, doors are open wide. You see people inside their homes talking, working, or watching television. I was amazed to find that you could actually walk down the streets at night alone. Old people strolling slowly, carrying shopping bags, stop to ask, "Que hay? Que hay en la mercada?" What are they selling in the market? Without a moment's hesitation they yell at kids to get out of the street. They stand with their hands on their hips, acting like they own the place. I guess they do. They're not afraid. Es mentira, my neighbors exclaim. It's a lie. Que mentirosa tú eres. What a liar you are. My neighbors ask me what the US is like, and they accuse me of lying when I tell them about the hunger and cold and people sleeping in the streets. They refuse to believe me. How can that be in such a rich country? I tell them about drug addicts and child prostitutes, about crime in the streets. They accuse me of exaggerating. We know capitalism is not a good system, but you don't have to exaggerate. Are there really 12-year-old drug addicts? Even though they know about racism and the Ku Klux Klan, about unemployment, such things are unreal to them. Cuba is a country of hope. Their reality is so different. I'm amazed at how much Cubans have accomplished in so short a time since the revolution. There are new buildings everywhere: schools, apartment houses, clinics, hospitals, and daycare centers. They are not like the skyscrapers going up in Midtown Manhattan. There are no exclusive condominiums or luxury office buildings. The new buildings are for the people. Medical care, dental care, and hospital visits are free. Schools at all educational levels are free. Rent is no more than about 10% of salaries. There are no taxes, no income, city, federal, or state taxes. It is so strange to pay the price actually listed on products without any tax added. Movies, plays, concerts, and sports events all cost 1 or 2 pesos at the most. Museums are free. On Saturdays and Sundays the streets are packed with people dressed up and ready to hang out. I was amazed to discover that such a small island has such a rich cultural life and is so lively, particularly when the US press gives just the opposite picture. I'm being introduced at a party. The hostess tells me that the man is from El Salvador. I hold out my hand to shake his. A few seconds too late, I realize he is missing an arm. He asks me what country I come from. I'm so upset and ashamed I'm almost shaking. Yo soy de los Estados Unidos, pero no soy Yankee, I tell him. A friend of mine had taught me that phrase. Every time someone asked me where I was from I cringed. I hated to tell people I was from the US. I would have preferred to say I was New African, except that hardly anyone would have understood what that meant. When I read about death squads in El Salvador or the bombing of hospitals in Nicaragua, I felt like screaming. Too many people in the US support death and destruction without being aware of it. They indirectly support the killing of people without ever having to look at the corpses. But in Cuba I could see the results of US foreign policy: torture victims on crutches who came from other countries to Cuba for treatment, including Namibian children who had survived massacres, and evidence of the vicious aggression the US government had committed against Cuba, including sabotage and numerous assassination attempts against Fidel. I wondered how all those people in the States who tried to sound tough, saying that the US should go in there, bomb there, take over this, attack that, would feel if they knew that they were indirectly responsible for babies being burned to death. I wondered how they would feel if they were forced to take moral responsibility for that. It sometimes seems that people in the States are so accustomed to watching death on eyewitness news, watching people starve to death in Africa, being tortured to death in Latin America or shot down on Asian streets, that, somehow, for them, people across the ocean, people up there or down there or over there, are not real. One of the first questions on the minds of blacks from the States when they come to Cuba is whether or not racism exists. I was certainly no exception. I had read a little about the history of black people in Cuba and knew that it was very different from the history of black people in the States. Cuban racism had not been as violent or as institutionalized as US racism, and the tradition of the two races, blacks and whites, fighting together for liberation, first from colonization and later from dictatorship, was much stronger in Cuba. Cuba's first war for independence began in 1868 when Carlos Manuel de Cespedes freed his slaves and encouraged them to join the army in the fight against Spain. One of the most important figures in that war was Antonio Maceo, a black man, who was the chief military strategist. Blacks played a crucial role in Cuba's labor movement in the 1950s. Jesus Menendez and Lazaro Pina led two key unions. And I knew that blacks like Juan Almeida, now Comandante of the revolution, had played a significant role in the revolutionary struggle to overthrow Batista. But I was most interested in learning what had happened to blacks after the triumph of the revolution. I spent my first weeks in Havana walking and watching. Nowhere did I find a segregated neighborhood, but several people told me that where I was living had been all white before the revolution. Just from casual observation it was obvious that race relations in Cuba were different from what they were in the US. Blacks and whites could be seen together everywhere in cars, walking down streets. Kids of all races played together. It was definitely different. Whenever I met someone who spoke English, I asked their opinion about the race situation. Racism is illegal in Cuba, I was told. Many shook their heads and said, "Aquí no hay racismo." There is no racism here. Although I heard the same response from everyone, I remained skeptical and suspicious. I couldn't believe it was possible to eliminate hundreds of years of racism just like that, in 25 years or so. To me, revolutions were not magical, and no magic wand could be waved to create changes overnight. I'd come to see revolution as a process. I eventually became convinced that the Cuban government was completely committed to eliminating all forms of racism. There were no racist institutions, structures, or organizations, and I understood how the Cuban economic system undermined rather than fed racism. I had assumed that blacks would be working within the revolution to implement the changes and to ensure the continuation of the non-racist policies that Fidel and the revolutionary leaders had instituted in every aspect of Cuban life. A black Cuban friend helped me have a better understanding. He told me that Cubans took their African heritage for granted. That for hundreds of years Cubans had danced to African rhythms, performed traditional rituals, and worshipped gods like Shango and Ogun. He told me that Fidel, in a speech, had told the people, "We are all Afro-Cubans, from the very lightest to the very darkest." I told him that I thought it was the duty of Africans everywhere in this planet to struggle to reverse the historical patterns created by slavery and imperialism. Although he agreed with me, he quickly informed me that he didn't think of himself as an African. "Yo soy cubano. I am Cuban." And it was obvious he was very proud of being Cuban. He told me a story about a white Cuban who had volunteered twice to fight in Angola. He had received awards for heroism. His case is not at all common in Cuba, but there are some who have problems adjusting to change. What was his problem? I asked. When the guy came home, he caused a big scandal with his family. His daughter wanted to marry a black man and he opposed the marriage. He said he wanted his grandchildren to look like him. It was a big argument, and his whole family got into it. This guy was so mixed up he went crazy when his daughter called him a racist. He wanted to fight everybody. He was out in the street, crying and kicking lamp posts. He didn't know what to do. All the time he was in Angola fighting against racism, he never thought about his own racism. I agreed with him that whites fighting against racism had to fight on two levels, against institutionalized racism and against their own racist ideas. What happened to the man? I asked. Well, his daughter got married anyway, and his family convinced him to go to the wedding. Now, he babysits for his grandchildren, and he says he's crazy about them, but the guy is still not right in the head. Every time I see him, he's apologetic. I told him I don't want his apologies. Let him apologize to his daughter and her husband. As long as he supports the revolution, I don't care what he thinks. I care more about what he does. If he really supports the revolution, then he's gonna change. And, even if he never changes, his kids are going to change. And his grandchildren will change even more. That's what I care about. The whole race question in Cuba was even more confusing to me because all the categories of race were different. In the first place, most white Cubans wouldn't even be considered white in the US. They'd be considered Latinos. I was shocked to learn that a lot of Cubans who looked black to me didn't consider themselves black. They called themselves mulattoes, colorados, jabayas, and a whole bunch of other names. It seemed to me that anyone who wasn't jet black was considered a mulatto. The first time someone called me a mulatta, I was so insulted that if I had been able to express myself in Spanish, we would have had a heated argument right there on the spot. Yo no soy una mulatta. Yo soy una mujer negra, y orgullosa soy una mujer negra, I would tell people as soon as I learned a little Spanish. I'm not a mulatto, but a black woman, and I'm proud to be black. Some people understood where I was coming from, but others thought I was too hung up on the race question. To them, mulatto was just a color, like red, green, or blue. But, to me, it represented a historical relationship. All of my associations with the word mulatto were negative. It represented slavery, slave owners raping black women. It represented a privileged caste, educated in European values and culture. In some Caribbean countries, it represented the middle level of a hierarchical, three-caste system, the caste that acted as a buffer class between the white rulers and the black masses. I found it impossible to separate the word from its history. It reminded me of a saying I had heard repeatedly since childhood: if you're white, you're right. If you're brown, stick around. And, if you're black, get back. I realized that in order to really understand the situation I had to study Cuban history thoroughly. But, somehow, I felt that the mulatto thing hindered Cubans from dealing with some of the negative ideas left over from slavery. The Black Pride movement had been very important in helping black people in the US and in other English-speaking countries to view their African heritage in a positive light. I had never heard of any equivalent movement around mulatto pride, and I couldn't imagine what the basis for it would be. To me, it was extremely important for all the descendants of Africans everywhere on this planet to struggle to reverse the political, economic, psychological, and social patterns created by slavery and imperialism. The problem of racism takes on so many forms and displays so many subtleties. It is a complicated problem that will require much analysis and much struggle to resolve. Although, in some ways, Cubans and I approached the problem from different angles, I felt we shared the same goal: the abolition of racism all over the world. I respected the Cuban government, not only for adopting non-racist principles, but for struggling to put those principles into practice. I held my breath as I waited for my aunt to pick up the phone. It had been 5 years since I had last spoken to her. 5 years since I had been able to contact my family. Hopefully, she hadn't changed her number. A click. And then, at last, I heard her voice. I was so happy. "Auntie," I almost shouted. "It's me. Assata." "Who?" "Assata." "Who?" "It's me. Assata. I'm in Cuba. I'm in Cuba. Oh, I love you. It's so good to hear your voice. How are you?" The voice on the other end was my aunt's, but it was so cold I could hardly believe it. "Oh. Really? Assata." Right. Well, I'm fine. What's the matter, auntie?" "It's me. Assata. Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Auntie. Oh, I missed you so much." "It's all right. Everything's okay. I'm fine. I'm fine. How's everybody? How's everybody there?" Again the icy voice. "Everything is just fine. What do you want?" "What do I want? What do you mean, what do I want?" "I want to talk to you. I love you. You sound so cold." "Well, there was a pause. And then, say something so I'll know it's really you. Something only you and I know." Finally understanding, I said the first thing that popped into my head. "Auntie, panty, Jack o' stanty." It was a stupid childhood rhyme and nobody else could possibly know about it. I used to taunt her with it when I was a kid. "It is you. Oh, my God, it really is you," she screamed. "Wait. Give me a second to catch my breath. How are you?" "Fine," I said. "How's mommy and Kakia?" "Your mother's fine." "Oh, she's gonna be so happy when I tell her I've talked to you." "Kakia's fine, too. Your daughter is so big you won't recognize her. She's almost as tall as you are." I told her I wanted to call my mother and Kakia as soon as I finished talking to her. "No. You call her tomorrow. Let me call her first, so she really knows it's you. Where did you say you are?" "Cuba." I'm calling from Cuba. I'm a political refugee here. Cuba, my aunt repeated. Cuba? Are you okay there? I mean, are you safe? I think so, I told her. I feel fine. It seems that way. Talking to Kakia and my mother the next day was like a dream. Hi, this little voice said into the phone. It was the most beautiful voice I'd ever heard. I was nervous and happy. Sweating buckets. How are you? I asked my daughter. Fine. I felt like a pot boiling over. All the feelings I'd kept inside for so long came gushing out. I had a million things I wanted to ask her. A million things I wanted to say. My mother and I made plans. She and my aunt and Kakia would come down as soon as possible. It seemed too good to be true. And it was. Month after month passed by. In order for Kakia to get her passport, she needed a birth certificate. My mother told me that for 10 years Elmhurst Hospital had refused to issue Kakia a birth certificate. Finally, after months of hassling, Evelyn had to go to court to get a document proving that my daughter had been born. Over the months that followed, I began to understand the kind of hell that the police and the FBI had put my family through. After I had escaped, the police had so persistently and brutally badgered my mother that she had had a heart attack. What they had done to Evelyn was beyond belief. I understood why Evelyn had reacted to my call the way she did. At one time, Evelyn's office telephone had 10 intercepts on it. She and my mother had received phony notes in my handwriting. They had received telephone calls with my voice telling them to come to the spot and bring some money. They had found electric eyes and all kinds of other devices in and around their houses. They had experienced strange break-ins where nothing of value was taken. But they had survived. And grown stronger in the process. As the plane swooped down over Havana, it seemed that my heart was beating on my ribs to get out. My stomach hurt. My mouth was dry like cotton. It seemed like a million people poured off the plane before the tall little girl with the great big eyes started down the ramp. I could see my mother, looking frail, yet so determined. With my aunt behind her, looking triumphant. How much we had all gone through. Our fight had started on a slave ship years before we were born. Venceremos, my favorite word in Spanish, crossed my mind. 10 million people had stood up to the monster. 10 million people only 90 miles away. We were here together in their land, my small little family, holding each other after so long. There was no doubt about it, our people would one day be free. The cowboys and bandits didn't own the world.